Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life. No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out? You know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. There you go, telling a lie again. Messed up my mind, you want me to try again. The next Saturday night, I knew I didn't want you. Deep in your mind, I hope I always sought you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. Ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my clouds, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. You found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't walk away.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I
lose track. It's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I'll close, there's all I lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, there all we lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Pulling me in. Games begin, games
Underneath the neon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready!
Hello and welcome. We are reaching to the final day, not only at this tournament, but of the whole tour, Freestyle Grand Slam Tour 2025. We are very much looking forward for today's games and the final day. I'm Judith Polgar from South Africa. We are bringing it to you together with none other than Peter Leko, Grandmaster, coach, excellent chess enthusiast, I must say, because the enthusiasm is endless for Peter. Peter, how do you feel about it that we are reaching to the last day of the season? What was your feeling about the whole season?
Yeah, hello Judith, welcome everyone. Yeah, it's actually kind of sad, yeah, that we are coming to an end because it was an incredible season with so much happening. For me, of course, the most dearest moment was Vincent Keymer's win in Weissenhaus. Not just that he won, but the way how he won, that was amazing. And the whole tour, yeah, Magnus's incredible resilience, yeah, now also fighting back against Fabian after losing the first game with the white pieces and then taking the whole tour. Big congratulations to Magnus and big congratulations for Freestyle Chess because it was a fantastic tour.
Yeah, and of course with us in the studio, as usual, Nicholas Huschenberg, Grandmaster. You're always giving all the insights of the opening and everything, as you're one of the experts of freestyle. What was your favorite moment of this season? How do you take it? How do you feel that we're having it the last day of the tournament series?
Thank you, Judith. Hello and welcome also from me. And as Peter said, yes, it is sad in a way. This is the very last day of the Freestyle Chess series in 2025. But we have a great, great day ahead. And to pinpoint one moment from this season, I mean, there have been so many. There have been incredible tiebreaks. Just yesterday, we had a fantastic tiebreak. And maybe, you know, because it's so recent, I would say this last game between Carlsen and Sindarov, this roller coaster, this was a very special moment. Also to see Sindarov fighting back and really asking Magnus to give it his all to win that match, that was quite special. And I think we can expect a lot from Sindarov. And I'm so glad to see him again today in action against Vincent. We have just very juicy pairings, not only in the final, Levin against Magnus, but also the semifinal, then the fight for place 3, but I think we'll get to this in a moment.
Yeah, so let's see actually the brackets, what has happened until this point in the tournament, because there was quite a road for the players to get here to the final day. This is the 4th day they are fighting it out. You see there, it was tough match yesterday, as you mentioned, Nicholas, the big match with Magnus, how he won against Sindarov. It was very much on the edge. If you're seeing an Armageddon game, we were so much waiting for it. And we see the other one, Aronian. What games he was playing it, fighting it out against Keymer. And this was the way that we see the players in the final, Magnus and Levon. Looking forward to that. And in the lower brackets, we have seen some interesting, great fights also on the lower brackets games. Parham, he made his first draw, so he signed up. Maybe today he's going to be winning a match. And of course, Hans Niemann was upset about his loss that he lost against Eric Gaisi for 3-1, right? So this today will be some great matches, continuation of the fight and the fighting spirit of the day. And here we see the players match up. They're playing, fighting it out for the 7th place, 5th place. Incredible names playing for the 1st place. It could have been for the final as well. And 3rd place, the 2 youngsters, they made such a trip this year, not flying, but flying in rating points on the rankings. And the grand finale, this is the performers, the actors of today. And well, we're going to see quite a lot of action. And well, what do you think? What is going to be today's biggest moment? Of course, we know we're going to go to the highlight of Magnus. But let's see the prizes, the Grand Slam points, where we are standing, because today everything will be decided. Who is going to win this special Grand Slam event here in South Africa? Here you see the prize pool, 575,000, and you see the points. The winner will take $200,000. So Magnus and Levon is playing. There is 80,000 different. Maybe one move can cost that much. And here we see the prizes, the 8 players. And then the rankings we see. So this is something very interesting. We discussed it before we started the show, that there are still, well, Magnus Carlsen is the champion of freestyle 2025. That's clear. doesn't matter what he's going to be doing today, whether he wins or not. But obviously, we know Magnus. He's going to be motivated. He wants to collect his third title in the season. But for the second place, there is quite a lot of action to be done, right, Peter?
Yeah, absolutely, because there's a three-way fight between Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, and Vincent Keymer. Vincent knows his job. He has to win. He has to take third place in order to hope for Levon or to Fabi to stumble, and then he has the chances to take over a second. Yeah, but of course, if both Fabiano and Levon are winning their matches, then no matter what Vincent is doing, because Levon is already in the final. So it's crazy action. Yes, normally people always look at only the first place. Yeah, that we already know, but I know from Vincent, from Levon, and from Fabiano, they had played a wonderful series. They want to finish as good as they can.
Yeah, actually, I love it that the youngsters are so much ahead. We are sorry that Nakamura is not part of the second place, first place, because he's becoming a father within days, I think. That's why we don't see him fighting it right here. And maybe it's time to focus on the two matches for the third place. Let's see and analyze a bit what we can expect from that match between Sindarov and Vincent. If we analyze their playing strength, of course they are young and they are improving from day to day. But what do you see, Peter? What are the biggest strengths of Sindarov and, of course, Vincent?
Yes, I think that from the players' cards we can see exactly that Vincent is a great strategist. I perfectly agree with this, that yeah, this is his main strength. But where is the energy? Yeah, if there is the energy, then it is Sindarov with, I don't know, 98 in my mind. Yeah, because we have seen it also against Magnus Carlsen yesterday, that when Sindarov got the chance to show his creativity, his fighting spirit, the way how he was putting the pieces, always fire on board, then he's kind of unstoppable. So I feel that this is a clash of styles. Vincent has to stay in calm waters, and Sindarov will be trying to pour as much oil into the fire as possible.
How much were they playing when they were kids? Do you know about that?
Yeah, not that much, because yeah, they are both very young, but still Sindarov is even younger, and Abdusatulov was the one who was facing Vincent all the time. But I do remember that Sindarov actually has a good score against Vincent. Yeah, so Vincent is not feeling comfortable facing Sindarov usually.
And we should also not forget that Sindarov is also an Olympic champion, so he has some great achievements in his bio, but there is a lot to come also. And now let's focus on the big finale of the event between Magnus and Levon, and let's discuss it a bit. Who has what kind of chances, and what can be the strategy of the players? For example, with Levon, he had a great journey to reach the final. He's an artist. He's a very interesting, one of the most interesting character of the chess world, I think. He's very colorful, not only by his shirt, but also as a personality. It reflects very much. And we've seen some great roller coaster yesterday. He was blundering, he was not sure. Was it about misjudgment? He lost control, or what could it be? Can he fix that and play much more focused? Because those things you cannot afford against Magnus.
Exactly. Yeah, basically, if we would not have had that event in Las Vegas, where Levon knocked Magnus out in the tiebreaks, I would be saying that Magnus is a clear favorite, because I remember like 10-15 years ago it was back and forth between Magnus and Levon, but then later Magnus took over and he started dominating Levon, and then suddenly Levon just beat him very convincingly in the blitz playoff. And I believe that actually if the match gets done to the blitz tiebreak, then Levon will have all the chances, and Magnus should try to make sure that he seals it in the rapid portion. You highlighted that, yeah, Levon is the artist, creative genius, but sometimes this creativity comes at a cost that he is overdoing it. Yeah, and just one mistake against Magnus. Yeah, normally Magnus would not miss a chance like Vincent yesterday.
Well, Magnus, of course, he's a happy father here and won the tournament already, but we know how competitive he is. What do you think, Nicholas, about his mood today and what kind of strategy he might be using against Levon? Because they are old rivals, they've played so many times in classical, in rapid, in every format.
Yeah, he's definitely happy he has won the tour already, but you could see it after his match against Sindarov yesterday as well. He was so happy that he could win that match, and he likes to win, he likes to be competitive, and he wants to win this match for sure. I mean, it would not be satisfying for him to go out on a loss in the tour, right? So this is a very important match for him in terms of play. It's interesting actually that they have not had, if I remember it correctly, they have not had a freestyle match, the two of them, yet. Only the splits tiebreak that you talked about, Peter. So they have not played against each other in the long format in freestyle chess. So that's definitely going to be interesting. I think Magnus, his play was fine in the long format so far. Just the second game against Sindarov was not so great. And it will all come down to the opening. I think the opening will have a big influence. And, you know, I was checking on Carlsen what the community thinks. Who's the favorite? Obviously, Carlsen's the favorite, but the community thinks even 83% in favor of Magnus, which is a very high number.
Wow.
That seems way too high, Peter.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. 70-30 is the maximum that I'm giving to Magnus. Yeah.
I don't think I would give more than 60.
60 even.
Exactly. We just know that Levon is Levon. Yeah, it's.
But okay, yesterday Sindarov gave an incredible fight.
Absolutely.
And it was very clear that Magnus makes mistake here and there.
Yeah.
Right? And then, especially when the tension is escalating, it can go to different. I wouldn't give more than 60.
Yes, for me, maybe 70 in the classical portion, the longer time control. And if it gets down to blitz, then it's 55-45, not more for Magnus.
But it's interesting what you say, that we go to a shorter time control, and you think that actually it will benefit Levon.
Yes.
You also think so, Nicholas?
Yeah, I think so.
Really?
I feel like he has absolutely nothing to lose, and the randomness factor, you know, in the blitz playoff is even higher. And if he just enjoys as he plays like Levon and Magnus thinks like, I have to win at all costs, then this is a tricky situation.
So you think that that Magnus will make riskier decisions in order that he finish the match out of 2 games? He would be not happy to move on to the playoff.
Yeah, normally not, but okay, he already won the tour. I perfectly agree with Nicholas, and we talked about this, I think, together also, that Magnus would be very unhappy if there is the closing ceremony and there is the winner of the South Africa stage and it's not Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, then I'm not sure that just winning the whole tour will satisfy him, because he lives in the right here, right now moment.
Well, here we see the road for Magnus in this the South African stage of this event, how he ended up playing in the final. And actually we can say that the quarterfinals was a harder match for Magnus, because actually he lost his first game, and there he showed bouncing back. How and what a game it was. For me, actually, that was the game of Magnus. That was from many, many different angles. For me, that was magic. And it happens in these tournaments, right? That sometimes the quarterfinals are much more full of fire. At the same time, with his match against Sindarov, as we talked about it, it was also not easy at all. And probably the roughest day for Magnus was day 1. The group stage.
Yeah, the group stage was shaky. It started with a horrible loss to Sindarov, but also yesterday Sindarov was bouncing back with black against Magnus Carlsen, just as we were saying that it was kind of an almost impossible task for Magnus to come back against Fabiano. Sindarov has done it. He has almost done it also in the blitz playoff. It was just moves away, or one move away from doing that. So Magnus had showed a little bit of more weaknesses than we are used to seeing from him, and exactly that's why I feel like this is the character of champions, that now he's in the final and probably he will play his best chess.
So why do you think we also see Levon what was his road all the way. He played incredibly well. He almost won the event of the group stage. And we have to highlight that he did not lose a single game there. Of course, group stage was not so important. It was a matter of few points, Grand Slam points, so it mattered. The players could collect 1 to 8 points to Grand Slam points. But of course, it's always important because it's a prestige. If you win, you show that you're under control, you're not losing a game. That's always a very special sign.
But wait a second, he didn't lost a single game so far.
Yeah, I was just going to say this.
Because he survived all those losing positions against Hans Niemann, those against Vincent Keymer in the knockout stages, so he hasn't lost a game
Out of
yet.
15 games.
Yes, insane performance.
Okay, so there is something we discovered before the game, and I'm sure Levon knows it.
Yes.
He will not discover it after the
And
tournament.
Magnus as well, so that's another challenge.
But of course, it's hard to remember it so easily because in games there were some hot moments for him too, where it could have been lost, just not going back too far. But yesterday also he was very close to. But it's amazing. It means that he has some very special strengths going on in these few days.
Yes.
And what do you think, Nicholas? Who is more motivated?
Difficult question. I think both are equally motivated. Magnus, of course, is Magnus. He always wants to win. And Levon, he just enjoys playing chess. And he also said yesterday when he came to us in the studio, he said, you know, luck is on my side. Things are just always working out, and really feels like this since Vegas. I mean, since Vegas, he's been just winning, you know, in freestyle chess. And so I think it will be a very tough match for Magnus.
I also believe that it's very tough, and he knows it that it can be very tough. And as you pointed out before, that it can be a decisive part of the match, how the opening starting position comes out, because who is a bigger expert, you think? We have to be very fast on that, very fast question. Who is a better opening freestyle player?
We actually saw them analyzing together a lot. I think they're probably on equal terms. They have so much experience. They've played it for so many years already. Even Levon back in the day in Mainz 20 years ago or so. So I think they're about equal in that regard.
Well, it means that we are expecting to see a very interesting, very fighting it out, just starting from the very opening, because they are both big experts, and I think they are big lovers of freestyle chess. And let's see what position they have to play. Fiona.
Hello and welcome to the grand final of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals here in stunning Roodbos. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host. Today is the culmination of our 4-day event. We've saw some thrilling chess, and at the end of the day, we will find out who gets crowned the champion of our South African leg. Will it be Magnus Carlsen or Levon Aronian? But first up, let's see how we got here and take a look at the highlights.
The semifinals of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour at Roodbos Private Nature Reserve began once again under beautiful skies. The players preparing for the matches with a breathtaking view. With 3 Grand Slam winners in the semifinals, the stage was set for intensity. And one young challenger stepped in with a chance to claim his first ever freestyle chess title. In the semifinal between Vincent Keymer and Levon Aronian, the opening game ended in a draw. In the second, Vincent had Levon under pressure, but he missed his chance to convert the win, and the game ultimately finished level as well.
Our first Grand Slam victor and our most recent Grand Slam victor.
They don't know how to be in the final and not win the whole thing.
In the tiebreaks, Levon held his nerve and prevailed in both blitz games. While on the other board, the tiebreak drama was just as intense. Between Javokir Sindarov and Magnus Carlsen, it was a complete roller coaster. Magnus seized the advantage early and won the first game. But in the second, the young Uzbek struck back and forced the world #1 into a dramatic tiebreak. Carlsen won the first blitz game and produced a remarkable save in the critical second one.
This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode, and when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone.
After a win and a draw against Parham Magsudlu, Fabiano Caruana secured his place in the match for 5th. It was the only encounter of the day that ended without tiebreaks. Meanwhile, the match between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi was also decided in 2 blitz games, with Arjun taking the victory 3-1. After a whirlwind of pressure, precision, and breathtaking endgames, only 2 remain. The pairing for the final is set. Get ready for the final day of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. All eyes are on the showdown between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, the winner of the Paris Grand Slam and the Grenka Open, facing the champion of the Vegas Grand Slam. Who will take the last move? Will Magnus Carlsen walk away with 2 trophies? Or will Levon Aronian add a second title after his win in Las Vegas? Stay tuned.
We're about to find out the first position of the final now, and I'm so happy to be joined by Danielle Stevens, who is a top player here from Gansby, just the next town. Danielle, tell me, how does it feel to be seeing the best players in the world playing here so close to your hometown?
It's really exciting, and I honestly think it's amazing. It's a huge honor to be here in front of you guys, and thank you guys for coming. It's really amazing.
We're so happy to have you here, Danielle, and you will have the honor of picking the first position. Are you ready? So it's going to be position number 454, position 454. Thank you so much, Danielle. The players will go to prepare now, and to the fans for the final day, have fun.
We're always the same, yeah? Yeah, because you guys were higher seed, so you kept your waiting for the position. So what was the position?
So it's rook, knight, bishop, knight, king, bishop, queen.
Yes. I'm not sure which one.
Six is wrong. Six.
Wanted e4.
5. Come on, yeah, 5.
Here?
Bishop f4, c6. 96, huh? Maybe f6.
Okay, now after e4, let's
takes.
Takes.
26. Ah, knight c3. Ah, no. Doesn't work.
Game would be crazy if it works. Hey, you always have to be careful for this kind of... Oh, maybe it's not. Sorry. Doesn't feel like it should.
Maybe we could go with this guy.
Then after f5, you want to do the same thing?
Bishop f4, no, this guy can do it.
It's nice, yes.
e6.
It's still
b4. Ah, this knight you have knight b5. Ah.
Also e6, I mean, how do you react to bishop f4?
I'm thinking c5. Too risky, huh?
No, maybe not. Just knight
No,
b5,
e6
knight
is
a.
not, doesn't feel like the move e6, huh?
Yeah.
And
Maybe d5.
are there any other moves? How about f5? Yeah, f5 was natural, yeah?
Still knight.
Yeah, but now you at least don't have e4, yeah?
Could be kind of very bad for Leningrad. Like if you go g4 and you take with queens.
Yeah, I was thinking about g4.
Yeah, something like this.
But maybe
Wasn't there a position like this in Grand K?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, there was something very similar like this in Grand K. Your game against Serrana.
No, yeah, I understand. Also, yeah, I played very similar, but queen was not on g8.
That was similar. Yeah, where was the queen?
It was like in e8, something like this. I don't know. I cannot remember.
So how do you? I mean, d6 looks strange to me.
Why not knight?
No, but it's like a bishop b7
No.
Italian.
Wait, why not knight c6? Yeah, they cannot play like d3 knight e5 also.
d3 knight e5.
Yeah, I mean it should be not bad. Yeah, d3 knight e5, knight e6. Huh?
Shouldn't be bad, but maybe like this c3 knight e3. But I don't like committing to this. Like the bishop, I want to keep. You want to keep the bishop on f4. Well, well, no, but this I thought was very annoying because you play here and then here, right? At least it's not a huge deal.
No, I want to put bishop to c5. But you
Okay, bishop c4.
c3 a5. Yes. I mean just Italian.
Okay, let's see first.
No, e4 is like looks not. Yeah. Something like this.
Bishop c4, quick.
d4 feels more correct, yeah?
Let's check this. I think it's interesting. Because d5 is, I mean, if it goes wrong, it can be very risky now.
Yeah.
I mean, why do we not do this
F3?
Or do we run into d5?
I don't know, I just... What if he goes fast? This one is kind of retarded.
F3 protects also.
Yes, but then how do you develop? Because the other knight b4 can be unpleasant, no?
Feels good, this move. Okay, still you can just go knight c6 if you want.
Knight b5. You don't believe it?
No, you're right. It's just it's funny, no?
Knight b5, knight e4.
But maybe knight b5 from c4, yeah?
Maybe
No, there's knight
e6
e6.
is... Knight e6. Yeah, knight e6. No, knight b5, knight e6.
Yeah, let's
d5?
Knight d4. Knight d4.
I want this should
Knight a3.
And knight a3, yes.
maybe this. We can go.
No, c2 is?
Yes.
Ah!
Also knight a3, yes. This is...
Yeah,
Aha. Yeah, this is. Oh no, this will not be. Ah, knight a3 is good.
e3. On b5.
Just take it.
Takes, king d8, takes queen e6. Knight c3, yeah? It's not in time.
I mean, this guy gets
Yeah,
out.
we're fast, we're fast.
It's a full piece. Oh no, okay, so d6. But that still means now next move after knight c6, still you're in knight b5, right? Doesn't really do much. So your next move is e5, basically.
Yes. Cool. We've had so many 5-minute games that now this 10 minutes feels like an hour, yeah? 5 minutes and you have to go.
C6, F6. Probably right.
F5 is very bad.
How bad is this? How did you respond to this one, though? How are you going to answer this? Yeah, it's purple.
What about this C6?
Yeah,
Yes,
this is no, yes, it's not. No, this is not. Or F3. I mean, what should F3, 92, 93?
396?
Okay, wait, C6?
Okay, C6. So what about F3?
Or E3?
Yeah.
I really don't like this. This looks so, like, the structure.
I mean, F5 is...
Wait, just D4?
F5, F3. Let's think here.
F5, take D6. Still get with the... I mean, how can D5 be a bad move?
Gentlemen, only 2 minutes to the start.
F6 and F3, yeah? But we're losing a full tempo. Yeah, I mean, the knight's a bit weird, I guess. Okay, let's E6. E4. Then this. It should be 4. The E4 here is nasty. I mean, E6 shouldn't be can't kill the bishop. Okay. G6?
No.
Okay, F5. What else? F3. At least we open the queen. I mean, maybe D5 is not the worst thing, but it's kind of ugly. Yeah, so how bad is this option? Because okay, queen through queen 6 I think is fine.
Yeah, so which one we are scared from this one?
Yeah, I thought the knight, other knight.
Maybe we should play something like here.
Yeah.
Bishop C5 was kind of next move.
Yeah, this looks fine.
1 minute to the start.
And we are about to start the first game of the final day. Let's see what is on the board. On 3 boards, D4, which we are not surprised at all, because clearly it's the best move. Is that correct, Nicholas?
Yes, this is the best move. It's also the conclusion that the white team, Levon, Vincent, Arjun, and was Palm with them actually? I'm not sure. Well, they came to the conclusion as well, and it's correct. D4 is quite unpleasant, and objectively white is better. So we see the Dutch in 2 games already on the bottom. Kawana and Niemann played F5. And we have a quick response with knight D C3, which is definitely a decent choice, but not the only one.
And it's
but we also have to remember they have a different time control. So on the bottom they have 10 plus 5, and on the top they have 30 plus 15.
Of course.
So of course they will play quicker on the bottom. So
just to clarify it, for the 3rd place and for the championship title, they play the longer time control, 30 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yes. And for the 5th and for the 7th place with 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, just like in the group stage. And wow, we see this adventure with, that's what I wanted to highlight, that after knight DCC, knight BC6, knight B5, knight E6, D5 on the board.
Litzed out.
Judith, what are your feelings? A6 will come, I guess. A6 down.
First of all, it's incredibly beautiful graphic.
But no, wait
position.
a second. After A6,
After A6.
knight comes back to A3 and it's a fork. Wait a second.
Or maybe knight CD4 he wants.
Knight CD4 is kind of the only. Yeah, A6 would be a horrible blunder. Then the knight retreats to A3 and it's game over. Resignation.
Or knight ED4 was also another.
Yeah, knight CD4 played, but
it's losing.
Wait, no, that's losing actually. After knight 5A3.
Knight 5A3. Once again, the knight 5A3.
Because the knight on D4 is trapped.
Oh.
We can actually go to this
Yeah,
game.
let's go
because the
there.
other games, they will be slower anyway.
Yes.
Obviously, it's not the
So
most
let's go
match for
to the
today,
Parham
but
Hans game.
it is fun that after 4 moves, black is lost. Wow.
Yeah, all this knight dance, and if white now falls back with the knight from, and it's played already by Parham. Look at this with the determination he played it, and the horror on Hans's face when he realizes that that's it. I'm losing a piece. My knight will be trapped on D4. The knight on E6 is not targeted by the pawn. And if the knight moves, no matter where, knight C5, it can be simply answered by E3, trapping the knight. There's nowhere to go.
But I wonder, was that part of the preparation? I mean, Hans played so fast. And
Can
so
we go back just one move after D5? Was it lost already?
No, knight ED4 was the move, yes.
ED4.
Yes, knight ED4, yes.
Knight ED4 was the only move. Yeah, knight C5 played, and now and look at this, yeah. Hans just cannot believe. This is the trick, yeah, when you are suddenly changing the time control, you feel like you have to go with the flow, you have to play quickly because you only have 10 minutes, but if something goes wrong, you lose the game on the spot.
But it's still going to be playing. Queen takes D5, takes on D4, 2 pawns for the piece.
Yeah, but also some F3 will come with a tempo that will be lovely for white. Yeah, that of course. Yeah, black takes on C2. Yeah, black will collect the 2 pawns for the piece.
The Hans gambit on the board.
Yeah, it's the desperate gambit. Yeah, now white can also develop the knight to C3, I guess, with the tempo. Hitting the queen. Gaining time. What an emotional moment.
And Parham might win his very first game in this event.
Wow. Yeah, knight C3 played. Hans will blitz his moves just to show like, yes, okay, something went wrong, but I'm still fighting, but this is losing. Yeah, just a piece for no compensation for 2 pawns. Yes, okay, in long terms, if black is able to start advancing his central pawns like D5, C6, E5, bishop D6, then black can claim compensation, but I just don't see him getting all the time to do this.
Well, this is freestyle chess when you're not paying attention for a moment in the very early stage of the game, and you might end up
And probably we have to go back to F3 played by Parham. Now let's take a look from the top. What happened here? And we will also be comparing it with the Fabiano game. D4 F5. It was the move that the players were kind of expecting, analyzing. We do see that Vincent hasn't made a move yet. Levon Aronian has played the move F3 against Magnus Carlsen, so it's a thematic kind of battlefield here. But Parham and both Arjun, they played the move knight DC3, going for this very quick and very fast idea with knight B5, which we have seen during the analysis. And black played knight BC6, knight B5, gets a question mark, but okay, it's the logical move, it's the logical follow-up of knight DC3. The knight continues its journey, threatens knight takes C7, so black has no other move than to play knight E6. And now comes the move D5, and intuitively, humanly, I think we all in the studio saw like the natural reaction is just to attack the knight with A6, but then to our horror we realize that white can fall back with the knight as well to A3, so Maxodlu Parham should have known this idea anyway. It was in his mind that knight A3, and then suddenly the knights are forked. And that was the reason why Nicholas mentioned that knight ED4, the stunning knight ED4, because actually...
Well, Judith first said it. We should give her credit.
Yeah, okay. In any case, it's kind of counterintuitive because the c7 pawn is hanging with a check, and white wanted to get access to the c7 pawn. Black was protecting it, knight e6. So of course, if Hans slows down, then he would have started calculating the consequences of knight e4. But just he thought like by his hands, knight cd4 is the move, and it got punished after knight a3, trapping the knight. So just a very quick update. This is the current position. The players are blitzing the moves. Black was not able to establish this c6, d5, e5 kind of setup, so we can, I think, conclude that white is actually borderline winning.
Yes, well, I'm not even sure that it's in borderline.
Yeah, it's just winning,
Well,
yeah.
I would like to jump to analyze a bit Levon's Magnus opening, because
Wow, so okay, Levon Magnus, well, not too much has happened, but yeah, d4, f5, f3 is kind of a slower move. It's more in Levon style, yeah, he wants to get harmony first. He also probably doesn't believe that against Magnus the direct confrontation with knight d3 is the right approach. I'm looking at also Vincent's game. Vincent played the move knight d3. Now the good news for Sindarov is that he can look around. He sees what happened in the other boards, so he's all by now for sure familiar with the idea of what's happening there in other boards. But f3 played, and what do we make of this f3? I think maybe it is time to ask Nicholas to highlight the ideas in this slow maneuvering game.
Well, f3 is definitely also an ambitious move because white is hinting at the idea to play e4 and claim the center, building up a strong center here on e4 and d4. And it's not so easy for black to respond to this. Basically, the computer is saying you should probably play d5, but d5 is not a happy move. I mean, this is kind of in the Stonewall kind of style that we know from normal chess. But the problem with Stonewall and the problem with this move here as well is obviously that it clearly weakens the dark squares, the square on e5, long term. You don't have any pawns now anymore that can guard this square. On the other hand, you have stopped e4, or have you? As I am actually saying this, I realize the computer still is considering to go e4 to open up the position and just give a pawn for a moment, because you will likely get this pawn back, and then you would have a wonderful position. So f3, while it might not look as ambitious or confrontational as knight dc3 that was played in the other 3 games, it is still quite an unpleasant move for Magnus to face, and he will burn. He's already burning some time. I mean, he's 8 minutes behind on the clock. The computer is giving this move e5 as well, which is a pawn sacrifice, but I feel it is unlikely unless Magnus is really so completely unhappy with the consequence of d5, which I could also imagine. But to sacrifice a pawn here already, where it's not so clear if you get enough compensation, it is quite a committal decision. So for sure, we can say that the starting position heavily favors the white players, and also in terms of practical play, it is much easier for white to play, and black is facing some difficult decisions as early as move 2, Judith.
yes, and let's listen Levon about it, what he has to say as how happy he is already with the starting position.
This position looks like real fun. Yeah, I didn't really feel like knight dc3 is the move, because it felt, I mean, we analyzed it, but it felt kind of artificial. So I'm thinking, you know, just to keep the position flexible, because generally I feel that I'm going to play with f3, so why not play f3 first? Yeah, I'm expecting some sort of e5 at some point, maybe some Gambito style thing, and I think the position is kind of interesting because there are many options for both sides.
Okay, so we see Levon is happy again. And of course, he had time to go to confessional booth. Magnus is thinking so long. 10 minutes advantage for Levon. How is that possible? Is it going to be paying off for Magnus that he's thinking so much? What is he thinking? Does he think that he's in such a big trouble already?
Yeah, I think that he's just not happy that he doesn't have a natural kind of move to go with the position. And there we go, E5. Just as Levon said that probably Black will have to play some Gambit style E5, as Nicholas mentioned. Computer also thinks that this is kind of the way maybe to go, because otherwise you end up strategically in an unpleasant position. And one remark I would like to make, that if you look at this starting position, actually every single piece is like in classical chess, just the knight from G1 and the queen on D1 are changed, which gives kind of a nice harmony feeling for white, like in classical chess, of course, with completely different rules. That's why we see also black going F5 and white going F3 as quickly as possible to open up the diagonal for their queens.
But do you think that it's easier or it's more difficult to play a position like this, which is very close to a classical starting position? Because you have all these patterns burned into your brain, right? And there's a little difference, but actually, of course, it makes a whole different game.
Yes, completely. I think it's a very big challenge. That's why we have also seen Magnus thinking more than 10 minutes, because he just had to find the way how to, kind of get a game. Because if he would have played this Stonewall kind of way with D5, that's just a very sad kind of possibility, weakening the E5 square. Yes, you do stop E4, maybe not even stopping entirely E4, and it gives white the possibility, and he knows that Levon is a maestro in regrouping, enjoying free advantage, so that was kind of ruled out. And the move that comes to my mind, the game that comes to my mind with E5 was Vincent's game against Caruana, when in Weissenhaus he spent 20 minutes in this classical game with the 90 minutes time control, and he did not like his position at all, the starting position, and then he went on to sacrifice a central pawn, I think it was the E pawn, also just like that, and it was some sensational stuff. And then I asked Vincent that, but how on earth did you come up with this idea? Well, he said, well, I looked at all the options and none of them were to my liking. I thought this is the lesser level.
Yeah, interesting that it seems like Magnus has spent his time and now he feels quite comfortable about his pawn sacrifice. Is it a real pawn sacrifice? What are the options for white?
It reminds me of the gambit I made against Kramnik in the Grünfeld, d4, knight f6, c4, g6, f3, e5. He takes e5, knight h5. I was regretting it because he was prepared for it. I got a very bad position, but this e5 kind of move against f3, it's always connected with the move f3 because it weakens the king.
But it's also because the knight can come to f3.
Yes.
Here it's not the case, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, here different rules. Clearly, black's idea, I believe, is to provoke f4, because if you play f4 protecting the pawn, then who knows, you might just play d6. Maybe g5 is also not to be ruled out, but I would just first want to ask something like d6. And Levon goes for a move.
Knight c3.
And it's knight dc3. Yeah, it's not his style to weaken the structure with f4 like this. He opts for knight dc3 and is ready to give the pawn back. And what will be the benefit? I think we should also a little bit, can we look at the Fabiano game as well? Because I think you understand, Judith, what I'm saying. Yeah, there we have seen some crazy development because this has slowed down. Just also to compare the ideas, there also some quick e5 had happened.
Yeah, but we are very far away from that moment already. But let's go to the bird's eye view and then pick Arjun's game with Fabiano, playing for the 5th place.
And Fabi needs to win to have a chance, well, to fight for overall 2nd or 3rd place, actually. he doesn't have it in his own hands, because if Levon wins, then he definitely takes second place in the overall tour standings. But Fabi needs to win to have a chance for second place. So it's an important matchup, actually, even though it's just for 5th place.
Exactly, it's very important, and it's also very important for Vincent's game against Sindarov, because you see after d4, f5, knight, d6, Sindarov is still taking his time. So actually by getting some feeling what happened in the other game, he might consent, and Vincent is also looking around maybe just to...
Yes, but actually you know why he's looking around, because in the middle of the playing hall there are huge screens where they can follow the other games as well.
Exactly.
And that's the direction where Vincent is...
yeah, he's following the action, of course, clearly because of the time control difference. Things are completely out of control in the other boards.
Okay, so let's pick Fabiano's game.
Yeah,
because there are, I see there are really ups and downs going on.
And they're also down to 2 minutes versus 3 minutes because of the quicker time control. So this is going to be very exciting already.
Yeah, so we can maybe just very quickly take a look how did we get this crazy mess. So d4, f5, knight dc3, knight dc6, the first novelty. Yeah, the other knight is jumping to c6, f3 and e5. This was the moment that I mentioned that this e5 is happening. So let's take a look at the consequence. Takes, queen e3, coming out with the queen, queen e6, knight b5, and king d8. Black is giving up the right to castle, but he believes that I have gotten the initiative in the center, and if I will be able to kick that knight back, I will be getting a lot of tempis. So computer does not exactly approves it. It looks good for white, but what happened here? Keeping the queens on the board, bishop f4, d6, and all of a sudden computer says black is fine. Yeah, just Arjun probably wanting to punish this king d8 setup is burning the bridges. He goes, of course, with the most principle. Yeah, that's what he was looking forward to sacrifice. Knight
but
b7.
It's interesting. At first, it seems like really good for white.
Yeah, well, cb5, bishop e5 wins on the spot, so it's not even a sacrifice yet. But after knight b7, clearly he does not want to move his knight away. So he goes h4. Wow, brilliancy, bishop g5 idea, but where does this brilliancy lead us? cb5, the challenge accepted. Bishop g5, a g5, stunning ideas. Queen f7 falling back. White picks up the rook, but black has two pieces and also gets this chance to push f4. It's very nice because he establishes control of the e5 knight. Queen f2, knight g6, kicking that rook all the way back from h8. That's good news for black. Knight b6, e4, bishop d7. The current position, 2 minutes for Erigaisi and 1.5 minutes for Fabiano with only 5 seconds increment. Let's not forget about this. This is huge, crazy complication. Judith, what's your take on this?
I don't know, it looks pretty stable for black. The b6 knight controls the d5 square, which is essential. And the g6 knight will go back to e5. And I'm not sure at all why white should be too happy. Though the b5 pawn is still hanging.
Yes, also queen is eyeing the a2 pawn. Yeah, that's... Yeah, rook c8.
Maybe rook c8.
Yeah, bringing the pieces.
Rook c8. If black can reach to c5 with the rook, stabilize with the pieces, then black is winning.
Yes, exactly.
So the question is whether white will have any opportunity to bring. I don't know. What about bishop b5? After all, because if black goes rook c5, knight e5, king c7, game over.
Yeah, and he plays king b1, rook c5, blitz.cemento. Rook c5 gets a question mark.
It can only be because there was something better.
Because it's still extremely good, and of course you don't have time, you just want to make the cemento rook c5 and you feel yourself in heaven because everything is kind of covered.
No, rook c5 was the best move. Just ignore this question mark.
Yes, of course. Judith has called out for rook c5
so
long
our
ago.
intuition worked.
Yes, yeah. Total cemento. And what is white doing? Now that and he goes knight takes b5. What is this?
Yeah, because on bishop b5, queen c5 pin, but rook b5.
And I have 4 minor pieces against the 2
Yeah,
rooks.
e5, okay.
No, this just doesn't work.
This is not enough.
This doesn't work.
This is too brilliant to be true.
Well, isn't it just simply queen c4?
Well, no, d5.
d5, yes.
Yeah, d5 played.
Too many pieces.
Anything, yeah. 3 pieces versus rook, 2 rooks, that's a battle, but 4 pieces, that's a little too much.
It's quite an unusual kind of piece constellation.
Black is going to play queen e6, c4, bishop c6.
Yeah,
And
Arjun got carried
when it's
away.
necessary, knight e7, protecting everything on d5.
Yeah, he just got too much adrenaline. Yeah, he just couldn't control.
And by the way, these two, they also played the match for 5th place in Vegas.
Ah, really, yes?
They did, and Fabiano won 2-0.
Well, it seems like the first part is on the way.
Yes.
To repeat.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, because the rooks are doing absolutely nothing in this structure.
Yeah, the rooks have no entry squares, no open files even really that they can use. The h-file irrelevant. And Arjun tries desperately to try.
But now queen f5.
F5 check, yeah, picking up the e5 pawn, and also white's king is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, just everything wins basically.
This is too comfortable for Fabi.
Well, there's still this a5 looming a little bit from white, but even that is nothing to be worried about. He just goes into the endgame. a5.
If there is no threat of getting checkmated, then black just wins this easily. Quite shocking, to be honest, yeah, because this opening looked so promising for white, and white had many opportunities to just settle on a better position. For example, he could have traded the queens with a lovely endgame,
Yeah,
but he wanted to punish.
He was carried away.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't. I mean, king on d8. Come on, it's middle of the center. I think he got confused by being so similar to classical starting position. It confused him that the king is on d8 is a problem.
Yes.
That you can take advantage. You can punish your opponent for that. King d6.
Any king move, basically.
And this is huge, because if Fabi wins this game, it means that he will only need a draw with the white pieces to secure second place.
Fabi's move, no king d8. No, no rook c8. No, you get nothing.
Exactly. No.
Not even dreaming about entering in any square. The furthest you can go to h7, which is not doing anything the knight.
Which means that actually Levon needs to win the final against Magnus to
get second.
To get second. Yeah, it's.
This is a funny sentence.
But I'm not even sure.
You have to win the game so to be second.
No, but I'm not even sure if he can still catch him. Yeah, it's tricky.
No, we calculated at breakfast.
You
Levon wins. He wins this event, and of course he is second in the overall tour.
Aha, okay.
Innings.
Yeah, that would be huge for him.
That would be amazing, yeah. Okay, the 4 pieces. Slowly we collect all the pawns.
Yeah.
We
you
can
guys
even
want to stick, or I mean?
Yeah, we can move around, because yeah,
this is going.
Also Parham. Maybe we can just quickly check out on Parham, because
let's go to Parham, because he has an absolutely winning position.
Yes, but he is very low.
But he has 2 seconds on the clock.
No, it's impossible. He cannot have 2 seconds. This must be wrong.
Yeah, this is physically impossible.
34 seconds he has.
Yeah, 34 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, there's Parham. Red against red here. And he's invading via the A file. He's still up a piece, and he should win still.
Rook a8.
Yeah, or takes rook a8. Or you want rook a8?
I want to go rook e8.
Yeah,
so
rook
black
a8.
has to go d5. But what?
He keeps it simple. He keeps it simple.
I was also keeping it simple. Winning a rook.
He had enough adventures already, yes.
Now d5. We can just play rook e8, rook d8, pick up the d5 pawn, no?
Yes.
That is very simple.
Yeah, now I even see, and there is resignation from...
Parham wins his first game in the event.
Yeah, what a shocker. Move 4, losing move by Hans, and he never got a chance, yeah.
Nope.
This is freestyle.
This is freestyle. All right. I think
It's
with
so
that,
upsetting for him.
we can get back to our 2 top matches of
Why
the
don't
day.
we go to the Vincent match? Because they have been playing only 3 moves so far. And Vincent visited the Confessional booth, so let's see what he has to tell about the game.
I think the starting position was quite dangerous for black. It seems like they decided to play f5 against d4. And then we had it's quite interesting whether to play f3 or knight dc3, and I'm not exactly sure which is better. I'm quite happy. I mean, he spent a lot of time after my move, and d5 f3. I'm now planning on playing e4. Knight c6, there are always some issues with knight b5 in some moments, so I'm not exactly sure what his move is going to be. Generally, I'm quite happy with the outcome of the opening, both from a position and also from the clock. So I think so far things are going quite well, but of course we just started the first few moves, so there will still be a lot more to play for.
Yeah, he also said that he believes that it's a very difficult starting position for black. This is what the feeling I had when Magnus was spending 10 minutes in his position. It means that they felt the pressure that you have to really choose a nice setup for black. And one of the big questions, of course, where to put your pawns, right? The pawn structure. And interestingly enough, Sindarov chose f5, d5 setup. How do you like that, Peter?
Well, I'm not liking it too much, but it's kind of understandable. If he looked around and he has seen what happened, Hans lost in 4 moves. Fabiano's position was also not really inviting, let's put it this way. And then he decided that, okay, after all, we are playing for 3rd place, I should try to be as solid as possible. He convinced himself to play the move d5, but now after f3 he's facing another unpleasant question that white is threatening to blow up the center with e4, and then you really feel like the coordination is in white's favor. I'm not really understanding how black wants to treat this position. What is the way to play it?
Already 10 minutes advantage on time for Vincent. This is also quite significant.
Yeah, it was a very unfortunate position for black. Yeah, that when white can play such a simple way like d4 in the first move, and you feel like you're under pressure, that's a horrible feeling, because white just plays the natural moves and has all the fun of the position. So, Niklas, we are in a state of shock. We are very worried for black. Please tell us, the computer is probably not panicking. There are some resources for black.
Tell us some hopes.
Well, the computer wants to play the move that is already familiar to us from the 11 against Magnus game for the finals, the move e5. Once again, when you're desperate, you need to sacrifice the e-pawn, basically. And after d takes e5, now knight bc6. And you're opening up the pieces, and it seems to be working out here. So if now knight b5, I guess you can go
knight
e6. It's no problem. You're not blocking the e-pawn. It's much more harmonious. This is already better for black. And, well, again, this move f4, it is weakening the e4 square, and black can immediately go for g5. Quite similar to the Fabiano Keymer game that you mentioned.
And this could be exactly the kind of game which Sindarov is happy with, right?
Of course he would be happy, because right now he's definitely not happy, and he's trying to find a solution. So I'm wondering, yeah, he played e5.
And he played e5, yeah. Let's zoom in on the player just to see the psychological effect of this move.
Because Vincent also didn't know what to expect, and now he needs to evaluate how to react. Well, he has to take this pawn, basically.
Yeah, we have to zoom on
let's see the players. Yes, let's see the players. He needs to take, and then the big question is what he does after black brings the knight to c6. Here we have the players, Vincent in deep concentration.
Yeah, and I think Vincent is in a state of shock, because he was saying like he doesn't really understand what black is doing. If the knight goes to c6, then he will play knight b5. And then all of a sudden, black solves this problem with e5, because after d takes e5, any knight b5 can be beautifully answered by knight e6 later on. And the move e5 had already happened in the Magnus's game. It also happened in the Fabiano game, so it should have been on the radar of the players, but the point is that it's a pawn, it's a central pawn, and if you are not getting the confirmation from the computer that this is actually the best move and it's a good move, it's okay, then you need quite some time to convince yourself that you can give up a central pawn like this.
But here I think it's a really beautiful setup, and it's quite unusual, right? I mean, traditionally we think that front of the king you're not opening up, you're not making 3 pawn moves just like that, right? So it is a very special position, I must say. I don't think we've seen anything like this before.
No, not at all.
During the whole season of the 4th tournament, that it's like 3 pawns. Look at that, king on e8.
Yeah, Vincent might be kicking himself that, wait a second, but this is an idea I have played myself against Fabiano, and I got so much praise for it, and everybody was asking me that, wow, how it also took him 20 minutes or 21 minutes to come up with. And that was a 90 minutes game. Now Sindarov has spent basically 20 minutes for the first 3 moves, and he plays brilliantly. And we have seen it yesterday also that he has this tendency to spend time, but he is extremely fast. So the clock is not his biggest enemy. Yes, Sindarov is very much used to playing with little time on the clock. Important for him that he believes in his position.
Yes, this is what we've seen during the whole event. With Sindarov, he was almost always he was behind in time.
Yes.
He fought it well, and he was incredibly resourceful, but still I had the feeling that sometimes it cost him heavily, that he goes down in time so much.
Yeah, well, it should count at some moment, but...
and okay, here he gets, even if he goes down very much, he gets 15 seconds.
Yeah, here
but when in the playoff you go down, that 2 seconds is like breathing one.
And what if white plays e4 here, for example? What happens if I just say like, okay, you played e5, I'm gonna play e4, I will also try to challenge everything in the center. I think it's the most human reaction.
Logical.
Yes, I want to bust
break up. D
everything
takes
open.
e4.
D4, fe4. And I want to see whose king will be weaker, whose king will get stuck in the center. Yeah, that's a very big question. And I think this was the question for Sindarov, because he had seen the move e5, but the question was that, is there a good reaction here after e4? Just to highlight that if black captures fe4, then we are not even analyzing fe4, because it's a symmetrical position with white having the extra tempo that will definitely be beneficial for white. So fe4 cannot be played with this kind of thinking.
No, I was thinking of queen
quite
e6.
symmetrical, yeah?
Yes, so what?
Queen e6.
Queen e6, yeah, trying to activate the queen immediately. But then also you are running into some, I don't know, bishop f4, and then I'm threatening knight d5. I will have this knight d5 huge tempo.
Yeah, and I cannot come to e6.
Yes, you have to keep the e6 square, I think, available for your pieces. Which means then what else? I have no idea what black is supposed to be doing. That's
okay, so what happens after e4? I take with f pawn instead of d.
Pawn, okay, yes.
And then I go d4.
Yeah, knight d5.
Knight e6.
Yeah, this was the way how I was actually also kind of thinking about the position. And bishop b5, you just play a6, and you don't care about it. Yeah, this is a much more natural.
Well, still, I'm not very happy with black seeing your knight on d5.
Yeah, I was hoping, but okay, you have stability with knight on e6, and you have this bishop d7 long castle idea. So do I have other option? Because I was also expecting fe, and fe d4. But okay, my whole point was knight d5. That's why I was so happy with e4. So knight d5 and knight e6. Yeah, this is playable for black.
e4 played.
E4 played, yeah.
And a look and a stare to Sindarov.
Yeah, but fe d4 will happen because this is the logical way. Then you have a good pawn structure. White has basically destroyed compromised his own pawn structure. And Nicholas, maybe now is the right time, after we have been speculating a little bit by our own, that what does the computer tell us here?
The computer is quite happy with black. In fact, you might already be slightly concerned for white, but e4 was a good move, was the best move in the position. And actually both captures on e4 are fine for black. So what you were looking at here, instead of moving the queen to e6, it's better to put on f7. So you already have the c7 square protected. And now white should probably go queen f2, and now maybe bishop b4. Or
and you get ready for castles, yeah?
Yeah, different options, but bishop b4, I quite like this move. Getting ready for castle, this pawn you can take later, and it is about equal here. So this is certainly an option. And maybe
he opted for fe.
He opted for fe, yes. As you said, this is the way that just feels most attractive for a human to play with d4, kick this knight away, and then pick up the pawn on e5 and have this isolated pawn on e4. So knight d5 will most likely happen. And here also knight e6 is not forced. Also queen f7 is definitely playable. But both moves are good and about equal. Knight e6, defending the pawn on c7. And yeah, just bishop d7, castle, king is safe. And pick up the pawn on e5 at some point. Looks like an overall harmonious position for black. And yeah, what is white going to do? Maybe try knight d2, knight f3.
Yes.
To bring some support to the e5 pawn. But overall, just intuitively, I think I would rather pick black here. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no issues with black. And I just want also to highlight that after move 3, f3, Vincent was very happy in the confessional. I have time advantage, I like my position. It was move 3. And all of a sudden after e5, things has changed completely. Yeah? What an unexpected turn of events, e5, and all of a sudden we are talking about where is the safety for white. Incredible stuff. Yeah, you can just never be sure in freestyle chess, and the first couple of moves are so incredibly important. But probably it's a good time to revisit our big final between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. What has happened there? Did Magnus's gambit worked out just as Sindarov's, for example? That's a huge question, because what I'm seeing, and there we have the bird's eye view, it doesn't look so convincing for black. Where is the compensation?
Where is the compensation?
Yes.
This is the big question.
And where's the time? Magnus has only 5 minutes to Levon's 19. That's like almost 4 times more time than Magnus, who feels immense pressure here with the black pieces. And Levon is enjoying his game quite a lot right now.
I liked Levon's confessional moves because Levon highlighted that I think that Magnus has to go for e5. He has foreseen, he has anticipated the move e5. He was psychologically ready for it, and to Vincent it came as a complete cold shower. Yeah, so it just shows that you're anticipating your opponent's possibilities extremely important.
Well, now White's plan is very clear. White is going to be castling long. The g8 queen, what is it going to be doing? How can it come out? And the main problem is for black that white has a very strong center. I mean, that pawn sacrifice on e5, it seemed to be a good idea. At the same time, if Magnus would have visualized this position in that time, he would not necessarily go this way.
Yeah, and he goes d5. It's the move that Levon expected.
Yeah, trying to open up the position, right? That the white king is still in the center, and he wants to activate his queen to f7, probably rook to e8.
Did you see the reaction of Magnus? Like, I know that it's not good what I'm doing, but what can I do? I have nothing else at the moment.
He's just down a pawn, basically.
Yeah, but now it's a big question.
Yes.
If White cannot
Queen
castle
F2,
long,
best move, just
Queen
protect the
F2.
pawn.
Queen F2. He doesn't want to take on D6 because he wants to keep the option to castle long.
Yes.
He says, my knight on E4 is so beautiful. Why should I give it, even
Yes,
for a bishop?
exactly. He also feels like maybe it doesn't run away.
Yeah, yeah. And actually to castle short is just as good. And to visualize the bishop on C4, pinning
Yes.
the knight on E6, that can be deadly.
Exactly. So Magnus in a state of shock.
Well, there couldn't be a bigger dream. It's more than a dream position and situation for Levon. The
Yes.
position plus that
Plus the
Magnus has
time.
under 4 minutes,
That is huge.
it's just almost
Huge chance
impossible.
for Levon. Well,
Yeah,
Magnus needs to go bishop b4 here, basically.
I'm going to be rude and ask you, Peter, still 70%
Well,
favorite of Magnus?
Definitely not 80% anymore.
at the moment, yes. Basically, Magnus needs a miracle to save this, or if he is not able to save this, which I'm already psychologically getting ready for, then he will need again this incredible mastery like he did against Fabiano.
Magnus cannot believe it, that what he has to deal with. I mean, it's 3 minutes and bad position. But okay, so he will go queen f7.
He will, yeah? Yeah, that's what he does.
This is losing, basically. I mean, the position was bad already, but
Bishop
now allowing
C4?
bishop c4.
Yeah,
it's
bishop.
just
Oh yeah, and
really
bishop c4,
bad.
knight a5, knight
Knight
g5.
G5 is a threat, yeah, after bishop c4. Levon will
It's so easy to play as well for Levon.
blitzing it out. Yeah, this is freestyle chess. That's why we always felt like, okay, 30 minutes, yeah, if things get out of control, it's very little to control the game.
Just bishop c4, probably queen f5 and castle. Long castle.
Yeah, he will have to play queen f5, right?
Yeah, I mean, knight g5 or f5 are both threats after bishop c4.
Yeah, bishop c4 played, queen f5 will be played.
I mean, Levon is just playing so fast and so well. It is.
Yeah,
this was also his secret in Vegas, basically,
Yeah.
how he won the event.
But okay, here also his moves are very natural. Yeah, it's
Absolutely.
yeah, everything after queen f5. Yeah, white can just castle long, and black is unable to capture on f4 because bishop f4 runs into bishop takes e6, Zwischenzug, intermediate zug with a check, and if knight takes f4, then white takes on d6 with check, and then white has consolidated. White is not only pawn up, but all of black's pieces are hanging. This is kind of almost game over.
Absolutely. And really, the starting position made all the difference in this game. Of course, Levon played well, especially this 2f3 was
Yeah,
maybe a very
2f3
nice
was-
touch.
Well, Nicholas, you said it. That it's going
I
to
said
be,
it, yes.
It's going to be about the starting position. That's the big part which is going to be influencing the outcome and the final result of the match. You said it.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration from Magnus in his body language. It's like, what can I even do? This is just a complete disaster. He's basically losing without a chance as
Yeah,
of now.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. He just cannot believe what happened. But Levon revealed the secret here in the studio, that somewhere a shaman is working, shuffling the dice and everything. Yeah, it's poor Magnus doesn't know that it's not his fault.
No,
He has
cannot-
just no way to get out of this.
It's difficult
Well,
to play
I
against
just
the
wanted
universe.
to point out that actually Magnus ended up in this tournament in quite a number of cases with a position which he would never think that he has to handle. Starting already game one
Yes,
against
in the-
Sindarov, right? In the group stage. Queen f5.
And Levon can hardly hold himself back, yeah, because he knows that, okay, long castle just
Long castle, and
it's
over. Handshake, right?
Yes, it's kind of handshake, because I'm not just pawn up, but I'm certain knight takes d6, this queen f5, knight e6 construction does not end. Yeah, look at the Magnus is just so furious, cannot believe what
At the
has
same
happened.
time, if there is very slim chance, but let's say Magnus would escape, that would be a miracle.
Yes,
Of course.
But okay, long castle happens. I don't see the miracle happening. What is the move at all to stay in the game?
I don't know, because rook e8, then knight d6 will happen on the...
Yes, if we even destroy the pawn structure.
You need to allow knight takes d6, basically.
Yeah, that
I mean, as sad as it is.
Well, bishop e7 is not a move, or bishop b4.
Because there's knight g3 coming, and
knight
you
g3
just have problems with your construction of queen and knight.
Where can I go with my queen, right?
Yeah, nowhere. That's a huge problem.
And maybe he has to try it.
Yeah, knight g3 is a big threat because queen f7 runs into f5. Yeah, and there are no moves.
Yes, Magnus cannot believe it that he's having this 1 minute on the clock.
Queen f6 runs into knight c4, chasing the queen, and then f5, bishop g5. It's total horror. King b8. Yeah.
King b8, but
isn't
it doesn't
some
even
knight
do any against knight g3. Wait, doesn't knight g3
wins on the spot?
Does it just win a piece somehow? Could easily just win a piece.
Knight g3, because queen f6 is strictly the only move which steps into knight c4.
Queen e7.
And then f5. Yes, let me just make this move. Queen f6, knight c4. Queen has to fall back to e7, and then f5.
Or knight f5.
Or knight f5, yeah. Knight
everything.
F5. Knight f5 wins on the spot, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, Magnus just cannot believe it's moved 12, 13, and it's resigns already.
I mean, I picture Ivanchuk long time ago if he would have this with black, while Levon is thinking at some point he would just say, okay, I resign and go.
Yes.
He wouldn't wait. Rook d5.
Let me get out of here, yeah? That would be
yeah, you just can't stand looking at the position.
Yes. Rook d5.
But why rook d5 is so good?
Okay, it's a good. It's also very good. It kicks the queen away. Also, kind of wins, no?
Yes. I mean, knight g3.
Every move
stronger, but this is also.
Yeah, every move that.
Queen f8 only move.
But then.
Rook d6.
Rook d6 or who knows? Yeah, rook hd1. Okay, it's just terrible. It's finished. Yeah, queen f8.
But how finish? That's my problem.
Well, okay, everything.
My question.
Wins, so
f5.
I leave it to Levon to decide.
Maybe just f5, where the knight goes.
Well, nothing goes anywhere. because even after knight e5, I have rook takes a5 winning, yeah? So there is just never even any trick to rely on, because then rook a5, bishop takes e6, and without this kind of, it's everything is hanging. This is really handshake.
Well, he'll make a few more moves.
And Levon just takes on d6. He goes for straightforward. Rook d1, queen e7, knight d5 business, yeah?
Levon's still blitzing, basically, with 80.
Okay, but I think Magnus has a better position than he had 5 moves ago.
Well, but still, it's completely losing, yeah? Because knight d, or he goes rook e, yeah, he's just losing material, yeah? He cannot get out of the pin from
knight
here.
a5 he can play. No, he can keep fighting, actually.
He's kicking.
Yeah, okay.
Guys,
I thought
before
like knight
it was much easier for Levon.
I thought that knight d5 would have ended the game, but okay, yeah, rook e1 is also good.
Knight a5, bishop d5, but okay, the game is going on.
Yeah, Levon could have taken a little bit more time, and if he had played knight g3 instead of rook e5, I
that's
think
material.
Basically, yeah, yes. So.
Well,
and you can see, look at Magnus.
Yes.
He feels it, that I can breathe.
Well, I mean, he's still like, I've completely lost, but okay, at least I can play some more moves. Yes.
I don't have to design, yeah. And knight e5 will be played. There we go. Bishop d3.
Levon also just doesn't give him any time to breathe or think or take a rest. It's just one move after another.
But it's not necessarily the best strategy.
Yes, it's not the best strategy.
But also very unpleasant for Magnus, for sure. And so far, Levon hasn't slipped, but he could have made his life a bit easier, probably.
But okay, he probably just says, wait a second, guys, I'm pawn up. I have the pair of bishops. Even if we would remove the pawn from f4, it would be a fantastic position for white.
I understand, but not compared to the one you had 5 moves ago.
Yes, because it was resignable. Yeah.
This was an objective assessment, what you just said. That, of course, fantastic, wonderful, bishop pair, pawn up, I'm winning. But before he could actually win.
Yeah, well, he will.
He's just enjoying it too much.
Yeah, he will push f5, then bishop f4. It's
yeah, f5 now just makes a lot of sense. I mean, this knight has to
f5,
go to
bishop
d8.
f4 I like a lot.
Yeah.
Has to go to d8, basically. Yes, it does.
It's such a bad position that even if it looks like he gets some hope, it's still completely lost. Bishop f4, then knight b5 is coming.
But he still has to win it again.
And he will. In Levon we trust.
Well, knight b5 now.
Uh-oh.
Or is there some counterplay of knight b4 maybe? Huh? It's just
Yeah, he wants. He will not let knight b4 happen, I believe. But a3 allows some knight b3
yeah.
check.
Now suddenly you actually have to
Yeah, you have to
consider
think.
some things.
a3 knight b3 check.
I mean, we get misled by the bar that it's not changing and it's completely winning. But from practical point of view, there has been a lot of damage done by Levon.
Yeah, at least that black's pieces started to find stable squares and he can jump around before it looked like
And
he
at
might
least
end up
it's
losing.
active also. I mean, if you visualize it, that if black to move knight b4, black is kicking.
Yes. By the way, the other games have started.
Yes.
Yeah, it's also because they play the 10 minutes games, they are much faster. Hans is fighting back, he has chances. According to the Evo bar, we don't have time to look at that at the moment, but we'll keep an eye. Arjun apparently also has some chances, a very nice playable position against Fabiano. Who knows, the show continues. And Vincent against Sindarov is also a very sharp position.
But better for Vincent.
Better
now.
for Vincent, yes. But okay, all eyes on Magnus. Is he able to get out of his horrible position? G4 played.
Okay, knight b4.
H6.
Or bishop f1.
H6, a very sad move. Yeah, and the body language. Look at the way he played. Magnus played H6. He's fed up. He's fed up. I have such a bad position. I don't know what to do.
Maybe the best is to go f6 and bishop f5.
Well, let me just highlight the extra pawn, the dark square bishop. The pair
That's the
of
extra
bishop
pawn I want to
A3 is
give up.
played. Yeah, he wanted to protect the f5 pawns that this knight b3 check, king b1, knight c5 is not doing any harm. I can just move the bishop away and don't have to worry about the f5 pawn, which was not hanging anyway because of the tactics, but still nice to have this pawn on g4.
And it's not only the innocent move a3 against knight b4 and knight b3. b4 sometimes winning the
E1, yeah?
winning the knight. Some nasty ideas like that.
Knight b3 check. Okay, this has to be played. After a3, this move will be played always.
Well, maybe takes queen d3, rook d1, and then the
Really?
c7 bishop will be
Really, and then you enter with rook
knight
d7.
d5.
You have heart to change the structure. You are ready. If you win on
Eventually,
the
you have
spot,
to
yeah?
win. You can't just polish it and say, okay,
Yeah,
let's have it here, we move it there. Eventually, you have to finish the job.
Yeah, but still, I don't really believe that Levon will take CB, because if it does not...
But why? CB, queen d3, rook d1.
Yes.
Queen h3 you go.
Yes.
I go bishop c7.
Yes,
a
no,
good
king
point.
b1, no,
Was
no.
also winning.
But he
King
will
B1.
never, no, he will never do this. No.
No, it's never time to win?
No.
No?
Time to enjoy.
But Magnus will not lose on time.
Knight c5, bishop c4, you just
Okay, but
squeeze.
the white advantage is growing for sure.
Yes, it's just so completely winning. And we give no chance for our opponent, no hope. No destroying of pawn structure with CB, and then if he survives, bishop takes king a8, forget about the second pawn, then you have to checkmate. No, we want to make sure that we don't have to do anything to win this game. Just improve our position. Yeah. It's all written on Magnus's face.
Rook e8.
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
Rook d8.
Knight d5.
The bar slowly has no place to move further. It's already,
It's maxed out.
yeah, it's maxed out. Yeah, the position is so overwhelming. Yeah, it's not just the pawn. Yeah, but it's basically equals like white would be a rook up for the computer. Yeah.
Yes, that's basically what the computer is saying. +5, as if white was a rook up.
Rook up. Yeah.
Even though it's just a pawn,
Guys,
that
we've
just
seen in
shows.
chess history bigger damage is done from +5.
Of course.
But in such a position, no, when you have everything so much under control and you have time
B4. Here we go. I think Levon is ready to win.
to win, yes.
Finally.
Yeah.
You had asked for it.
Action.
You're finally ready to win.
And
But actually, it just wins a piece, yes?
yeah. and Magnus will be probably actually be happy to finish this game. Just get me out of here.
Of course, Queen D4.
Yeah, Queen D4 only move.
Yeah, bishop takes C7.
Trying to. Yeah, and then it's curtains.
King C8 still.
Bishop E6.
No, then knight
Knight
E6.
takes.
The knight,
Ah, sorry.
knight is on C5. Not yet.
But you can trade queens and move the bishop. For example.
Yeah, 2 pawns and the winning position. But okay, let's see.
Which bishop you want to move?
The bishop on C4 after rook takes in.
Yeah, Queen D4, Rook D4, and then just move the bishop.
And F4 bishop is not hanging?
No, because bishop takes C7 check is coming now, and then King C8, and then we trade and move the bishop.
Or you trade first. I mean, you choose.
And the knight on C5 will be still hanging.
Knight B4.
Okay. Vamos a la playa. Bishop E5, intermezzo.
Oh, there's some
Okay.
lines to calculate, but
Yeah,
Levon has
winning
all the
position.
time in the world.
But this is what
to
I'm
do
saying.
so.
Eventually, anyway, you have to calculate.
And he
you
will.
can't
Yes.
avoid it, right?
He will. He already went for B4, now he has to calculate. So our line is basically bishop C7 check. Black cannot capture back because of knight B5 fork, so black has to play King C8, and then seems like the simplest just to. And Levon takes first on D4. Okay, he can still.
Also,
take
rook
on-
E8 is good.
Yes. Just falling back with the bishop. Still King C7 runs into knight B5. The knight is hanging, and knight takes B4 runs into bishop E5, hitting the rook and then picking up. So all eyes on the players. Yeah, rook E8 check, bishop C8 happened. This is the current position. Somebody can quietly tell Ani, Levon's wife, that you don't need to worry. This is the completely winning kind of story. Levon will take care of this.
Yeah.
Bishop C7, King B7.
Now he takes on C7.
Oh, he takes.
Takes on C7.
Ah, and King D7.
Yeah. Just knight B5, knight D4.
And then
Your 2
C6
pawns
is
up.
hanging also. Yeah. And the third pawn is also falling. Magnus will resign. He picks up the rook and knight C6 now. No, he does not resign. Knight E4.
Knight D2. Last trick.
Knight D2 is a trick.
But still, I can even take on
Yeah,
A7
you can
maybe.
take. The bishop is also hanging. Played out of frustration. Magnus. Yeah, in the meantime, Hans is bouncing back. Hans is bouncing back with a crushing initiative. What a fighter Hans is as well. But this is
They're
our
actually
big final. But actually the big final will come down to a very big second game. This first game is a total massacre. It's a one-man show. After opening, Levon has anticipated the gambit and refuted it. King B2. A6. Levon like, yeah, what move should I play to force resignation? Yeah, which move forces Magnus to resign? Yeah, bishop E2, yeah, I love this bishop E2. I feel like this is also some, it has some psychological impact. Like I don't need to win immediately. Bishop B7, knight D4, I'm gonna go C4, knight E6, and I'm just enjoying being 2 pawns up.
But would you have expected that this game still lasted so long?
Well, it's possible because
Good question.
Because
Good
when you are
question.
playing the game, you just want to make sure that you know that you are completely. You don't need to win on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, it's not about how quick you win. It is about that you win in the end.
Yes. Now he's given the chance to collect the third pawn with knight B8 check or even the fancy bishop takes A6. But will he do that?
He could.
He could, yeah. But he can also just fall back with the knight to D4. But then king d6, king e5, at least Magnus's idea is to try to activate my king if my opponent plays lazy chess. Something like knight d4, then king d6, king e5, and who knows, maybe some chances.
Head in hands for Magnus. Knight e5.
King d6, knight c4, check, yeah?
Yep. King back to c7.
No.
Bishop f3.
h4 first, yeah. And bishop f3 was also my kind of thought process, but yeah, Levon says, okay, I'm just gonna push. As long as black's king is unable to activate itself, then there is no counterplay. Then just 2 pawns for nothing. I think finally Magnus is kind of relieved that he survived, yeah, that it's not like a 10-game massacre.
It's at least no miniature.
Yes, it's not a miniature. You never want to get into the books.
Into the books.
History books. Yeah, h5, exactly. h4 was a little careless move. Now h5, breaking the structure.
Well, g5.
G5, knight g3. Vamos, you have f6, right? That's a problem. But otherwise, I was already hoping for some chances. Yeah.
I wouldn't be happy with white what I had compared to that. I wouldn't be nervous.
You are maximalist, yeah?
No, it's just...
Just annoying that the game is still ongoing.
Yeah, it's just... Okay, I understand that white is winning. 2 pawns up. I understand everything. Magnus has 2 minutes. He was much lower than that anyway. But...
Yeah,
G5 on the board.
Now after knight g3, f6 wins, so black can't play knight g3, then it's over. This bishop takes f5, bishop takes h5 stuff is not what Magnus signed up for. Then he went for this h5 operation. In the meantime, already Niemann has equalized the match.
And Vincent is close to or winning basically against Javok.
Yes, if he finds a knockout blow, he sacrifices the piece, and it is kind of a mating idea. If bishop c4, yes, okay.
That's a checkmate. We will see that because it's very nice.
Yeah, but can black castle? Yeah, he can castle.
Well, anyway, we stay with this one.
We stay with this one, yeah.
Of course, this is the grand final, Aronian versus Carlsen. The first game, and Aronian is set to win and take a big step towards being the winner of this event. But of course, there will be another game. And this game is also not over yet.
And we know that Magnus is able to bounce back
as
in
he
style.
Has shown against Caruana. But it's quite unusual for Carlsen to lose so many games.
Yes.
I mean, I cannot recount many losses for him in freestyle chess in a long format. Just against Firouzja, that was 2024. Against Keymer, that was this year. And that is it.
Okay,
and then
in Las Vegas, he was losing some games in the qualification. But
yes, but there was a blitz, yes,
yeah,
but a long format.
yes.
And here, I mean, he's set to already lose his 3rd game in 3 days. That is very unusual for him. But in the end, so far, he always came up on top anyway. And we'll see if he can do it again if he loses this one.
Well, we can see that he's vulnerable.
Absolutely, yes. All right, just bring the king, king c3. I mean, now it's getting really easy for white.
Yeah, it's just too comfortable.
King c3, king d4. Bring the king into the center.
Yeah, that's a clear cut. Bringing the king and then c4, c5.
Oh, knight h6.
Yes, Vincent is about to win, probably. Looks very...
Yeah, he does it in style.
It looks promising, but okay. We don't have access. We need Magnus to resign, or,
yes.
or Levon to just win the game so that we can jump in there.
Well, or we'll just rewind it then and have a look.
Yeah, we will then take a slow look at that.
C3.
Yeah, king c3, king d4. Yeah, the king marches to d4. King is heading to e5. Against king d6, we will have just c4, c5,
Yes.
and many other things as well.
In the meantime, Hans equalized the match against Parham, so there is going to be a playoff.
Yes.
Or is it playoff or Armageddon?
And
oh, there it is.
And there it is. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen resigns. Levon Aronian wins the first game of the big final.
This time Magnus doesn't even put the pieces back. I mean, that just shows his frustration.
A lot, because he was doing it even yesterday, I
Yes,
think.
after his losses.
Yeah.
Levon, maestro.
Yeah, the Grand Maestro.
All right, now we have time.
Now we have time, and
to
Vincent
see the final stages.
has just played the move bishop d4, which gets the confirmation of the computer, exclamation mark.
It's just checkmating, yeah?
He is going after
Basically.
black's king. Because, okay, white also has to use his moment because black has two pieces against the rook. If he somehow magically escapes, then things are getting out of control. There we have the bird's eye view.
But basically nothing moves for black anyway with the rook on a8, the knight being pinned. The knight on c6 has to defend the knight on d8. Yeah, let's focus on Vincent for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, let's zoom in.
All right. We see again the bar doesn't have much more space, which means white is completely winning.
Yeah, but here something can happen because here you really have to win with white, otherwise black can. If by some magic black is able to play knight e6 because
But
the knight
after
jumps out.
after rook g7,
Rook
what do you do?
g7, yes. Then luckily against knight e6 you are fine, but
knight takes d4 and knight e6.
Knight takes
works.
d4
yes,
only
knight
move.
d4 and knight e6. Yeah.
And then black is back. Rook g7 would be letting black back into the
Yeah,
game.
this is what I'm saying. That here there are possibilities to a comeback by black. Yeah, in Magnus's game it was completely hopeless.
Bishop f6 is a good move.
Yeah, just to keep this bishop. Yeah, not allowing blacks to.
I mean,
What
you're
about
just
bishop
collecting.
e3? What about bishop e3? With the
but
plan
bishop
of
f6
Just
targets
collect the knight, right? I mean,
Ah,
just
you're so
collect
simple.
The knight.
Yes.
yeah,
Why
understood.
make it difficult?
Just don't make it complicated.
True.
Keep it simple. Vincent is clearly nervous. He knows that this is a very big moment. And he plays rook takes h7. Okay, at least. Yeah.
At least the rook
Almost.
g7.
Yeah, the computer is, trolling us. Yeah, rook g7. No, don't do the only bad move. No, rook takes h7. Yeah, collecting the pawn and going after black's king.
Still winning. I mean, what can black even do, basically?
Rook b8, getting
Very
ready
sad.
to jump out with the knight, but now already also some rook f6 business is possible.
Oh, rook h8.
Ah, you are so cruel. Very cruel. Yeah, just
Learned it from you.
thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, that's how I
Your
am.
kind
yes.
of move. Rook
Yeah,
h8.
It's true. It's my kind of move. Yes.
And then nobody goes anywhere.
And
Everybody's
Fabiano
fine.
is winning his game against Arjun, so that would be big news for Fabi. But yeah, for the moment, Vincent is fighting against Sindarov with rook takes h7. Rook b8 on the board. What will be his... Oops, this is not the move, it was just the mouse.
g4 is best, actually.
And Vincent, down to 30 seconds. Just don't do this. Don't spoil all your time. Then things can get out of control.
But it's very strange. Rook h8 is so much of a Vincent kind of move.
Yeah, but bishop f6 was also, yeah, he is just so focused on delivering checkmate, yeah? He goes bishop e3. He wants to hunt that king.
Well, at least black can go knight f7 now and get the pieces out, but position is still lost. And you get some clarity, so definitely helps Vincent.
Only 32 seconds for him, but also Sindarov is only 20 seconds.
The clock is ticking. Yeah, knight f7, a very sad move, but it has to be played. Because he knows that now Vincent collects back the 15 seconds and even the 30 seconds by capturing twice. Rook e8, blitzed out, and now it's the question. Bishop f4 or... I felt like he's intending to play bishop f4. That should have been his idea. But then rook e2, and then...
Yeah, this is not over yet.
Yeah, why did he go for this? And just
Gave practical chances.
Yes, gave practical chances. He goes king d2.
Best, yes.
Yeah, but rook e7, and now what's the move?
They can take on a7.
Yeah.
Ah,
You can do this.
Just take, yeah? And Vincent
he does,
takes it.
yeah.
King g4.
Okay, now it's just 2 pawns basically, and the bishop is also better than the knight on an
Better
open
than the knight,
board like this.
but one of the pawns are doubled. So bishop b8, yeah, coming from behind, securing the bishop, provoking c6, and then white's king is also coming.
But even if I gave one of my double pawns away, I think it would be winning.
Yes, yeah.
So it's okay.
Now it's the question that do you play c4 and then start marching with the king?
C4 looks great.
Would be very natural on the board, yeah. And now white's king
Just run to b7 basically.
Yes. Okay, king d6 will be met by knight f5, yeah, trying to stop king d4.
And then king e4.
King e4.
And then king.
Yeah, this is as hopeless as the other position we saw in Aronian against Carlsen. Just 2 pawns.
Well, that was even more hopeless, but yes.
I don't know.
Big race.
I don't know. Anyway, Vincent should win.
And there we see the 15 seconds, yeah, that you can never play on the clock. He's trying to get knight c8, king d7 set up. He's trying to hang on like this. White can play king c5, knight c8, a4, a5. Okay, he goes the other way. He goes towards the h5 pawn. Now knight c8 played, correct. King f4, king f6. Still not allowing. But okay, black is overloaded, yeah.
And the chairs are shaking.
Yes.
Both are very stressed.
Yeah, bishop c7, king d7. The bishop has to be kicked away in order to give way for the knight. Bishop f4, knight b6. Knight starts to jump. King d4, king e6. Black made some steps forward. I did not want, I really like this king c5, a4, a5.
Yeah, actually knight on d7 will be not allowing
Stable.
the king.
He will be very solid, yeah. Now white will have to be patient. King f5. Now it's a question that do you go for this king c5 calculating lines or better not? In a winning position there is no need to do that, yeah. Bishop c7.
But how do you win?
Knight this, okay, slowly. Because you will be in Zugzwang. Okay, a4, a5, get that pawn to a5
Yeah,
to start
Zugzwang.
with.
But it was easier.
Yeah, of course. Okay, with knight on c8, he could have had this a4, a5 and its resigns. But he does a3. Okay, he just goes for the Zugzwang. Okay, black will have to move the king. King f6.
But it's not so easy. King e4, knight c5, check.
Yes.
You have to go
Yes.
back to the third rank. Look at that. Check. You have to go to e3.
Yeah, don't blunder your bishop, please. With king f4, king d4, knight e6.
Yes, you have to go back because king d4 or king f4 would run into the fork. Sindarov looked at Vincent like, what are you doing? Yeah, king e3 played, king f5. King f3. Yeah, we will be seeing g4. AG, and yeah, the good news for White is that it is long-term winning, but yeah, he missed all the chances to finish the game long ago. And he will have to make some decisions which are not so comfortable. G4 check, king f6. Wow, not a g4. And knight d4 check is also...
Yes, knight d4 check is there, but just bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
But now after hg, I mean, White can even play king takes
king
g4.
takes g4, yes.
So
I don't really understand this king f6, but okay. It just shows what amount of tension the players are feeling. Yeah, Vincent is struggling to convert this so much.
all right, bishop b6.
Bishop b6, AG, and now it's the question. King g4 is so tempting because the h pawn is also the right colored pawn, just in case.
Just in case.
Just in case, but also the further you have a pawn,
away, the better.
The
And he
better
goes
against
for
the opponent's knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, he captures king g4.
They say the pawns on the edge are the knight's worst enemy.
Well, that's a pawn in the hand of Sindarov. Well, not queen, but some other one, yes.
Yes, e5, shutting out the bishop, but it comes at the cost that black has compromised his pawn structure on the queen side.
Well, there can be some tricky occasions where king goes king e5, king d4, the knight sacrifice for the h pawn.
You never can do it. You can never sacrifice the knight against the h pawn. That's the problem.
That's the problem. The h pawn is a more... Yeah, he should have taken ag before, forcing ag at least.
All right, knight d4.
No, knight d4. This looks hopeless.
Well,
because the knight is also completely trapped.
Yes, that too. Just take on c5, knight takes c2, king f4, and black cannot control everything.
But look at the heart rate, 124 for Vincent. It just...
And Sindarov is calm, yeah?
Calm, yeah. He
Very
knows
calm.
that it does not depend on him. c3, very strange.
But also completely
Of course.
winning.
But it's a strange decision.
Yes, strange decision. It just shows that he's very nervous. That, okay, knight c6, the knight...
Wants to go to e5.
Yes, because, okay, I wanted to trade the c5 for the c2.
I mean, the CT knight can come out, right? King f4, king f4, king e4, and it's...
And we are going in every direction. Vincent is trying to control that knight with all his power. Bishop c7.
He wants to be extra smart.
Yes. Okay, now bishop f4 check, king f5, but then knight a5.
Still
then still knight a5. Tricky. Yavo here.
Just a4 maybe first. Black doesn't have a good move anyway.
Yavo he already has 4 minutes. Yeah, he had, at some moment he had 15 seconds. King h4.
Also putting black in Zugzwang.
Yeah. Relying on the Zugzwang.
Yep. Okay. There it is. Finally.
Yeah. It was a painful loss for Sindarov. But it was a great win for Vincent.
Yeah, great win. We will have to revisit the game because you remember it looked like black was breaking out with this pawn sacrifice e5. And
absolutely.
Then he did not play the move d4. I think this was very important. Nicholas will probably highlight when we have a chance.
Yeah, maybe we can pull it up
Absolutely.
now. Let's see what has happened in the Vincent game because we missed it from the opening phase where it was very open for 3 results, and then somehow Vincent made it through to get the winning position. Nicholas?
Yes. Let's have a look together. So we last left it here. We expected d4, but here Sindarov opted for bishop b4, which was a step in the wrong direction. Now after bishop d2, one of many options for white. White is better. D takes e4, knight takes. Bishop f5, queen to e3, queen to d5 was not ideal because it steps into knight c3, obviously.
Actually, in the
Sindarov saw
meantime,
that,
there is a
yes.
playoff going on
Yes.
between Hans and Parham, so we can be maybe fast, and then we go there.
Yes, exactly.
All right, I'll try to be fast. Castle, okay, g3. So the endgame is just better for white. White has a lead in development. Black has still some issues to solve. A lot of moves are coming with the tempo, hitting the knight on e6, rook f1, and then knight d8. This was the decisive blunder or mistake. He should play castle, and for some reason it all works out, even though it does look like white can win with something, but black would still be alive after knight d8. Black's just very passive, and here, opala, press 1 too far. Here actually there was another mistake by Sindarov. Bishop takes c4 was a huge error. He should have played rook e8, when again he still has chances. But instead, after bishop takes c4, we get into his position that we saw, where Vincent didn't find the most direct win, but in the end he still converted it, and he didn't give Sindarov another chance. With that, we can have a look at the playoffs between Niemann and Maxulu.
Yeah, this was a very important victory for Vincent. And this way he is leading 1-0, and we're going to be seeing whether Sindarov can make magic again today and bounce back just as well as Magnus. Both of them are very destroyed, but now they will have quite some time, about 1 hour, to trying to recover and bring back all their energy and all the fighting spirit and hunger to bite back. But in the meantime, they start to have their break. We still want to go to the Hans and Parham game, because Hans lost already practically move 4 in the first game. It was a piece down. And but Hans won in the second game, bounced back, so the match is 1-1. And here we see the Blitz playoff.
Yeah, the Blitz playoff, and it's a very intense kind of position. What on earth is happening? The clocks, we see both players are trying to play very quickly. They don't want to get into this crazy time scramble that we have seen in other players' games when they were taking their time. Castles.
That's a mistake.
Long castles, it's a mistake on the computer. On the other hand, if you are in time to play king b8, everything is fine.
This bishop takes d7 is quite unpleasant, because you cannot go rook takes d7 due to knight e5.
And knight e5, why is that?
h3. Oh.
Oh, but this is very difficult to see. And giving up the light square bishop
Yeah, it's very surprising.
if it's not winning, you never want to do that.
But why is that winning? Bishop d7 takes, knight e5, rook c7,
Queen h3,
e6.
e6, and then something.
Yeah, it is just crazy. I don't think that bishop takes this and will be played. Yeah, this kind of stuff is too committal. Do we play rook d8 or rook c7? And against queen h3 we have e6. Cemento. This will not happen.
Is it cemento?
This is against a computer, not against a human. It is. Because the human will not convince himself to take on d7.
Well, you could convince yourself if you know why you're doing it, but I still didn't discover how it's...
Yeah, the final knockout punch. And
yes.
And he does it. Okay, let's go, let's see. Did Hans really foresee the knockout blow? No, he just goes long castle. That's a solid kind of way, but also nice, yeah.
Also good for white,
Yeah.
yes.
I was thinking like intuitively that some f6 covering the e5 square, light squares, but my queen on h8 will be out of the
Well,
game.
there was a trick, and I thought knight e5, rook c7, castle, and f6 is losing on the spot because
Yes.
of queen h3 and knight g6.
Yes, exactly. This I have seen as well. This was lovely. because once the pawn moves to f6, there is a spin. So long castles, bishop takes g1 played. Queen takes g1, hitting
But after
on
this,
a7.
knight c5 shows up also.
And it's a huge tempo. So b6.
Knight e5.
If black survives the next couple of moves, it's okay. But will he survive?
But how can he survive? Knight e5, rook c7, queen g2?
Yeah, king b7.
d4.
f6.
Yeah, you're gonna be in time.
And I'm kicking the knight back.
Best move is a4.
And then I'm coming. If ever I get the chance to play f6, yes, I know my queen will be horrible, but still I get some grip.
Mm-hmm.
If black should play f6, then also white's knight on dc will be a bad piece. Yeah, queen g2 played, targeting the b7 pawn.
King b7. Has to be played most likely.
So tempting for white. Yeah, it looks like there should be some knockout.
Rook c7.
Stepping out of 95 tempo.
Well, it's logical.
It's logical.
After all.
And wait a sec. I wanted to say if black gets time to play queen d4 and f6 together, then it's lovely. And maybe it is. Then the queen is out in the open. Into the wide open.
Rook d1, good move.
Rook d1. Does it stop queen d4 though? But
Now
yeah,
rook e7 is a threat?
yeah, king b7 played. Apparently it's a big mistake according to computer, but why? I'm not seeing it yet. Where's the knockout?
Very
draw?
difficult. Knight d5.
Yeah.
Very difficult.
This is very difficult, yeah, because
in the end there will be some rook takes e7.
yeah, and the f8 rook is hanging at the end. Yeah, it's some incredible tactics. Knight d5. Well, Hans has some time. He can find it because it is kind of tempting and boom, boom, boom style.
It is
but he goes f5.
Yeah.
It's also good, but it's not killing. Yeah, black gets time to play f6.
Yeah, black is alive.
Yeah, b3.
Black is ahead on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, but
that is considerable.
He still needs bishop f7, rook away, and then queen.
Yeah, bishop f7, he will play now.
Bishop f7, he needs to.
In the meantime, there was something happening, some highlight we want to show.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right.
Some unexpected happenings in the playing hall.
Oh.
Little bird.
Wow, when Parham is laughing, yes. I have noticed this bird already earlier, yeah, that this is lovely. Look at the reaction of the players, yeah.
A bird, I
Hans is
guess.
also smiling. Amazing.
Very funny.
New spectator in the playing hall. I want
You
to...
see, this is how you can make smile the players, whatever kind of position they are in.
Yes.
Oh, we are in the middle of nature here. So.
Yes, knight b4, rook e8, queen e2. Trying to enter on a6.
But that's okay. You can come to a6.
I think the bird got the message that, wait a second, even the greatest of them all got crushed in free. What is this game? I want to check it out. Nobody is safe.
Nobody is safe. Oh, this was probably Magnus's toughest defeat in freestyle chess today against Levon.
Well, but we are already talking about the second toughest, yeah, because the Sindarov game in the...
Well, but yeah, I'm
that was
not
the
counting
faster
it.
time
It was a
control, yes.
faster time control.
But let's face it, every day he's struggling.
Yes,
yes.
It was Fabi, yesterday it was Sindarov,
yes.
and now it's Levon. You can't say that it's an easy path for him to get to the final, or if he's going to bouncing back and win.
A4, simple chess, A4, A5, the typical break, you will soften, loosen black's construction, then already queen A6 will be devastating.
That's a different story after that, yeah.
Yes.
Black needs to go e5 here.
Yeah, black needs to, but clock is ticking down. Okay,
Well, it's
he
not
still
very
has some-
tempting, yeah, to have the f6 weakness afterwards.
Okay, but you have to break out, yeah?
But there is nothing
And after
else.
e5, you have some knight c4, yeah, hitting the knight on b4. No, but he is not
Maybe
moving
he'll
in
come
that
queen
direction.
h6.
Feel that e5 is strictly the only move. Otherwise, I'm really worried. Okay, look, e8 trying to cement, but is it knight a6? Really, knight
Why?
a6? Yeah, knight jumps
Why?
back.
Yeah, no, it's just nervousness.
Nervousness.
He just lost time. He just played knight a6 and knight b4 back for no reason.
Yeah, well.
And actually, the rook on d7 stands better.
Yes,
Better, yes.
black is back in the game now.
Yes, the queen protects
A5,
the b6 pawn.
good
Yeah,
move.
a5, kicking back. Yeah, black is
The
getting
little
out.
birdie brought Parham's luck.
Yes.
And now Parham is below on the clock? Huh. All right.
Yeah, the clocks were not correct somehow.
Yes, yes.
Wow, black is completely back in business. Look at that.
Rook
He goes-
h4, h5,
Yeah, but
and
now the
f5
time.
pawn is weak.
Time becomes an issue, yeah?
But okay, at least he has a position.
Yes, that helps.
That helps. Yeah, Parham is usually very fast. Yes,
He'll go rook g8, rook g5.
lot of experience. Yeah, rook
It's
h3.
coming.
White is completely losing the control.
What's the idea of rook
Okay,
h3?
the clocks are wrong again, it seems.
Probably he wants to move the queen and rook e3, but rook g8 I think was...
Rook g8 was a chance. Yeah, now rook g3 covering. Okay, he's setting up rook takes dc, knight c5. He wants to go for counterplay. Parham in his element.
Queen e2 stopping that idea because white can take with the rook on d3, rook e3, tripling on the
Tripling.
e-file, putting pressure on e7.
Queen f2. Now the pawn on h4 is a weakness.
Just hitting the pawns.
But they receive only 2 seconds.
Only
Yes,
2 seconds, yeah.
nothing. d4, great move. Great move.
Ooh, and then d5.
5, yes.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, that is strong play here. Very strong play. Knight e6. Takes on c6. Puts a knight on b5. Rook
Yeah.
c3 might be coming.
This is not total cemento and the winning cemento. Knight e6. Hopping in.
Takes the pawn on h4. But black can take on f5.
Yeah, he takes.
Rook e7 works, yes. Rook e7 works. Does he find with seconds on the clock? No.
There is a fork on d6.
Queen g3, c3, queen g5 can go into the endgame. He
Wow, he
misses.
misses and rook c7
Rook
checkmate.
c7 is brutal. That's just game over. It's just game over. Just when he had a chance to go into the endgame and really have chance to hold, he blunders rook c7 and has to resign.
First game of the player. First game, it's over. So maybe, what was the highlight of the game?
Well, a lot of highlights.
Wondering. There are so many things going on. Because it goes back and forth, right?
Well, Niemann was better the whole game almost, right? But
Yeah, but somehow Parham bounced back.
yes.
For quite some moves.
Yes.
He was defending. He
Well,
was
maybe if
fighting.
we have time, we can even have a quick look what happened in the opening. Yeah, that how did actually Parham end up in such an
We
unpleasant.
have a little time before they have the second draw of the position.
Yeah, then let's ask our expert, Nicholas.
All right,
Let's
let's have
take
a
a look
look
at the
from the
opening.
beginning.
Another opening repertoire is about to be built.
G3. So this was a starting position.
Wait a
Seems
second.
like
We need your position.
my
your
board, yes, that would be helpful. Yeah, it seems like it was a difficult starting position for black. G3 immediately hitting the pawn on B7. We'll see it in just a moment. There we have it. And probably knight C6 is the best way to deal with this. Instead, Parham played C6, but this is always a move where you feel like, well, what am I going to do with the knight? So F4, D5, E4, good move. And already here, white is just better. Knight D6, the queen comes back. G5, trying to open up this queen. Knight C3, G takes F4, G takes F4.
And this is how we got this structure. Okay.
Knight D3, bishop B6, bishop G4, castle. And basically, from here on, we saw it already. And yeah, just to bring back the final blunder that decided the game very close to the end was right here after rook C3. Now if black goes queen G5 check, The queens will be traded, and black has great chances to hold this endgame. It's 4 against 4, white still is a bit better, but black has great chance. Instead, Parham played the queen to b4, allowing rook c7, which is just winning on the spot, because if you take, the queen comes in, queen and knight, make a deadly duo, and it will be checkmate next move. So after rook c7, he moved the king, but white just collects a full rook and is threatening checkmate anyway. This rook is also defended, not that it would actually matter that much, but yeah, black can just resign, and he did. So Niemann takes the lead and is half a point away from winning this match for 7th place, by the way. We should point out they're playing for 7th place, as we are waiting for the other matches to begin still for 3rd and for 1st. They will still be happening. The match for 5th place is already decided. Fabiano won, which means, if I'm not mistaken, that Fabiano will take at least 3rd in the overall tour standings. Yes. All right. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. For Fabiano is a great win today, but of course he's very upset that he's not playing in the finals after he won the first game against Magnus. That was basically that was the moment where he could play for the season title if he wins this tournament. But as Magnus was bouncing back, it was a really very special match how they played it. But we are just about to go and see and witness the next draw between Hans and Parham. We'll see what kind of new position they are going to be receiving. Now Parham has to win to bounce back, and they are playing for the 7th place. Well, it seemed we didn't spend much time in the 2-game match how Hans bounced back, but the final position I was witnessing on other monitors that it was a heavy checkmate pattern what he was pulling up. So now Parham has to win with the white pieces. What do you think? How much chance does he have? Because it seems like Hans is in the
driver's seat, yeah, exactly. But okay, it's a blitz game. Yeah, Parham already won the first game in the match. Then Hans bounced back. He came back after this horrible shock, yeah, that he basically lost the first game in 4 moves. Yeah, his knight got trapped. It also shows his will to fight. Yeah, that's how he managed to bounce back, and now he grabs the lead. All eyes on Parham, yeah? He needs to win now at all costs to force an Armageddon, and we haven't seen Armageddon yet in the tournament, so I think we would very much be welcoming that scenario. On the other hand, the Niemann fans thinks like probably that, okay, Hans bounced back, he got the lead, let him win the match, clash of wheels, it will be a fantastic fight.
Yes, and we are waiting until they are going to have the draw, and they will have 5 minutes to get familiar with the starting position they are having. But of course, I think the mindset is the most important, and also the hands. Intuition is so important when it gets to such a short time control as they are playing now. When you get to 5 minutes, especially when you go down on time, you gain only 2 seconds per move. And sometimes it seems like it's nothing. At least that's the feeling we have. That 2 seconds is just enough not to lose on time, but
wait a second, really. Do you know what I just realized? We haven't had a draw yet today, no? There was not a single draw, because the top matches ended with 1-0, and the Arjun match finally was 2-0 win by...
it was a draw actually in the second
And
game.
we have to toss it because there is a draw going on. So let's
There's
see.
a draw going on now.
What's going on? Let's see the next position.
It's also a very different way of pulling a position.
Oh, we missed it already.
899.
And what number?
Okay.
899.
899.
Sind schon...
Well, let's see what Hans is up to, because I saw that he was, of course, alone at the board, and I think we're going to see him. Of course, the players have a different situation now, as they are the only one who is playing a tie break. So it means that after they receive the position, it's set up at the board, and the players are trying to figure out alone how they want to make up their strategy. They cannot meet with anyone. No, but nobody can be helping them. No person, no any technical assistant. So they have to be brainstorming only by themselves, developing the strategy. What do you think? It's easier to do it alone or with someone, or seeing others to discuss and see the process of thoughts?
Well, I think it always helps just to socialize with the players, to ease the pressure, and you feel like you are not alone with all the problems. Yeah, everybody is facing the same problems. Nobody knows what's really going on. But on the other hand, in a blitz game, probably it's also very important that you have your own strategy, your own ideas, because if somebody tells you something and then you make those moves and then you end up in trouble, then you might be, but those are not my moves. I did not even want to play like this. Why it happened, and so on. And I believe that Parham likes this kind of story, that he sticks to his guns. He's anyway a very special kind of player, very creative player. He likes to be in his element, and usually his element is different than other players' element. Yeah, he's just like this. That's why we love him also so much. His creative style, he's always unique.
Yeah, well, before the game will start, we still have little time to play Levon's feelings, how he felt after his victory with Magnus.
Levon, how important was it for you coming into this game to not fall into the time usage of Magnus, but play in your own pace and keep ahead on the clock?
Yeah, I think the opening phase worked in my favor. I thought the starting position is one of those difficult positions that it's not really easy to understand how to react against this d4. And I was thinking that e5 could probably be the option, but then after knight c3, I think the way Magnus went, I don't know. I was thinking maybe knight e6, e4, he should go for some queen f7, more like slower approach, but once he played his b6 stuff, then I felt there is not enough compensation for his pawn.
You also had a massive time advantage, as we said, but we kind of saw that coming, because you went into the confessionals and talked about that pawn sacrifice as the really only logical option. And so you spend all of Magnus' time really making your own moves then?
Yeah, I think my tasks are more or less easier. I mean, I had a clear plan to quickly develop. And Magnus had to understand if he should take the pawn and then be a bit passive, or should he kind of try to play for his development. But yeah, I mean, I don't believe that, I mean, just a general feeling that he can afford not to take the pawn.
Do you think we'll see a different version of Magnus now that he has to win?
Magnus is always there to come and fight, and I love that about him, and it's something that we all strive to be.
You talk about always. I will say never. Levon Aronian never loses in freestyle anymore.
No. This is, you know, so far I have been lucky. Let's see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Nice to see Levon being relaxed, chilling a bit after his first victory. Of course, this was essential, very important victory. Game 1 against Magnus Carlsen, and he won in the game that actually Magnus had no chance. Already from the beginning, opening, it was quite stressful for Magnus. But now we see already Parham in a must-win situation against Hans Niemann, and adjusting the pieces, very classic routine by the chess players before the game, just get into the zone and being ready, getting ready to focus for the next 10, 11, 12 minutes on this game, because he has to win and equalize in order to play further, and then they play for the 7th place. Let's see.
There is the handshake. We also
B4.
see, yeah, B4 on the board. The bishops are lined up on the diagonal, the long diagonal on H1A diagonal and A1 H8. I think that this actually feels like it's a very solid kind of position for black, yeah, because the bishops are already perfectly placed. On the other hand, this is the typical kind of storyline that when you open up your bishop, then your opponent will not be able to activate his own bishop. Yeah, so there is quite some balance. But before we get deep into it, I just want to refer to the interview of Levon, how he was almost tricked. Yeah, the question was very tricked that you are unbeatable, kind of, and how he automatically reacted the way that no, this is the experience. Yeah, you never want to say that yes, I'm invincible, because then you know that you will lose the next game. Yeah, he's very careful how he's wording. He's definitely very alert, but he doesn't want to feel this pressure.
Absolutely, but he was very careful. But he seemed like he can stay in focus. But we'll see in about a bit more than half an hour how Magnus can bounce back, because if someone can, it's him. And he has practice in that here.
Yes,
he
definitely his chances are better now against Levon with the white pieces than they were against Fabi with the black pieces. Yeah, so that's why we thought like he needs a miracle. On the other hand, Levon is now so much enjoying what he's doing, and there is zero pressure on Levon, and we know that if there is zero pressure on Levon, then he's extremely dangerous because he's just incredibly strong as a player.
Also he won a Grand Slam leg already in Las Vegas. He knows how it is. He knows how it is to play a final match. So he has every possibility to do so again. But what are we seeing here? Look at the e-file. It's just a beauty with all the knights there.
Yeah,
what a symmetry of the position.
Total symmetry. Okay, there is a little imbalance by the pawns being on b4 and b6. But the question is, as Nicholas usually always highlights, that who breaks first in such symmetrical position? So does white have a good break, or is breaking the position not according to the demand of the position? Yeah, that's always a very tough kind of question. So d4 comes to mind, and Parham goes for d4, but can black just take everything and then play some knight c6 move? That move was a little bit disturbing me.
And then suddenly b4 seems to be a weakness, right?
Seems to be a weakness, and black's queen is coming out, but white will have this lovely knight on d4, just highlighting what I'm talking about. So takes. We will be seeing those moves, I believe, because it's very logical and tempting. And I think that black should be fine.
Actually, I'm thinking what happens if takes everything and black goes f5. Because suddenly after f5, the e1 rook is unprotected,
yeah.
And there can be some unpleasantness for white.
Yes, takes. I don't like this break in d4. Yeah, takes, and now f5 is, and it's on the board.
Good move. Best move, and black has equalized.
Black has equalized.
Or maybe he can even take over.
Yes, definitely he's in total control. And this, as a player who needs to win on demand, this is a very bad news. Yeah,
yes.
That
actually,
because of confrontation. Yeah,
because of this d4 was a very careless move.
Yes. It was
adding a lot of pieces, and
yeah, it was not a move to grab the initiative. It actually eased black's task.
Yeah, now it's
what to even suggest.
Yeah,
No,
it's too late to suggest anything. Yeah. Yeah, because he's a must win. Yeah, okay, probably you can still shut the game down, but that is not the intention.
Maybe b5, and
he needs to go.
But takes on e4. Takes on e4.
Yes, of course. I
takes on e4.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's just a lot of trades will happen.
Yeah, he castles. He wants to.
But now b4 is a real weakness.
Yeah, and bishop e4, knight c6, blitzed out.
Take it. Oh god.
No.
Well, okay, he has to take it, knight c4, and then black will also castle eventually.
Yeah, the queen is.
But he needs a few moves. Takes a knight c4 or knight g4. Knight g4, trying to go to f6.
Knight g4. Do you have time to do that?
Oh. Also,
Well,
that will not shock me. I can go queen f8 and still castle.
Takes on e1, queen f8 and castle.
Yep.
But there's also queen g5. Queen g5 check f4, then e8 rook is hanging, yeah. No, knight g4 is
No, but you
probably
can give a check first, take on e1,
Yes.
and then check and
Of
castle.
course, yeah, this is also possible. But yeah, white needs to do something with the knight, because if black gets time, yeah, he goes for knight g4.
Yeah, because he can reach to e5.
Yes, it's the only way to pose some problem. And now queen g5 check runs into f4, yeah, so Hans takes first on e1, takes and king
It's
b7.
king b7.
He goes for the artificial castles.
Very safe.
Very solid.
And you would really wish...
Probably it's smarter than the castle idea.
Exactly, because now he's already flexible.
And also once queen g5, rook comes to f8, not to d8.
Rook e8, threatening to win the queen.
But queen h8?
Queen h8 is good, yeah.
What about
Queen
queen
h8?
h8? Yeah, I was...
Maybe you have to go g4, g5 to stabilize the knight.
But g4, I go g5.
Yeah, g4, g5.
G4, g5, don't...
What do you
He was
mean?
queen f8. Okay, at least queen f8, I'm not worried.
g4,
You
g5.
should be worried if you want to win this game,
Yeah.
Peter.
Yes, no, because just queen f7, rook f8. There is also... I
Yes.
wanted to go f4 instead of h4, because Jana, also a5 is coming, like a Berlin. Yeah, this bishop on c6 is a total cement. Look at what is happening. Black.
But once queen f7 will be very painful.
But actually, you
for
can at least take this pawn on h7 now.
Wow.
At least something.
Yeah,
At least something.
And kick the queen away.
It
Queen
looks
f3?
risky, but...
Queen f3.
Okay, then we hop back with the knight to g5 and we go king d2.
I mean, it looks very risky, but,
But
you have to try it. You have
There's
to
no
try it.
other way, yes. You just have no other way. You have
At
to.
least you have something to play for an extra pawn.
Because otherwise black is just better and has no problems. And the queen on d4 is a wonderful piece, yeah. So yeah, you have to take and then get the grip. Get the pawn to f4. Wow, then it's everybody's game. Parham down to a minute.
Can he convince himself to just grab the pawn on h7?
Well, he has to do something,
No,
right?
he
And
is
he's
not
not going to
doing
do
it.
it. He plays rook e3.
Rook e3, defending.
Yeah, but at the same time now you cannot take because the f2 pawn is hanging.
Yes, no, he's not.
No
threatening.
threat.
Yeah, that's not even, it's a defensive move. There's not even any idea.
Yeah. Is it an attacking or a defensive move, rook e3?
It's a neutral. It's a neutral move. It wants nothing, and that's the worst. He also needs f. Okay, he goes g4. He wants to cement g4, g5. He wants to stabilize that knight on f6, but the knight is not doing that much there. Takes. Now Hans got rid of the only weakness, the h7 pawn. And he will slowly target this b4 pawn. No, some rook a4.
Seems difficult to imagine and Hans loses this, especially
Yes.
given that he has so much time also.
Do you guys think that this is correct, that Parham is down to 8 seconds? Is this possible? Because that would be
No.
also horrible.
That would be bad news.
Maybe can we zoom on the players just
I
so
think
that...
it's possible.
Yeah, we need to zoom in on the players to see if the clock
But if you
situation
can
is
see
correct.
that he
Look
is moving
this,
quite fast.
He wants to push b5. Queen a4, king
Maybe
d2.
it is correct indeed.
Queen b5.
As
Ooh.
fast as he is moving.
And then he's going to go rook
Queen
h8.
f1, you
Rook
cannot
h8.
defend this position. I
Yeah,
mean,
you cannot also...
even if you had to make a draw, it would
Rook
be very
h8 is...
difficult.
Yes, it would be very difficult to make a
Just,
draw.
he's just going to lose.
Rook h1, queen a4, something like
Queen
that.
f1,
Queen f1.
Yes, yes.
Nowhere to hide.
Queen f1.
Or queen a4.
Queen a4, rook a3 still.
Aha, yeah, queen f1 played.
King a2. But this construction will not hold.
Yeah, pretending nothing is threatening, but okay, this cannot be. Yeah. Bishop b5.
Queen d5 check, at least. The problem, even Hans could take a draw by repetition.
Yes, this is also a problem.
This is like everything is a big problem here. Oh. Rook b2, queen a1 is checkmate in a few moves.
Yes, then rook h3 check and yeah, bishop a4.
Queen a4.
Rook h3 first. And queen a4.
Checkmate, yeah.
All right.
Well, Hans deservingly won the match. It was a very strong comeback after the first loss, and then he won both of his games. So congratulations for him being sevens, and for Parham, I think it's great that the tournament is over.
Yes.
He made all the losses possible in this event, and
at least he won one game against Hans.
yeah,
That is
and
the solitude.
we'll see him great performances, I'm sure, in the near future in other tournaments. So this was after the game one of today, of the final day, and now we are going for a short break, but come back shortly because the second game is just about to start in about 20 minutes. Less than 20 minutes, we have the draw of the next round. What position? Who will be the lucky one? Will Magnus be lucky to have a very fortunate position playing with the white pieces, and is he be able to come back just as well? Whether Sindarov will be able to bounce back with the white pieces. So come back shortly. We'll be here. See you later.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Now I'm shouting. I was falling. Now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, my time, my time, my time. What I wanna do. My time. Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Mine tonight. Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, they somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is underneath the neon. In them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody.
For the position lottery.
Welcome back to this final day. We saw two decisive results in Game 1. Wins for Levon Aronian in the final and a win for Vincent Keymer in the match for third place. We're ready now to draw the next position. I'm very happy to be joined by Connor Opperman, who is the highest rated player from the Overberg region. And Connor, just a few days ago, you played against Levon and Hans in Stanford. What was that experience like?
It was good. It was good. The games didn't finish, but yeah, they definitely had the up advantage. But it wasn't completely losing. But I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe the game will be completed someday. You are now. You have the big responsibility of drawing the next position. So let's find out. Okay. So it's going to be position number... Oh my goodness, you just drew a joker. That is our second joker of the day, a joker that means that a donation will be made to a youth chess in South Africa. You can actually hand me the joker and you can draw another position. If I can just hand the joker. And we'll try again, and this time it is position 807. 807. Connor, you are the first person to ever draw a joker on the big stage at Freestyle. Thank you so much, players. Best of luck.
Why?
Or F4 business.
E4. Okay. D5, E5, F6. No? D5 you take? 6 here? Not sure about this.
R9.
Takes, G6, knight D3. Okay. And if I go here, you go F4 or what?
I think 3 moves here, this, and this. Or probably a D4 should be fine. We take. I would get out of F5 quickly.
It's not that easy though, knight F3.
Which one? Which one?
Knight F3, let's say. F5, E5.
I was more thinking whether we can make such things where because
But I'm thinking you should keep the bishop h6 as well. So like knight G F3. So maybe D5, no?
I think this has to be fine.
Should be.
That's our biggest issue. So maybe this is.
One more. And if I, let's say, do some symmetrical business. D3, F5. Not a big deal. No, not too scary.
Check. Yeah, I guess we go symmetry against everything. F4, F5.
What about D4? Do we go F5 or what? F5 looks logical.
Oh, I'm just wondering. Like some
But you cannot play E4.
Yes,
So I go G6.
We can, but also we can just get some. And White also can just develop that surely. Yeah, I'm not sure we want then we also want first game. We don't need to go crazy.
But I'm not going crazy, just trying to be logical. Ah, makes sense. Blocking the bishop. So I should go h4 probably. G6.
Wait, comment.
G6, c5. Yeah, 5. 5. I take on h4, you go g3 and b5. So
yeah, maybe exactly the solid option not so solid. I mean, okay, also I'm not sure. We just copy this.
it's okay. But d4 is unlikely because f5 is also fine.
No, I think e4 feels like the right move.
So let's say e4 here. So what about knight d3 is too slow? No. Okay. Knight d3 you want to try.
What d5? Probably doesn't change too much.
I think that's okay. It's a solid position.
I was
d3
just wondering
f5.
whether we can try for some quick d4.
And if I go,
Yeah, but the problem is we also then always allow this tempo.
yeah,
I think f5 is too much.
yeah, I don't believe in f5.
Well, maybe like with this included, I'm not so sure. But no,
f4, white. Dangerous for white, probably.
Gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
It's definitely not so easy. Yeah, this is definitely critical. Takes 97, g4, h5. Does it do any good for us? h3. Takes from g8. And knight f6. Let's try for. I cannot get this.
Can be good and can be bad, right?
Yeah.
I guess it should be fine. I think it's the best.
Yeah.
We will start in 1 minute.
Okay.
Welcome back today at the final day of the Freestyle Grand Slam series and also for this leg for South Africa. We are witnessing the next game of the match for the third place, Sindarov and Keymer, where Keymer won his first game. And of course for the title, it's the match, Aronian, Magnus Carlsen. The question is, after Magnus lost, can he bounce back again and equalize the match to prolong it and fight for the title? What do you think, Peter? What is the starting position tells you? King is on B1. We haven't seen this king setup for a long time.
Yeah, it's a very interesting position because White's queen's on D1, bishop on C1, and this is kind of harmonious. The bishop on H1 is also nicely lined up on the long diagonal, but how do you treat the position? And here we see that Magnus Carlsen is still taking his time. We have seen in the previous run that how the first moves are making an impact on the position. If you end up in a trouble, no matter who you are against such opposition, you will not get a chance to come back. So he's taking it slowly. On the other board, we see a completely different scenario. Sindarov played the move E4, E5, and then D4. I do remember Vincent and Levon analyzing this E4, E5 structure, but the move D4 certainly seems to come as a slight surprise to Vincent. Probably he did not believe that White can really play this central opening. Judith, what is your feeling?
It's interesting to see this E4, E5, D4 opening up the position already such an early stage of the game. Queen D4, I guess. So for the moment, G pawn will not move because the H8 bishop is not protected. So usually some F5 moves can come in these positions, I believe. No,
yeah, there are so many possibilities. Also, knight E7 is very flexible, opening up the way and the possibility to move the pawn to G6. Then this F5, D5 breaks, as you highlighted, maybe when the F5 break immediately. I just find it very difficult to believe that this D4 was a good idea, because if White would be able to put a knight on E3, then it would make a lot of sense. But with the knights being on E1 and on G1, they can only reach to F3 and D3, and they are not exactly in line with this structure. Normally, White needs a knight on C3, knight on E3, and control of the center squares.
Well, also having E4 with the bishop on H1, it's maybe in the long run, of course, it can be useful. But somehow I'm always careful breakings in the center in the very early stage of the game.
Yeah, this is what actually Magnus did against Sindarov twice, and it backfired, right? With opening up and inviting a lot of activity for the opponent's pieces. So I'm a little bit surprised from Sindarov's side that he not only blitzed out D4, but now he's taking time, really quite a lot of time to capture that pawn back on D4. Nicholas, let me ask you, is there any other option apart of capturing this pawn back?
Well, there are options, but yeah, D4 was a mistake. After E4, E5, D4 is premature. And this is something we talked about many times already. Always the question, when to break, how to break in the center, and D4 is definitely a move that is, at some point, an idea, but it's too early. You could first prepare it. Let's say with a move like knight E2, and then maybe later in the future you could play D4 so you can take back with the knight. So knight E2 was a reasonable move. A4 is, by the way, always a quite reasonable move to play with the rook on A1, the king on B1. D4 came too early, and he was analyzing. Obviously, I mean, he must have thought about this position, and now after e takes D4, he already took a longer pause. Sindarov did. Took finally now with the queen on D4. But just like in the normal classical chess position, bringing out the queen so early will mean that you have to move the queen again. You will lose time. For example, black can go knight E7 now and defend the bishop, so you can
you're going to play g6, the queen has to move again, you lose a lot of time, and in the end it was not worth it to open up the center so early. So while e4 was the best move in the position that, by the way, Magnus did not play, which gives a considerable advantage for white objectively, like 0.40, which is quite reasonable, quite good. The follow-up with d4 was unfortunate when already objectively it is black who is better. So you could say a dream start for Vincent, Judith.
Wow, is it already that clear that black is taking over? Yeah, and it's very strange that in the center you have to be careful. How do you start up? Somehow you open up the center and bring out the queen so early. It fires back many times. Also with Magnus it did several times. So one must have understanding for the position, which is not easy at all. Maybe we can talk a bit about the Magnus game, because interesting what's going on. Both players open up with g3 and g6. They thought it's a priority to open up the diagonal for the bishops. And I'm thinking I can visualize something for black. I don't know if it's anything realistic, but if, let's say, black will castle short eventually. Do you think, Peter, it's a realistic idea to play c6, bring out the knight to c7, bishop to somewhere, move the queen and then castle short, or black has to have a very different strategy?
I don't think that you will have time for this. And one thing I would like to add, that Nicholas mentioned that the starting position after e4 was like some 0.40. But when the players look at this position, yeah, one gets the feeling that this is playable for black. Yeah, we are not worried. Yeah, the previous game, which I don't know what was the evaluation from the start, but it automatically had the feeling that white plays d4. We know what white is doing, and we are worried for black. Yeah, here in this position, I'm not feeling any such pressure. Yeah, that maybe white is tiny bit better, but there is so much to play for. Yeah, you will have different templates, but yeah, this is Magnus' style. Let's just go back to the start.
But you see how stressful Magnus is. His heart rate is 113.
Yes, normally it's 70, but he's in a must-win situation, and he faces Levon, who hasn't lost a single game yet in this event. F4, D5, G3, Leningrad Dutch, kind of these vibes we are getting here. Black played the move G6, white opted for E4, and it's a typical Magnus kind of break in all this position. Usually he does it with the queen on H1. Yeah, he wants to activate the queen immediately, but he just wants to clarify the structure and then get his knights nicely out. But my feeling is that some tempo play with knight d6 or something should be giving black enough time to coordinate forces. Judith, what are your feelings? Not necessarily about knight d6, but about something that I'm not worried yet.
Yeah, but there are a lot of ideas, and that's why I think Levon wants to spend time. Hopefully he's not going to spending so much time as Magnus did in the previous game around this number of move. But it's important, right? It is very important how, in which direction he's steering the game. I'm wondering actually what happens if black goes f5,
and then
pushing
e5,
back, and
yes?
e5.
Yeah, I also had this feeling that there are so many different ways to play the position. One of the ideas was also knight d6, bishop moves away, and then e5. This f5 connected with e5, that actually what is Magnus really thinking about, that how he will meet it. Let's just make some moves. So f5, the bishop probably falls back to g2. Actually, the computer hates the move f5. Okay, let us make a move like bishop g2, and we follow up
with the e5.
With e5, breaking in the center. So we are expecting that f takes e5 is kind of obligatory. Bishop takes e5. White will get a tempo getting his knight out to f3. First of all, which one?
Yeah, that's always a question in this
maybe
position.
Knight e1 to f3, so that after d4 we will have knight e2.
e2, knight f4.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say which, but what is the big problem for, maybe the bishop on c8 will be a long-term problem. And we have a move, Levon played the move knight gf6.
Yeah.
It was also a tempo move hitting the bishop on e4, and Magnus falls back with the bishop to and c5. Wow, Okay.
Unexpected.
That is unexpected, yeah. Levon says that I want to control the center. I know that Magnus wants to go d4 and occupy the center. I'm not going to let him. And he goes for a walk. Is he going to go to the confessional? Exactly. We want Levon, if you already get up from the board, come join us, tell us your thoughts.
Very interesting move. What do you think, Nicholas, about this c5? Very brave-looking move against d4.
It is definitely a brave move because you are weakening your king and diagonal here from h2 to b8, but no bishop will show up there anytime soon because the pawn is on f4. So it is definitely playable, but it wasn't the computer's first choice to play like this. There were other options. You could have also played e5 right away. That was another direction. Maybe put the knight on d6. But c5 shows up in a lot of different lines, so it's definitely an idea. And now I would expect Magnus to put a knight on f3. The big question is which one, because you have two that could go there. Maybe take the e knight, because then the other knight can come to e2 at some point. And it feels like will be a bit of a slower game for now. Maybe knight ef3, d3, get the bishop out. Maybe a4 at some point. a4 is definitely a move that is on the agenda, because we've seen this also in other games. If c5 has been played and they play a4, you don't want to go a5 because it weakens the b5 square. So this is a bit the drawback of c5. But probably Levon is saying, well, you can do a4 and do your thing. I will keep bringing the piece into position, knight d6, queen c7, and I'm not too worried because if a5, I go a6, and no knight is showing up at b6 anytime.
Wow, knight d3 played by Magnus. Very interesting.
Knight d3. Just when I was saying it will be a bit of a slower game, he's going for concrete measures. He wants to bring in the knight to e5. Computer doesn't like this move, by the way. Queen c7, knight d6. Apparently the knight on e5 is not something that black needs to be concerned about.
But okay, it's kind of understandable, yeah, that he's in a must-win situation. He wants to kind of at least pretend to put pressure. Yeah, he's hitting the pawn on c5, so queen c7 would be kind of probably a natural move. Queen c7 and then knight e5, or is he first planning to play knight f3 and then knight d5?
But I think knight e5 would be maybe early because knight d7
yes.
White can't hold it.
I'm not happy to jump so early there.
Unless after knight d7, white would go knight f3.
Knight f3. Here we definitely go. Yeah. No, but it's a little bit surprising. Yeah, Levon will take his time because certainly he also understands that after knight d3, things will escalate. Yeah, because you feel like after knight d3, potential knight e5, a lot of trades are hanging in the air. So making sure that you understand which piece you want to trade in, which move order, how to react, it makes perfect sense to spend time. But Levon is about to make, yeah, okay, queen c7.
He's playing fast.
Okay, knight f3 played as well, yeah, logical. So far it's logical.
e5 square seems to be an important spot.
But black can go knight d6, bishop f5, and castle.
Yes, Judith's
plan, but for black. And then the whole position just makes perfect sense,
yes.
In fact.
And black is almost
harmonious position.
Yeah.
But actually, Levon was not standing up for nothing.
Yes.
He came to the confessional booth, so let's listen him what he thinks about the position.
The position feels kind of solid. Well, depends if white manages to put the pressure on the c5 pawn quickly. Otherwise, my plan is very simple. Knight d6, queen c7, just bishop anywhere. Let's say f5 and castle. Once I'm castled, I mean, structurally, it looks like white will spend too much time to develop his pieces before there's anything. So. Yeah, I kind of think this should be fine for black.
Okay, so we see Levon is very, very relaxed. He's happy with his position, and he do He does want to go castle short, right?
You saw that, yeah.
And he's not far away from that, bringing out his bishop, and he's right there.
Yeah, and he's so happy. Yeah, because this is what you need. This type of positions you need when you only need a draw. You don't have to think about the result. You just make natural good moves quickly, and it will be a horror scenario for Magnus. That how will he try to get something? And basically, if he's not objective, he might end up being worse. But if he's playing objective chess, then he might not get any chances to win. Well, what is, let's ask Nicholas Karshi, what are they saying now? Because based on this position, I find it very hard to imagine how is Magnus bouncing back here, Judith.
Well, b6, actually, it's interesting that does black have enough time to put the bishop on b7? Because actually, if he has enough time, then
yeah,
very difficult for white. Where is he going to be pushing? Which side? I mean,
I would love to be black. Yeah, with white, I have no idea because I only see this e5 square. I see that some b3, bishop b2 should be somehow played. But,
yes.
But
how can you be better with white here?
Yeah, you can only be.
That's the big problem.
You can only be worse. You can never be better here.
No, you are already worse, in fact, objectively a little bit. Instead of b6, bishop e6 was also quite good to put a bishop on d5, similar idea. And
but
the problem is the position is so safe for black.
But in opening, Magnus was not very promising in this event. He had many problems in openings.
Usually he was always the one who was putting tremendous pressure in the opening, but not in this tournament.
Yes, somehow he does not have this natural touch and feeling for the game here. That he has many problems in openings.
I mean, usually he always wins with white. I
Yes.
told you guys this amazing statistic, 14.5 out of 15 before this event. Here he has lost twice with white, and now he has another game where he's not putting pressure, where he's slightly worse, and he needs to win. So far it's looking quite good for Levan Aronian.
Okay, but Magnus sometimes pulls up his magic.
Pulls a rabbit out of the hat.
He did against Fabi, giving up a pawn for unexpected compensation.
Yeah.
But now it looks very stable, right, for black. It's like fianchetto on both sides. It's going to be rock solid for black. That's the question.
And it's a normal chess position.
It's a normal,
for black at least.
Yes.
Well, b8 king is not, well, once
Not
king
yet,
on
but
g8.
soon.
Yes.
But it will be on g8, and we can already visualize it, and there is no way stopping it.
Okay, so what happens if white stops it? Playing some kind of knight e5, and after
one?
bishop b7.
Which one?
I don't know. One knight e5, d3 to e5.
Yes, d3 to e5.
d3 to e5, and after bishop b7, I go bishop h3.
Wow. Okay,
No
but I can always do
castling.
e6 business.
Yeah, e6 doesn't
I can
hurt
just play e6 cemento. And
Yeah.
okay, I'm super happy.
Okay.
Well, white will have to play this b3, bishop b2. There are no other moves. Yeah, knight fe5 played. All right. Magnus, help us out. We don't know what you are doing. We need your help. You have the touch.
e7 will be blitzed out. Once Levan is back. And here he comes.
And then some b3, bishop b2.
And then what?
Yes.
Well,
Well, then maybe castle short. I don't know.
g4. g4.
Yeah. Because I don't think that white's king can stay for too long on the left side of the board on the.
Oh, you can castle long also.
Yeah, castle long, but it will step into some c5, c4 break. I'm not, especially after knight fe5 with the knight on d3. I don't see this scenario happening. Yeah.
But castling short with the bishops being traded also feels a bit airy.
No, I'm very pessimistic.
For Magnus?
Yes, I'm very pessimistic.
Bishop takes b7. I guess queen b7.
And b3.
And b3. So let's see what's the next move.
Ah, okay. So that was the idea that by provoking queen takes b7, Magnus actually signals that he will not castle short for sure. He will play this bishop b2 and then will rely on this g4 play. Probably he will castle long or short from this angle. The white king will end up in c1 d1. One thing was sure, yeah, Levon castles all the way to the king side. Bishop b2 happens.
And now I think Levon will be thinking, and I would like to visit the other game between Javokir and Vincent, because they also going into the middle game, and it seems like maybe Sindarov is about to have a better position.
Yes, he is having a better. I just don't understand Vincent's b6 move. That was horrible. Just I cannot. And it's the typical way of overthinking things. Yeah, that you want to be too smart, and there's often trying to be too smart backfires, because. Why on earth do you do this? Yeah, we talked about it, that queen takes d4. It was not just the computer, but it was so natural that black plays knight e7, sets up g6, f5, all these d5 breaks, everything is very flexible, and it was all about time that white is not able to control the things, because let's face it, in long terms, white has a central pawn, so it is black who has to challenge that pawn. And in the game, this pawn was not challenged. b6. Yes, it looks like a smart idea, bishop b7, and then probably dreaming of castling quickly, but this is not really objective. Knight e2, not realistic enough. Knight e7, played too late, g3. Now already all these f5 moves are running into ef, and the rook is hanging, so black has to play bishop b7. And then this queen a4 move happened, which computer probably liked. It was probably a smart move. Stepping out of any kind of g6, Vincent played another move, d6. Not a happy move, it's a very passive move to play d6. I'm very skeptical, very critical of Vincent's play knight d3, knight f6 in this moment. Bishop is still stuck on h8, so is he planning to play queen d7 and say that, you know, I only need a draw, so getting into a slightly worse endgame would be okay with me? And otherwise, white's queen would have trouble finding the square. Maybe this is the psychological idea.
Yeah, the h8 bishop is not giving too much promise. At the same time, black just plays g6, and then the bishop is back in business, right? But here I'm also thinking that whether Vincent has an idea to go queen d7 and short castle, and have g6, bishop g7, and then if he's getting that position, it can be very stable. At the same time, after queen d7 and castle is not so fast to be done, because e5, the b7 bishop can be vulnerable if it's not protected.
But anyway, after queen d7, you will have to find the square for the queen, and I don't really think, yeah, bishop g5 is a move which is a natural move.
And actually queen d7 is not possible.
Is not possible, but is white really planning to take on f6? Destroying the pawn structure, yes. On one side,
he might be, and playing g4.
Yeah, on one side it's understandable, but Vincent, you took away queen d7. I'm gonna follow my plan, queen e8. Nice little move, and he can also castle long, or okay, long will mean king to c8, rook to d8 once the queen moves from the a file and does not target the a7 pawn anymore. Smart move, queen e8.
Queen e8 not bad at all, and the e4 pawn.
Yes.
Is targeted.
Little bit of a cold shower, this queen e8, because Sindarov did not want to allow queen d7, the trade of queens on d7. He solved with bishop g5 to stop that, and suddenly queen e8 is an even bigger problem. Suddenly. How do we react?
Can white just go queen d4?
How does white react? This is now a cold shower. Queen d4 is your suggestion, yes? Stepping into knight c6, then you fall back to e3, yeah?
I don't know, maybe even knight f5 is possible.
Yeah, this queen d4 is very loose, yeah, somehow. Even knight f5, you are invited, but takes rook e1, that is dangerous, no?
Rook e1,
yes.
That I missed. No, but if you go knight c6, I wanted to go back queen e3.
Yes, of course. Queen d4, so if knight c6, you play queen e3, but then I also have some time for knight g4. I don't know, I have this option, knight g4. By the way, I'm hitting the pawn on h2.
Oh.
And also h6 targeting the bishop. No, you can't play queen d4. No, but then this bishop g5, queen 8 was a very huge kind of development. Then black is solving all the problems. This is a complete cold shower for Sindarov. He just missed this move.
Yeah, very unpleasant for Sindarov to deal with this.
Yeah, just when it looked like one move ago that, he's able to stabilize, cement his central pawn on e4 and enjoy the game.
Okay, so what happens if queen e8? Let's go simplify things. Queen takes e8, rook takes e8, I go bishop f6.
Okay, gf and
g4.
And g4. So trying to shut the bishop out.
Trying to shut the bishop there, the double pawn. If I manage to go knight g3 and stop you by playing all kind of f5 one day, then...
Okay, can I break with... First of all, also your break with f5 is in the cards, yeah? Because the knight on e2 is hanging. So I can maybe just play f5. Also, I can play d5. I have both options. F5.
This can be a problem if you immediately can do that.
Before you get knight g3.
Yeah.
There is this problem. Sindarov wants to make a move. All eyes on Javo here because this is now not easy after queen e8. Yeah, and he goes for it. Takes.
Knight d4. Okay. Well, probably f5 was just killing my idea after g4.
Yes, now this is a very crucial moment, yeah, because he is
Is it true, Nicholas, that g4 was not possible to f5?
Yeah, I mean, you're not really playing for anything after f5. Knight d4 is better. Better try. Probably the best try that Javokhir had in the position. Bishop g5 was just an inaccuracy, allowing this queen e8. Strong reply by Vincent. And now actually black only has one move to keep it equal.
Yes, exactly. This was my question. Like, what is the right move here? This is a move like castles, the move. Yeah, just, long, because first of all, the black rook already moved from f8, so...
Only legal castle we are talking about.
Yes, only this one castle. Oops, this is not the way to make this castle. Is this? Yeah, this is the way to castle, okay? Yes, and then trying to break with d5.
Yeah, absolutely. Castle is natural and strong, and then black should be fine.
Are you in time to play c4, try to stop d5? Because if black gets...
I don't know, it's shaky.
Okay, let me play c4.
Maybe then
Isn't it possible to play d5?
Yeah,
Isn't d5 possible?
d5,
no,
f5,
d5 takes and knight d5. Isn't that possible? Takes and bishop d5? Something is wrong, yeah? But knight c6?
Yeah, knight c6, bishop h1, knight d8, bishop e4, but anyway, you are exchange up. Yeah, you castle then.
I don't know what's the winning move.
This, and now you can castle. And you win the game. Yeah, no, this, yeah, and Vincent castles. Correct. After c5, you just play f5. I just feel that, yeah, I want to...
And? After f5, takes, knight takes?
Yes, yeah, knight takes, rook comes to e2, and you cannot...
But I go castle. I can castle.
You can still castle. So takes. No, you cannot play rook e4. Can I target this c4 pawn? Because then you cannot castle.
That's strong.
Yeah, this is good, yeah. This is good. This is actually important.
Oh, white should probably play short or long castle. Reply to castle by black, yes.
At this point.
This is the current position.
I would go long castle.
Yeah, to keep the king closer to b2 pawn, no? Because this b2 pawn can be a bit...
No, I don't know what my king on g1 doing. I think rook on d1 is good.
Yes, rook on d1 is good, yeah. And Vincent blitzes out the move c5. Yeah, because he wants to get access to the f5 pawn. The f5 square. So the knight is kicked away, setting up the idea of going f5. Where is this white knight jumping?
To F5.
Yeah, to F5. It was the only way to keep.
Well, the bishop is still on H8, right?
Yeah, but after takes, the bishop G7, bishop F8, D5 is coming. Bishop will find a good square on D6.
Yeah, but the D5 square is still.
Yeah, exactly. Takes. That's why, okay, bishop G7 to stop knight F4 because of bishop H6 makes a lot of sense.
And played.
Yeah, it's played.
Important move, that bishop H6 stopping the very strong knight F4.
Yes.
Transferring to D5.
I think Vincent has solved his issues. And
maybe we can go back
to
our
finals
champion match, to the finals. Let's see who is going to be the champion in South Africa. Is it going to be Levon, who won in Las Vegas already, or Magnus, who won already 2 events in Germany? 2 legs. It does not seem.
Yeah, Paris and Karlsruhe.
Paris and Germany. Yeah.
They were just one after another.
Yes.
Right, so it was
oh, he offers the queen trade.
Wow, this is desperado. This shows that he knows that if he doesn't trade queens, then
it can be dangerous.
Yeah, he gets into trouble. But this is almost like.
But actually, black can go knight e4, maybe, no? But then takes and long castle. Long castle, true.
This is a desperate attempt. That, okay, I trade the queens, I get absolutely nothing, maybe even tiny bit worse, but it's an endgame and I will try to squeeze this. No, but against Levon, this will not work. No. And Levon has 21 minutes. No, this is impossible.
Levon once again is playing quickly and strongly. I mean, that is just a nasty combination. Magnus has gotten absolutely nowhere in the opening, quite the opposite, he's worse. And there's a trade of queens. Levon simplifies, objectively not the strongest, but practically it makes a lot of sense since he only needs a draw to become the champion of the last event here in South Africa.
And look at this, how Levon is not thinking like if this is the sharpest of all positions. Yeah, this is his posture, but it just shows that he is extremely tense. He knows that what is a golden opportunity.
Yeah. Can he go knight d5?
Knight d5 and then e6, cemento.
Yeah.
And yeah, Magnus
seems to be a powerful move.
Magnus definitely has to show some endgame magic here.
Yes, he needs a magic. But he has to fight against Levon's shaman. This is not gonna be easy. Yeah, it's he's trying his magic, but someone else is working in the background in Levon's favor, as he revealed yesterday.
Explaining all of his luck, but he's making his own luck too. He's playing well.
Of course. Okay, if you haven't lost a single game in this tournament,
it's not only
that means something. Yes. Knight d5.
But actually, maybe White can get somewhere here. Trading on h8 and then knight e4. Maybe.
Well, at the moment it's very hard to believe, but probably Magnus feels like at least I don't get mated. Yeah,
yes.
And I might be able to try to play a long game.
Yeah.
But it's so difficult to imagine that it reminds me of the match between Magnus Carlsen and Vincent Keymer.
I was just going to say that.
2020 Baku World Cup, yes. Yeah. Because there Vincent won the first game against Magnus, then the second game Magnus did not show anything in the opening, it was even very shaky. And then by offering the queen trade, or one move before offering a queen trade, he blundered. Vincent could have won in one move and knock him out with 2-0, but Vincent just wanted to be solid. And Magnus was able to trade queens, and it was an equal kind of endgame. And then, but Magnus knew that now I can never lose. Yeah, and he started the torture. Of course, it was better. There was more potential in the position. And then slowly he grind out a 70 or 80 move win, and then later won the rapid and blitz. No, I think the rapid
tiebreak, and
yeah.
won the World Cup. Yes.
So Magnus knows this kind of things that, yeah, if I'm in trouble and I lost the first game, and also he kind of invites his opponent to feel very comfortable that, okay, all I need to draw, this is an easy position. And then when you suddenly encounter some problems you are psychologically not ready for.
Yeah.
But everyone knows Magnus, and this will not be an easy walk in the park now to make this draw.
Also, looking Magnus's face, I can't read that he would be so happy. It would be also nice to see his heart rate. Well, right now he's thinking in what form to exchange pieces, right?
Yes. Now
Can
he has
he
to
go?
have a vision that which position. Well, I don't think that he can allow c3, so basically it's
Well, what happens?
he has to take on h8. No?
And after that?
And then
Go
it's the
see-
big question.
What to do after that? And the bishops are off the board.
Yeah, but have you seen the movement? His hand movement and body movement does not signal any.
But I don't know how is it possible to create anything for white.
Yes. That's what he signaled. That I don't know. I'm a big maestro in endgames.
I mean, I would like to play with black for sure.
Yeah, the knight on d5 is nice. Yeah?
You? White or black?
In which situation? What do I need?
Now, in this situation.
Okay.
No, okay, this situation doesn't matter, right?
Situation. Well, I wouldn't mind being black even if the score would be half, yeah, and draw in the first game. I would still feel very comfortable with black. That
Nicholas, which color do you feel more comfortable in this position? If, let's say, it's a draw. None of them has to win, but...
I think I'd be more comfortable with white.
Really?
Yeah, I like my rook on the e-file. I feel like the king is protecting the pawns.
So after king
And
h8,
after
what
d4
would...
square.
Oh, wow, you already know such details. Yeah, you have analyzed with the computer.
Black
yeah?
has pushed a pawn to c4.
d4 square.
Wow. So it means that after king takes h8, because we can already make this move in the name of Levon Aronian, he's not at the board yet. King takes h8, and your move was knight e4, I think. Yeah, you
Knight
were
e4 is what the
advocating.
computer first said, but rook e5. Well, rook e5 is a bit strange, and then knight e4
E6.
definitely wants knight e4 at some point to trade one pair of knights. And this pawn on c4, I think this is the one thing that white can target, because black never wants to take on b3, since it would open up the rook on a1 and improve the structure. And then I can maybe put some pressure on this pawn on c4.
But how exactly? So you start with knight e4, you start with king b2.
Knight e4,
Magnus
yeah.
actually went king b2.
King b2 is a bit soft. Because now there's also c3 as a possibility.
That's what I wanted to ask. Whether c3, is it beneficial for black or white?
But Levon just played rook c7. He doesn't
c7
want to
also
be
good.
provoked.
Exactly, because white cannot play c3 because of b4.
Yes, white is unable to play it. And he's preparing rook fc8, putting pressure on the c2 pawn, which will be kind of annoying for white to deal with. No, I don't believe that Magnus senses any chances in this position. If he would be black, he would be looking forward to squeezing something out of this position, but not with white. I'm not buying this. Knight d4, there you go. Nicholas highlighted, there is the d4 square, the
Yes.
only hope in the position for
Not
white.
like this, unfortunately.
Not like this, yeah?
Not like this. I guess you had to first trade this knight on d6, just too strong.
So rook fc8, will Levon just continue in his...
Maybe he wants to go knight e4 after that.
Yeah, probably. He protected the c2, but is there some tactic with... not sure, yeah? After rook fc8, that I wanted to use this cb knight f5 idea, but cb you play knight takes d6. This is probably very important. You have this
And
intermediate move.
ab3.
Yes, so I cannot do this. That's at least good news. So I just have to take and enjoy the position.
Also not bad.
Yes.
And c3 probably.
Yes. And then takes, or even take with the rook, or with the knight. And then, okay, we play e6, thank you very much. No, there are no chances.
Never even pushed that knight away from c3.
Yeah, rook f had played.
Well, this would be a bit anticlimactic if this was such an easy draw for Levon.
Yes.
But he would like it. It would mean he wins this final event and becomes second after Magnus in the tour standings.
Yeah, that would be incredible. Yeah, that who would have ever thought that before Las Vegas?
By the way, a draw for Levon would pocket him an additional $130,000.
Yes.
If he wins this match, compared to when he loses. Quite a big amount of money.
Quite a big amount for one afternoon, yeah?
Well, I mean, it is not only this event, but also Vegas.
Yeah,
all the events, because also the tour, getting second place in the tour, I believe, is $50,000. So Magnus goes 94.
94.
What else can he do?
Yeah, but he's also benefiting from these double points, yeah? Because this is the clutch.
Absolutely.
This is the clutch event, yeah? So everybody
That's how he overtakes like all of the guys in front of him.
Yes, Fabi and Vincent.
Vincent, Hikaru. But okay, Hikaru would have overtaken anyway. But yeah, this event counts double as it is the final. And there are 50 tour points at stake for the winner. 36 for second. Yeah, he needs to trade here basically. I mean, there are other options, but trading on c3 is just simple and good. You have this monster knight on c3. All of your pieces are well placed. And where does white even play?
I'd suggest to go to the bird's eye view and see the Vincent game against Sindarov as well.
Also there, it looks like black is doing fine. It is a very solid...
Because there seems to be a very nice transfer of bishop from g7 to f8 and c5.
c5, yes.
Can Sindarov dream of anything positive in this position? It seems it's only black can play for a win, isn't it?
It's very similar, even maybe better than Levon's position. And Sindarov also needs to win.
Yeah, but how is it possible to win in this game if you just put your bishop on c5 and push b5, b4?
Yes, you are pushing. Yeah.
You're just staying there.
He makes sure that after bishop c5 he has king f3, so that against d4 he has king e4. That's the only otherwise.
Yes, but because king cannot go away, once the king moves away from f3, d4 arrives.
Exactly.
So what if just black does nothing, pushes his pawns b5?
Yeah, he will have to play g4, h4, g5, yeah, with white also pushing and saying like maybe you cannot break through, and I'm pushing, I have a knight jumping around, but where is this knight jumping?
Well, black is actually considerably better in this.
With this lovely bishop on c5, black is doing amazing.
Well, there is a breakthrough opportunity for black, right? Maybe after having your pawns on b4, a4.
Yes.
The classic.
There will be some kind of breakthrough.
Yes, okay, I will have to play b3, yeah, if you already push it all the way to to b4, a4 before you push this famous b3 and...
Classic, what we learned when we were babies.
Yes.
Well, wasn't it for you also?
No, it was very early, and
like
of course it would never happen in any kind of game. But yes, we learned these kind of pawn breaks, yes, motives.
Yeah, Levon in complete chilling mode.
But there's a little bit of a some questions to be answered now if Magnus plays c3. Because if he can get b4 in, he would be very happy. So after c3 by Magnus, b4, c takes b4, and if knight takes b4, that's actually knight f3, and there's some questions suddenly, surprisingly.
Yeah, that is very surprising. Yeah, this is, I haven't seen it coming yet.
Because this knight e5 and the pawn f7 is also hanging.
The pawn f7
that is a very surprising kind of idea. But he doesn't find it.
Yeah,
no,
he
Magnus
plays rook c1. Okay, because this c3, b4, c4, excuse me, but this is just, this is not possible. You break your own pawn structure. Black has lined up on the c file.
Yeah.
Knight d3 check is knight d3 comes with a check. I mean, what is happening? It's only computer can understand these things. But yeah, rook c1 e6 played. Levon is signaling that I don't know what you have. I'm not afraid of anything.
But now actually
I'm just
c3.
stabilizing.
Now c3. I think Levon played e6 a bit fast. I mean, c3, it's not anything for white, but at least
The game
play
is
this move without b4.
game is going. White can transfer the knight to e5 via f3, rook d4, putting pressure on c4.
He goes knight f3 immediately.
Okay. Again, and he's really inviting Levon.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah, but
links first.
But Levon will play king g7, yeah, because he did not play the move c3 before. He already played a6 and e6, so he will continue with king g7. Almost guaranteed.
Well, then finally Magnus will maybe play c3. Anyway, should we go back to Magnus's game?
Yeah, maybe we can. In the meantime, it's still going on, this endgame g4.
Yeah, king g7 played, yeah. This is old school. This is old school. Sometimes we get lazy, but we are happy. That's it. King g7.
But now the computer is actually happy for white after c3. Even gives like a tiny bit of an advantage.
Wow. But yeah, somehow this is not the move that black worries about. Yeah, it's you just also feel like your opponent has played rook c1,
takes
and
c4.
Magnus takes bc4.
Yeah, I guess. Just
But what is this bc4? What is this move? What is this move at all? B takes c4. I was saying like you're never gonna play c3. I would have said that you're never gonna take bc4, and there we have it. It's a total desperado. bc4. Look at Magnus's face. He's just not happy. Rook takes c4. Yeah, he takes.
Then he wants to play c3 in the end, maybe, or yes, probably.
Yes.
But whenever I say he's going to play c3, he is not doing it. So,
yeah, finally.
Finally, yeah, here we go.
And now he's thinking like, if I'm even in time to play d3, yeah, king b3, a3, and then some c4.
Something like this,
Then
slow play.
maybe I can squeeze something.
No, I mean, there's still something. Like rook e4 is not so obvious.
No, it was the first move that came to my mind, rook e4.
Yeah, but then knight d4.
I was worried of rook e4, but yeah, it's a little bit adventurous.
Yeah, it feels like the rook might be trapped.
And if Levon was already in this very lazy mode, then suddenly to switch gears and calculate these consequences of rook e4, it's difficult.
I mean, that is the only danger, I mean, or the biggest danger for Levon, that he plays too quickly. He has enough time, the position is equal, he just should not rush and take his time when there are some decisions to be made.
And if he plays, for example, in the most classical manner with some h6, king f6, planning g5 break, what happens then?
Yeah, then d3 and c4.
Yeah, so d3, c4 is already a threat. The knight b4 is not
a little bit.
Yes. No, but I meant that after, for example, h6, d3, rook back to c7, c4, knight b4 is a reaction or not? This is my question.
Knight b4 with the rook on c7, or
yes, for example.
Well, there's knight e5 then.
Yes, knight e5, and it's a little bit tricky.
a3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there is a tiny bit something here.
Yeah, there remains something. It's not a dead draw.
Levon plays knight b6.
Also a good move.
Yeah, anticipating this d3, c4 idea. But okay, now Magnus actually can be happy. He got something to play with.
Well,
it's absolutely nothing, but still something, yeah?
Yeah,
some
I still
very
feel like
tiny.
he should have played c3 before taking on c4. I mean, there was no rush to take on c4, right? You could have maybe done that later too. Anyway, we have this position. Magnus needs to win. He has 7 minutes. Aronian has 10 minutes more, 17 almost, and only needs a draw and an equal endgame.
I'm not
Magnus really
sure.
has to work his endgame magic still.
Which he's shown quite a lot of.
Well, we have to jump to the Vincent game because there is a breakthrough, just as we talked about.
Complete breakthrough.
Yes.
Because we go back to our knowledge we learned in our childhood. Look at that beautiful setup. If we can just go for that game, Sindarov Keymer, because after d4, look at that beautiful setup with black. 4 pawns on the fourth row. And it seems like it's over, isn't it? Black will push, because I was thinking about that. You said b3, but because the knight is already standing
Exactly.
on g2,
Knight moved away. Now
it's
this
just
is
falling
coming.
apart.
Yeah,
Let's show b takes c4, d3.
Yeah. The children dreams are becoming reality.
Yeah, b3.
And we can even choose.
Yeah,
We
if
can
you
even
push a3 just for elegancy, but a takes b3 is also, nobody can stop.
No, ace is a mistake.
Knight
knight
e1.
e1, yes.
Sorry, knight e1,
yes.
knight
No, of
c2.
course,
sorry.
we just take a, b and say thank you very much. Yeah, the b pawn queen.
Actually, maybe this is what he thought, that this breakthrough doesn't work because his knight will be catching.
Or he was just anyway thinking like, I have to win the game and I have to activate my pieces, and yeah, Vincent goes for a walk because he knows that that's it. But the bad news for him is that if Levon easily makes a draw, then he cannot get the over a third spot.
No.
Because then both Levon and Fabiano will be ahead of Vincent in the overall standing. But anyway, it would be fantastic to finish on a high note, beating Sindarov, who has been so
b3
impressive.
was a double question mark, isn't it?
Yes. b3 was a mistake, but
he was in a must win.
And let's listen, Vincent, from the confessional books, what he has to say now.
Confessional.
What I'm about to say could end up being very embarrassing, but I think this pawn break will just work. You know, it's the kind of break you see in some endgame books for pawn endgames, and I think I can use that here. The knight is too far away, so if I calculate everything correctly now, there's not even a way for him to make a clean draw, and I only need a draw, so I'm very happy right now and just hoping that I didn't blunder anything, and then it will hopefully mean that I will take third place.
Exactly, he's going to be taking third place because in this position, I don't think he's going to, he has any way of ruining it, right? There is no way, it's just coming.
Yeah,
D3,
the big question
move.
is White able to somehow even continue the battle? Yeah, that's the big question.
Well, he can go maybe king e2.
Yes, he has to, yeah.
He has to go king e2, and after that d3, king d1, takes on
Yes.
c2, takes everything on b3, and I think just king d5.
And then king d5 and the king marches in, yeah. Basically, but even cb, ab, you can play a3, you can have this beautiful passer, and then you play king d5, and it should be over. No, it's just...
You have a choice.
Game over. If someone tells Vincent before the event that you take third, but you might not end up being top 3 in the tournament, I mean the whole tour standing, he will say this is impossible. How on earth third place in the tournament? It's not enough. But exactly the results go such way, yeah, with Levon winning the event and Fabiano then getting the 5th place, that it will not be enough. He will be missing out, but he can be super proud of his tremendous performance. What a tour he has played. Incredible.
Yeah.
And Sindarov, after playing such a wonderful event, but that was the feeling, and I think that this is what hurting also Magnus, that yesterday match between this final time trouble scramble between Sindarov and Magnus was taking way too much out of them. Yeah, because it was so out of control for 20, 30 moves that they just could not recover from the shock.
Very energy consuming.
Yes, and nerves consuming and so on. Yeah, Vincent goes for a walk. I wanted to congratulate to Magnus during the dinner. I was approaching him and he kind of showed me with his hand gesture that no, for this today's match, I don't take any credit, kind of. That was his reaction. He knew that he just survived some incredible scare there, which was out of control. And we see today, but who knows? Magnus is Magnus. He's probably the only one in the world who can handle situations and mount some comeback when it is least expected.
Yeah, let's go back to this game, as this one will probably be decided.
Yeah, Javokir has plenty of time, but it's too late to think at this point, it seems. So let's go back, because some things, little progress maybe happened for Magnus.
At least f6 had been played, yeah, or provoked, so there is a target on e6. Something small to play with. Magnus 6 minutes 14 seconds versus 14 minutes 35. The good news for Magnus and his fans that if he gets a chance, then this time will still be enough. The clock will not hinder him. The question if he will get a chance at all.
Knight d4 is a threat now. And of course f6 was something that Magnus was waiting for.
Yeah, let's even go back a few moves. So this is the position we have seen. Knight b6 happened. Rook e1, small little move, king f6, following the classical rules, bring the king into the game, knight e5, rook c7, king b3 stepping out of knight c4 trade, king e7, pawn to d3, occupying, covering some important squares. And then Levon said, I can't tolerate this knight any longer, f6, knight f6. So this is the weakness we are talking about, the pawn on e6. That's the only issue. And now Levon goes for the direct counterplay with knight a4, targeting white's weakness on c3. Also, not only threatening and targeting this pawn, but keeping knight c5 idea also in the pocket. So c4 is the move, right? What else can we do? We have to play c4.
And after c4, knight c5.
Check. I have
king
to play.
c3.
And then b4 check.
King c2. I think b4, yes. I'm not sure it's beneficial.
Yeah, exactly.
For me,
but who benefits from this? Yeah, and we are seeing this position. This is already the current position. Knight a4, c4, knight c5 check, king c3 on the board.
Well, first of all, my question is, can I go rook d7?
Forcing rook e3 or
d4? Maybe then d4.
Well, maybe d4. Yeah, my intuition did not want me to play d4, but yeah, I understand it's a concrete kind of move. But also just very quickly to establish that now that black's knight reached c5, we can't be talking about a weakness anymore on e6. It's a lovely kind of construction. So if, for example, black would just take on c4, I don't say that.
c4.
Yeah, takes,
rook d7.
Takes, and then just sit with this powerful knight on
rook
c5.
d7. Rook d7 is strong.
Okay, he gives another check, knight a4 check, inviting the king to b4 because
but actually after
b2.
king b4,
knight b2, yeah.
There is knight b2.
Yeah.
Wait a second, mister. Wait a second, mister. Then are you forced to play king bc, knight c5 check, king c2?
Yes, even worse.
Yeah.
But then absolutely takes and rook d7.
Yeah, then rook e3.
Ah, yeah, actually with the king on c3, I could even come to d1 then. So maybe it's not bad to have the king on c2. But what are we talking about? It's just black is just a perfect position, completely solid. It seems almost impossible to imagine how Magnus can win this.
Yeah, it's a problem that king b4, knight b2. King b3 back.
Yeah,
there is a repetition.
And king c2.
King c2.
On the board.
Well, it's hard to imagine that b takes c4 is not going to take place.
Yeah, bc, dc, just to clarify the situation. Rely on that lovely knight on c5. By the way, black still has this h6, g5 break if he wants to do something, but also why? Why to do something if not necessary?
No, but after that I would go knight d2 and knight b3 maybe.
Yes, anyway, knight d2, knight b3 is the...
Or knight d4, knight b3.
Yeah.
But okay, even after takes rook d7, knight d2. Rook d4. Rook e3. Then king c3. Then knight b3.
Yes,
you can make moves.
I mean,
yes.
Yeah, it's not going to be a draw in 3 moves. This is
no, definitely not. No. Definitely no drawing 3 moves.
Javokir is still thinking.
But what do you think are the odds that this game will end in a draw? Or let's say, what are the odds that Magnus still wins this?
Well, I think that it's 95% that Levon takes it.
Yeah.
And we need a miracle that...
No, I take more on Magnus. I say he has 20%.
20%?
20%? Oi, 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 oi. Oof. Really, yeah? Oi, oi. Or you are such a
10
believer.
games in this
Well,
position
Levon
against
has a
you,
bit
against
too
Levon?
much time for that. But Magnus was doing so much magic in his life.
Yeah, but in Levon we trust.
Because if there is only... If Magnus could get to a position where psychologically Levon can be inconvenient...
Yes.
And starts thinking and spend his time, then already it's some chance.
Yeah, for example, if you can reach this rook endgame like BC, DC, knight gets to D2, knight B3, and for some reason black will be forced to take on B3, you take A, B3, you get king to C3, and then who knows, rook A1, rook A5, and then black is passive, and then Magnus is pushing, and then we talk. But I don't see Levon giving him that chance. I still stand with my 5%.
What about you, Nicholas?
Yeah, that sounds
5?
about right. Yes.
5%.
Maybe 5 to 10, but 5 seems about right.
But it shows that Judith is the biggest optimist in the room.
Well, magic is in the room sometimes when Magnus is around, so...
It's true.
Yes,
it is true.
But the magic is still far away. Yeah? It's not yet there. It might appear.
Now, of course, time is also very important. That now Magnus has a bit more than 5 minutes, while Levon has more than 10 minutes. So the question is whether how will Levon go down in time, and then it's already you can make him nervous, going here, going there, you know.
Yeah, and BC, the first concession, yeah, Magnus is happy, clarify the structure, thank you, one step forward.
Happy as much as he can be.
5.2%, yeah, after BC, DC, 5.2%, yes.
Well, why does it go up after this trade?
Yeah, knight B7, because it's nervousness from Levon. You see he already moves the knight away from C5. Now knight D2 is coming.
No, Peter got scared that I said 20%, and he's going, okay, knight D2, 5.3.
5.5. 5.5 is already a huge step forward, but of course I still trust Levon that, okay, he just would never ever forgive himself if he would not draw this.
But what is this knight B7 move? The knight was perfect on C5. No?
Exactly, nervousness. This is clear nervousness. This is what Magnus can rely on.
Okay, 5.2%.
Well, okay, it's clear that we're talking about nerves here, right?
Yes.
We don't talk about the position.
Yeah, position-wise, there is nothing to talk about.
And position-wise, it's like knight b7 is not the only move. Probably it's not even necessarily the best, right? But it's like, I mean, the way white can win this position is like what Karpov was doing in his prime times, right? They're making moves and suddenly you realize it's unpleasant.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I had
for example,
the experience
now rook b1,
also.
rook b6 is coming, it's already unpleasant. So
why the d6 knight was...
Levon, wake up. What are you doing? It's already 6%.
It is growing. It is growing.
No, but I really don't understand. And I did not like BC because exactly, to my eyes, it looked like BC shows sign of nervousness. And he's changing the structure when he does not need to. The knight was brilliant on c5. Magnus is also extremely smart. Yeah, he's sitting there like, yes, I have zero chance just to lure Levon into the feeling that everything is under control.
H6 G5.
Yes.
Your footsteps, Peter. You
Exactly.
said H6
Now rook
G5.
B1.
Rook b1, yes.
Rook B7 C5.
Yeah, rook b7 c5.
And knight e4, king goes out.
I didn't calculate that far, but yes.
For king c2 then, or what?
No, king c, king is in trouble.
No, rook b7, c5 is nonsense. But you can trade in king d4 and...
Yes, I don't want to get into a knight end game against Magnus with some weaknesses.
Then we are already on 7%.
Yes, we're rising.
No, now with rook b1, this is serious step. I'm just disliking all the decisions that Levon took.
Oh, we're definitely, I mean, we're higher than 7% at this point.
At this point.
I think we're at 10% already.
You're on 10%?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
No, it's probably 10%.
Yeah,
with this speed, you guys will pass on my 20%.
But wait a second, guys. I think I know what Levon is up to. Levon wants to play g5, so rook b1, g5, and maybe after rook b6 just takes gf, and rook c5.
And go, but rooks...
And rook d6, I think it's okay for me. Probably it's draw, and then he wants to activate the rook. No, he goes knight b5 check.
Yeah, rook a6, and then a4.
What is he doing? What is this knight b5?
Knight b5 jumping.
What is this? King b4?
Knight d6 back.
Yeah, knight d6 back.
c5.
But this is...
This is not the same. I'm sorry. Rook b7, king a4.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah,
Knight,
this is
a5 after c5.
This is total nervousness. But after all, they are playing for $200,000. If they would be playing in the park, Levon would be smiling, laughing that what are you doing?
Trash talking.
Yeah, trash talking. Yes, but here it's $200,000 on the line. But actually, what happens? King before knight d6. What is the problem for black?
c5?
a5 check.
Ah, a5. Okay.
I mean, time to calm everyone down.
That's a good one.
But okay, you can go rook c1 or rook b3, something else.
Yeah, some slow little...
You mean after king b4, knight d6, yeah?
Yes.
What else to do? You cannot go to c2, knight a3, and king d3 is also like rook d7 is there. Guess you could do that.
Yeah, in the meantime, Vincent has won a piece, and he's just patiently waiting for the Zugzwang and for resignation. Yeah, king b4, knight d6 on the board.
Where the rook goes, this is the question, yeah?
It's a big question.
Or collect another 30 seconds going back to c3.
No, he won't do that.
No, he won't do that, I think. I think he's aiming to reach this king a5 at some point.
Yes. I think he's happy that his king reached all the way to b4.
Rook b3.
Rook b3, yeah. Cemento.
Yeah. And Vincent has won, so he takes
And
third place.
Vincent, sorry, in the meantime, Vincent has just won and collected his third place in the tournament.
And $80,000. Not a bad paycheck, yeah?
g5.
g5, the nervousness continues.
There's Vincent.
After winning
great
his
performance he had.
Yeah, his actually play improved day by day, yeah? One really had this feeling that we talked about that the last freestyle event was a little bit far away, yeah? Las Vegas. All the players needed some time to adjust.
All right, rook a3.
Who is going to win? Who is going to be the champion of South African, the final leg of Freestyle Grand Slam?
The finals. Well, Magnus going down to 2 minutes. Rook a3 is asking some questions.
Yeah, he's making some progress.
Yeah, but does he have enough time to really be precise and continue to pose questions? He does. Rook a3.
Okay, he has 15 seconds increment per move. Yeah, we have seen that even from 15, 20 seconds, you can jump back to 1-2 minutes. And Levon will get nervous if he senses, just as Judith said, yeah, this is the way how things can get off control, but that it gets out of control so quickly, I'm surprised.
Well, in the last 5 moves, we can all agree that Magnus improved his chances,
tremendously,
right?
Yeah,
Yes,
tremendously.
he doubled it from 5 to 10%.
Yeah.
Oh, now 15%.
And the king from c2 to b4, the rook from e1 to a3. You're 15 already?
Yeah, definitely.
Ooh.
15, yeah. And definitely 15. But already it's increasing, yeah, because with the rook getting to a5, and then we have control of the fifth rank, and I don't have to worry about this counterplay. And Magnus is looking around, just probably checking that Vincent 1 finished. Now we are the last Mohicans battling.
This is how it should be.
Yes.
The biggest match of the day, of the tournament, of the whole cycle.
Yeah,
Rook C6.
Yes, good move, protecting.
C5.
Yes, E5 is coming.
C5 finally.
C5 is coming.
Why not?
And where is this knight jumping?
Why not C5?
Because you would love to touch that C5 pawn. Why on earth did this knight move from C5?
Yes,
yeah?
it was beautiful there.
It was beautiful.
Perfect.
Covering all the weaknesses on
Yes,
the D3
everything.
and
Yeah, and look at Levon, yeah.
Already
He's very
knight B5
nervous.
should be played.
But it's not a happy move, yeah, knight B5, because knight B5 doesn't target the C5 pawn, then white's knight will start to get active. It's because of connected with some knight C7, knight D5 regrouping, or what is the idea?
Well, I mean,
intuitively, I'm not
you
afraid.
don't want to put it on B7 either, right?
Yes.
So what else is
no,
there? F5?
you don't want to put it on B7.
Oh, yeah, you gotta go.
But yeah, knight B5, rook DC, knight C7, yeah, and then trying to get knight D5 and then also target the F4 pawn.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. The square on D5 is juicy.
Yes.
He plays knight B5. Still 9 minutes for Levon.
Where to put the rook? It's a question.
Maybe
Yeah.
to F3.
Yes, to
Maybe.
protect, to anticipate this knight C7, knight D5, and maybe somewhere to push F5.
I mean,
With
if
white.
white can reach knight B3, knight D4 once the knight goes away from B5, or knight A5, pushing back, and already you have a C6 pawn.
Yes. No, it can get tricky. And actually, it's such a position that if
Already,
suddenly
yeah.
black loses control, white will get serious winning chances. Yeah, so forget about all the percentages. You cannot actually explain this position via percentages. Yeah, it's just that.
But from the point of view you can, that really from one move to another, there are very small progress, right? For example, the knight from C5, having it on D6, it's not giving away, it's not going to be real advantage for white, but simply by the knight having in the worst place, it's very little thing, but it's the wrong direction of the game.
But Magnus down to 45
Yeah,
seconds.
that is a big
Wow,
problem.
that's a big problem.
Because in order to pose problems, you probably
need time.
Yes.
Rook B3, rook F3, just gotta make a move.
But on the other hand, it also adds to the nervousness of Levon, yeah, because he's getting closer and closer of clinching the title.
All right, rook F3.
Rook F3 played. Computer precision by Magnus. 40 seconds or less or more, who cares? Magnus plays like a computer, rook F3.
Yeah, but can he keep it up? And now Levon has to make a decision. Does he regroup the knight, knight C7? Does he take on F4?
This is a problem that I actually was hoping that after knight C7 I can play F5, but then you have knight D5 check, and
King
after king C4, knight B6 check.
Yes.
And I cannot go to D4 because of E5 check, yeah? That is
No, but I thought that after knight C7, knight B3.
But then after, and you don't mind GF, you take back GF.
I don't mind GF. I
And
mean,
then
what
you
can
will
I
have
do?
some rook H3
GF, GF, knight D5, king C4. Okay, you have knight.
But there's always this knight B5, knight B6 repetition
Yeah.
here.
Well, but that's why it's actually nice what Judith is saying, that she wants to protect with the knight the C5 pawn.
I'm just saying you can
And-
never play knight D4 for that.
Yes. But okay, we don't want to play knight D4. We just want to threaten. Yeah, sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution. No, that's how they say. It's hanging in the air. The nerves are in play.
But actually, white cannot do a single move there.
Yeah, doesn't
If we
matter.
have
But,
that.
but look, F3 puts the pressure on Levon. He has to deal with, maybe white has this F5 idea. GF,
Yeah.
GF, there is rook H3. Yeah, this is how you are. You have to create some scenarios where your opponent can see ghosts.
But also maybe after knight C7, he's going to take F takes G5, H takes G5, H4.
Oh, wow. But Levon take GF. All right, this surprises Magnus.
What about that h6 pawn?
This surprised Magnus. He was not completely
GF,
sure.
correct.
GF. Extra opportunities with rook h3. Very tense moment. In fact, yeah, Levon...
It's getting more and more difficult.
Yes.
The white king is just so active.
The
And
king is active, and
pass
knight
pawn on
d4,
c5.
jumping away. So Levon is going with the knight towards the f5 square,
That I don't like.
protecting the h6 pawn, but then who will take care of the other side?
Exactly.
Okay, now we're gonna go...
But I think surprise for Magnus, this move knight d4.
Where is he jumping?
Rook d3, rook h3.
Rook h3.
Yes, and
No,
for the
rook
first time in
h3,
this
this is-
game, Magnus is actually a bit better.
Yeah, but if he is better, then it gets very unpleasant because, yeah, if knight b3, knight a5, king c4, rook b3, rook b7, somehow white enters, and there is the proof. Magnus is drinking. He knows that, guys, the game is just beginning. I got a chance. I have to think. I have to be ready because I'm getting a chance here.
But actually he does.
He does, absolutely. And Levon will be kicking himself for all his decisions.
Yeah, I mean, what does he do now?
Yeah.
The pawn on h6 is attacked, and knight f5 is just too passive.
Yeah, knight f5
You
is...
laughed at me 10 moves ago.
Yes,
Of course, of course. And we would laugh again, but we don't laugh anymore in this position.
Nobody's laughing.
Now he has at least, I mean, now already psychologically, I feel like the percentage is like 50% that he's, because this is out of control. Now, will Levon be able to somehow hold? This is the big question.
50%.
But this is why it's so fun to watch it, I think. I mean, for me, but hopefully also for our audience, that the nuances from move to move, how it's developing, and you don't see the big mistakes what Levon did.
But we could see the nervousness.
Nervousness, the knight is not finding its square. Since it left from c5, it's just walking in the forest.
Yes. In the dark forest.
That was when the percentage rose, when he brought the knight from b7
Yes.
to d6.
That was a bad direction he took.
But still, with knight c7, knight d5, he could have stayed solid, yeah? But this gf, knight d4 is somehow asking for trouble.
Already
and e5,
there.
okay, but this fe structure,
E5.
the knight on e4.
Best move. Best
Yeah,
move.
best move, but
E5.
forget that if it's best move, it's a very bad sign. Because, because this fe, knight e4, king c4, king d5, there are so many possibilities how you can imagine white winning this game.
Okay, Magnus needs to take this pawn.
20 seconds on his clock, not too much to figure it out.
Takes it. And now...
King c4 first?
c4 or knight e4. Both seem to be...
Yeah,
King c4 looks somehow
yes,
more
very tempting that
annoying.
the king reaches d5. And the body language, he's leaning forward. Wait a second, I'm entering on d5. My opponent is
G6.
isolating his pawn.
Okay.
King e5, there's knight e6.
Yeah, but knight e4, we go knight e4 now.
Yes, knight e4.
But Magnus should not, yeah, he has
Knight
no
e4,
time.
king e6, no?
He should not fall into this trap. Yeah,
Then
king
rook
d5.
a3. The rook can swing over.
He's playing king d5.
Ah.
He goes king d5. Will he fall into this trap? Is knight e6
Knight e6, yeah, how bad is it?
is a shocker.
But knight e6, rook a3, knight c7, right?
Yes.
Wow, then Levon by a miracle escapes
Well,
this
this
scare.
is just a time
Yeah, the time.
difference. Could...
And
Knight
knight e6
e6
played.
Key move.
Oof.
Okay, we're back to 5%.
No, rook g3 blitzed out.
Rook g3.
Wait
Look
a
at
second.
that. Look at that, rook g3.
That,
ready for it, yeah?
that was a very clever move.
But now knight c7.
King takes e5.
And rook e6, rook e2, I guess.
Oof, you get active.
But this is the, I mean, Levon has so much time still. He can find
Well,
it.
not so much anymore.
6 minutes.
Yeah. But if rook g3 came as a shock? What about knight c7, king e4?
Yes, I have this opportunity.
Well, then finally I can trade and play king e6.
Knight c4?
And then you just go knight b5 and then knight c3, knight takes a2. You just take the pawn.
Probably, yeah.
Wow, but okay, anyway, things got out of control.
Decisions have to be made. I mean, knight c7 or knight f4 needs to be played for Levon. But it's obvious, he cannot trade rooks and go into his knight endgame. And rook f6 can also not be the direction. So the question is knight c7 or knight f4?
But what is knight f4 if king
knight
e5?
f4 is also very strange.
Knight f4 will not be played, no, knight f4.
No. So
Well,
knight
it seems
c7.
like knight c7 only move.
Yes, knight c7 only
you will
move.
play knight c7.
With idea king takes e5, rook e6 check, and if the king moves away, then rook e2, trying to get active and hitting the pawns. Played.
Knight c7.
Yeah, Magnus will not take.
He will not take. He cannot take.
Yeah.
Black becomes so active, isn't it?
No, he needs to take. Otherwise,
And he takes it.
Yeah.
Rook e6.
yeah.
Levon gets counterplay. Yeah, this is where already the nervousness does not count. Yeah, he has direct play.
Yeah, king d5 was yeah, you cannot allow yourself any inaccuracies if you have so little to play with. And Magnus under time pressure.
King f5. But
King
now I
f5.
think rook f6 will be the
Rook
move,
f6
no?
even, yeah. Or rook e2, but rook f6.
Rook e2, knight e4. Rook e2, knight
Yeah,
e4. Then
rook f6 looks very logical, no?
But then king e4.
And then rook f2.
yeah.
I don't know, knight f3. Rook check, rook g7. Has to go back king d8.
Yeah, the game continues.
Rook f6 played king e4.
But black has enough play here. Alright, rook f2 should be played.
Played. And there is the Champions Trophy.
That's what it's all about. If Levon wins or draws this game, he will hold the trophy. If Magnus wins this game, this match will go to tiebreaks.
Rook g7 check.
King goes
King
to
d8, all the way to the back rank.
And now what?
But it's a very solid construction.
Yes.
Oh, maybe king e3 and c6.
But with the
Then knight
king so
d5,
far,
yeah? Then knight d5.
hard to believe him. No, he will move his knight. He will activate the knight somehow.
But then he cannot go anywhere because knight e6 is also there.
Yeah, knight e6 is there. But knight e6 we have a check.
Oh, okay.
We have a check.
Yeah, but not a check you want to give.
12 seconds, 10 seconds for Magnus. He has to make a decision and collect his 15 seconds.
Here's
Check.
another check.
There's another check, but...
Not bad, because if king d7, knight f3, and then knight e5 check,
wow,
it can be annoying.
That's what he is playing for, yeah. King d7, knight f3, and then
So
knight
king
e5.
e7 has to be the move.
Lovely little touch. And then we play on the nerves. But actually, knight e5 check, there is king e6. It's but then rook g6 still. No, this is tricky. This is tricky. Magnus also playing on nerves of Levon with the clock. Yeah, it's not only Magnus who is nervous with 20-something seconds.
Yeah, he went down to 8 seconds with his last move.
Yeah, but the 15 seconds are huge.
They do help.
Yes, king e7
King
played,
E7.
yeah, more precise.
And what to do. What to do. How to create chances. Another check. King goes back. Yeah, this knight e6 is just really annoying. Knight b3 played in the end.
Yes.
To defend the pawn on c5. And
He's
black can
going-
choose which pawn to take.
Which pawn to take is the question, a2 or h2? Somehow I would take on h2.
You could even throw in a check.
Just to disbalance that king from e4. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, rook e2 check is very unpleasant. Because I would love to rely on some knight d4 coordination. But
I would do that anyway, no?
rook e2 check,
Maybe
where
I
do you go with the
cannot.
king? Yeah.
Mhm.
This is smart.
Because you cannot run to d6 because of checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he takes on
Takes.
h2, okay. Logical.
C6.
C6 will be pushed.
But black is too solid.
Yeah, the knight on C7 is a lovely blockading piece. Very little material to play with.
But still, black has to be careful. Will he play rook h5 to cut on the 5th rank, for example?
Well, also rook h4 check you can give. Invite king e5 and then give rook h5
Then rook
check.
h5.
And you cannot step forward.
Yes.
Rook h4 seems to be a very nasty
Yes, rook
move.
h4 is
Very
nice.
unpleasant move, yeah. Cutting the...
Well, of course, rook e2 might be also quite unpleasant.
Yes.
Yeah, but rook h4 is nice. Yeah, on the board, of course. You get this chance.
Where to go?
King d3.
King
I
is the
guess.
only move. It's a very sad move, but it's only move. Actually, Magnus should have played knight d4 instead of c6 maybe, but okay, anyway, it was a draw.
No, but knight d4.
No, that was rook g8 check, you cannot.
No, but rook h4.
Yeah, king e5.
Rook h5.
Are you still... Yeah,
No?
knight f5.
Oh, he even continues to give checks.
Yeah.
How annoying.
Wow, and
no.
you cannot, yeah, Vincent is also there.
Okay, king
watching.
c4.
Yes, then one more check.
King c3.
Yeah, but this is horrible that we finally have to get away from action. This kills all our chances. The king cannot go forward.
I guess back to d2.
Ooh,
So far away now.
shocking.
Yeah, and the body language also, yeah, Magnus knows that, yeah, there was a chance, but this is not.
This is not it.
This is not gonna work. Now the chance is back under 5%. Yes. I don't even feel that there is 5% anymore.
Well, yeah.
Judith stays optimistic.
No, I mean, of course, the 11 should not make such a mistake that it costs the game for him,
Yeah, he should do that.
because that means it's going to be a big blunder.
Yes. But
But he needs some accurate moves. Not only moves, but still.
But does he need accurate moves?
Well, I mean,
Question.
you can lose.
Of
I mean,
course.
let's say if I to move, I go knight c5.
Yes, I
Can
go
you
knight
defend yourself?
I go knight b5, you give knight e6 check, I play king c8, rook g8 checkmate, finish. Yes,
No, but
just
after
to
knight
highlight
c5.
that.
No, but after knight c5, really.
But okay, yeah, Levon plays knight e6,
Okay.
Good move.
activates the knight, targets the rook d7 check should be played, yeah. And king c8.
And now what?
And now knight d8 is a threat already also. No, this is now over.
This is over, yeah?
This is over.
7, knight
No.
d8.
Knight e5.
Will we see rook knight versus rook?
That would be already a dream for Magnus to achieve.
Yes.
He would play. He would
Yes,
play.
he would, of course, play. But for example, would Levon actually go for it or not?
No. Well,
Because he can go knight d8. That's what I'm asking. Basically, knight d8 is in the direction of.
You mean after c7 I can play rook h2 and collect the a2 pawn? But
Yeah.
there's no...
No, I mean also knight d4. I can play knight d4. No, because I can just play for domination. This king c8, knight d8 construction is based on the fact that you are ready to sacrifice your knight any moment.
so after knight d4, you go rook h4, no?
Yes, again
That's
the
the problem.
tactics work.
But
c7, knight c6, rook h7.
But what is even the white idea here?
that after knight b4, knight c5.
Well, knight c5, knight a4, knight b6, winning the game. That's the idea.
Okay.
Simple chess.
No, that's what I'm saying. There are still things. I mean, after all, there is a pawn on c7.
Yeah, rook h5, correct.
Yeah.
Rook h5,
Oh,
correct.
beautiful.
Covering the c5 square.
Covering
Rook
the
e5,
knight.
rook e7 is coming. Rook e5, rook e7, or rook d5, rook d7.
Rook h5 seals the deal. The white knight cannot approach.
Yeah. Yeah.
And draw agreed.
Well done, congratulations. The champion of South African leg is Levon Aronian of Freestyle Grand Slam 2025.
Wow, very big congratulations for Levon Aronian.
What a performance, no loss in 4 days. And what a road to victory. And smiling with his lovely wife, Annie. He came here to play good chess, to qualify for the quarterfinal when I talked to him. Okay, now it's already done. And then still, he was just winning one match after another and another, always one game at a time. Incredible performance. And the winner is Levon Aronian.
Incredible.
What an incredible performance. I think we are going to have shortly, any second, an interview with the winner of this Grand Slam in freestyle, the freestyle master. He won, it's the second time he's winning.
Yes.
Second time he's winning, and we're seeing he's accepting the congratulations, Levon, and still has a lot of tension in him. This is how it is. He's still in the game. But he can't believe it already, that he won the tournament. And it shows his class that he won not once, but actually 2 times. He's a big fan of freestyle chess. He's a very creative player. He's one of the best representatives of this format of chess. He loves it. He has always ideas on how to play, what to play, new ideas, creativity can be flying in his mind. The winner of South African leg. And this is the final day, the final moments before the closing ceremony, celebrating the champions. But of course, even Magnus Carlsen lost this match. It means only that he did not win this leg. Out of the 5 events, he won 2. Weissenhaus was won by Vincent, and 2 times it's Levon Aronian. So it shows that the real experts, they are showing their strength.
Yeah, they took also not top 3 places in this tournament, yeah?
All 3.
Yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Exactly.
Yeah, crazy. But in the overall tour standing, Fabiano got 3rd. So it also shows that he had very consistent results. Yeah, he did not win an event, but he was always performing very well.
So we can show the final standings. Right here, we see the Grand Slam won the series. 2025 won by Magnus Carlsen, 121 points. After that, Levon Aronian, doubling his points here, 84. Fabiano Caruana, 73.
Just 2 points.
2 points. So
Yes.
that first day of group stage did count. And Vincent Keymer, 73 on number 4. Hikaru, he was not able to play here. Arjun and Sindarov is number 7. Even though he lost yesterday, it was quite a tournament for him, and I'm sure we're going to see him in so many events, hopefully also a lot of freestyle Grand Slam next year. You see there Hans Niemann. And we also have a second page on this because there were more participants during the Grand Slam Tour in 2025. And we had, I think, 19 participants who was able to compete and collect points. But of course, some of the players were not playing in enough competitions, and they collected not so many points. While Magnus Carlsen is the Grand Slam Tour champion of freestyle, I think these moments are hard for him because he did lose today after all, and he's a sports person who wants to win all the time. Here we see the road from day 2, from the quarterfinals, how the players played it out, and we can see that the journey was long for all the players. 4 days of pure chess, pure freestyle action, creativity, intuition, brainstorming, and we've seen so much from those players who were playing here because...
In fact, the smoothest match for Levon was the final. Yeah, it really looked easy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to say this, yeah, because he did it against Magnus Carlsen, but really all the other matches yesterday, he was just one move away from losing to Vincent. Also, the match between Aronian and Hans Niemann was completely out of control. But today, the big final was dominated by Levon Aronian. At the end of the second game, suddenly there was a glimmer of hope for Magnus that, yeah, maybe Magnus's magic comes to life, but finally it proved, just as Nicholas said, that the openings will be very important, and in both games Aronian got the upper hand with white and with black. There was nothing to worry about, and he went on to win it with a very impressive style.
Okay, so maybe we can recap on the chessboard what has happened if we just focus what has happened in the last games between Vincent and Sindarov, and just in a few sentences, and also talk about the final match.
Yes, let's have a look together. So Vincent won both his games against Sindarov. Just to recap it briefly, he
it was such a beautiful tactics at the end.
Yes, he just needed a draw in the second game. He was a little bit worse out of the opening, but he found early on this very nice move, Queen E8, which was more or less forcing an endgame where the position is equal. And then we didn't see it all the way through, but basically Vincent was never in danger. And in the end, he could even play a beautiful breakthrough here after the mistake B3. Also after other moves, Sindarov would most likely not have won and equalized the match. But after B3, there was even the winning breakthrough with D4. These pawns are breaking through, and he managed to win this game and took a very convincing match victory against Sindarov and won the third place. And we followed the game between Magnus and Levon, of course, the final. It went wrong pretty early. Already F4 you could criticize. It seems E4 was a better move here. F4, I guess, was still fine, but I guess around here, maybe Magnus had to head into a bit of a different direction than what he did in the game. In the game, he was just a little bit worse, but most problematic was that there were not a lot of chances to create. He still did the best he could, and there was this one moment where Peter said there was a glimmer of hope to create something here after rook g6. If he goes knight to e4, first brings the knight forward, he keeps a lot of trumps in the position, the rook can swing over if necessary. Let's say after king e6, there's this rook a3 move, and Magnus could have maybe won the game somehow. But the problem was the time here in this moment. Magnus had only 42 seconds. Levon still had 6 minutes. And with king d5, Levon found the right response with knight e6, then activating the rook, and then there was not really a chance anymore for Magnus. So really what it came down to, at least in this game also, was just the excellent time management by Levon. He played quickly, he played strongly, also in the first game, and that made the difference, because when there were some questions to be answered, he had enough time to figure it out, and he very deservedly won this final, Judith.
Exactly. It was a very, I mean, it seems like a boring game, this last one, because it was like simplification quite early at the game, while still it was a lot of small details and nerves around it, right? But we see that Levon is definitely one of the best player in openings, I think. Somehow he grasped it so fast, the understanding. I mean, in this game, last game, he played the first 3-4 moves, and then he played c5, which surprised pretty much us as well, because he had this strategy that, okay, he's visualizing just all the pieces getting off from the 8th rank and going castle, playing b6, bishop b7, etc. So somehow he was fast faster in understanding the strategy than Magnus. This is what we can say. And even he played faster. This was one of the key elements, as you said it, Nicholas, that he was really fast. It was his strategy that he's going to be playing fast against these top guys in the knockout part already. And this means a lot, because we've seen a lot of dramas when players were going down in time. It was the case, for example, with Sindarov. We can say that it cost him his loss against Magnus, that he went down on time so heavily, right?
Yes. Yes, that was one of the most intense battles. Well, if you think about Sindarov, then we also remember from Weissenhaus when he picked Hikaru and then went on to play that incredibly marathon match where Hikaru had all the chances to win, but finally Sindarov prevailed. Yeah, and then it's very difficult to find the mental strength to recover after matches like this. It's brutal.
And also Sindarov does not have such an experience yet in those kind of matches, though he had extremely big experience now at the World Cup where he came from. But, well, kudos to Levon Aronian. He made an incredible performance here in South Africa at this final leg of the event. A lot of things to learn from him, I think, in every ways. His opening was incredible. His resilience was incredible. But I think he also found the right proportion how seriously or non-seriously he has to take this event, because that's how he is also. That of course he wants to win, but in such a tournament you can't come here that you're going to be winning. Every small things, every move, every point, you have to treasure very much. If you do a bad mistake, you can't leave it that it's hunting you, because then no way that you're going to be recovering. Even though he was the oldest participant in the playing, in this event, out of the 8 players, he showed great skills and a lot of energy also. What do you think about that, Peter? How much energy he had to have for these 4 days?
Yes, well, whenever I see Levon in action, I always feel like he has endless energy. Yeah, that this is really the only thing that happens to him when he suddenly shows weakness, when he gets nervous. Yeah, that's why suddenly I sense that, wait a second, this match isn't over yet, despite seemingly very equalish position, and it should be a draw under normal circumstances.
Sorry? But we have the interview with Fiona, with the champion Levon Aronian. Let's listen to that.
Levon, powerful performance. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, I think I played really well today. I mean, I think I was in more or less control in both games. I got good positions out of the opening, so I'm very happy and content with my play.
Do you get nervous at any time during that endgame where Magnus is trying to find a way around?
Of course. Of course. I mean, you have to watch out not to make even single inaccuracy against Magnus. He's so good in these endgames.
Were you surprised when it did seem like he was maybe finding the vicinity of some small resources at the end, or were you in complete control the whole time?
I more or less kind of understood that, once the pawn is kind of blocked, then I can only lose if I make really silly mistakes. But I thought, yeah, I need to get active. I need to play this h65 just to get counterplay. Otherwise, if I play slowly, and I get down on time, anything can happen against Magnus.
For the full 4 days, you've been claiming luck. Can we now throw that notion away and say this is not luck, this is skill?
Today, I think I played very well. The other days, no, not really. Maybe on the first day I played well, and today, yeah, two good days. But to get to the final was a huge luck, of course.
Congratulations to a skillful Levon Aronian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've seen Levon saying that he played very well. He was happy with himself, right? And he has all the rights to be, because he played an incredible tournament, no loss, and he admits it. In our studio yesterday, he said, yeah, he was lucky. He was a little bit shy, saying very much like that, right? And now today, finally, and I think soon we have another interview with Fiona. Everything. Okay, Fiona, word is yours.
In third place in the South African tournament after beating Javokir in the final match. Vincent, congratulations on your third place. How do you feel?
Thank you. Yeah, I feel pretty good. I think it was a very good match for me. I'm very happy with the level of chess I showed today. And yeah, I didn't leave him too many chances, so that was nice. I think it all started with already getting a very comfortable starting position for white. So we could apply some pressure. He had to spend a lot of time and then made some mistakes in critical positions.
Do you feel you saved your best for last and today was your best day?
I think here it was my best chess for sure. Against Arjun, it was much further fighting than clean. Yesterday I also felt that I played quite well if you leave the tiebreak aside. But of course at the second game it was a pity that in time trouble I didn't manage to convert my winning position.
You did say here it was your best chess, but if we look back at the season, of course, the very first event we had in Weissenhaus, you were the surprise champion there. Looking back now that the year draws to a close, was that one of your highlights or the highlight of the year?
Yeah, it still remains one of the highlights of the year, even though so many things have gone well. But yeah, I think, winning such a tournament, winning matches against Ali Reza, Magnus and Fabi consecutively, it's not something you will ever really forget. So that really remains a very important memory for me, and it has been fantastic. Also, not only the result, but also the level of play that I showed. I was extremely happy with that. I think my best match was maybe even against Fabi. It was very clean play, and yeah, it really started off an amazing year for me. The next few months were a bit up and down, but the second half of the year has been great in terms of classical chess. I gained from May till end of the year 45 rating or something, so that was really amazing, yes.
A great year for you. How much do you enjoy playing freestyle chess, and what makes it different to the other classical events in your opinion?
I think for us it's very nice we don't have to prepare. Usually when you play top-level events, you have to spend a lot of time and also mental energy on the preparation, considering which openings you want to play, and it usually plays a huge role in how the game and the tournament itself goes. While here you can mostly focus on just playing good chess itself. So that's the main difference. And yeah, I think it's much easier on our nerves. So that's nice once in a while, especially since we are playing so many tournaments.
We ended the year here in Grootboos in South Africa. Had you played in South Africa before?
Yes, but it was 11 years ago. So I think Javokir probably also played. It was in Durban in 2014. So yeah, back then, you could see some upcoming talents like Pragnananda, Nihal Zari, Nodebek Abdusatorov playing in the Under-10 World Championship. So it's very funny that, so many of us have played there that year. And yeah, that also still is kind of a nice memory.
You also finished not just third here, but fourth in the overall Grand Slam standings. Where do you go from here? What's the goal for next year? Do you look forward to playing more freestyle?
Sure, yeah, and top fourth place, there's still a lot to improve. So, after winning the first event, and also Paris going quite well, of course, in Las Vegas, I didn't do well, and also in Grenke, I got kind of unlucky that I got the last round pairing with Magnus, and then therefore kind of lost my chances for a top spot there. But yeah, it has been an amazing season. I'm really happy about it. Of course, there's a lot to improve on, but I'm looking forward to next year.
Vincent, thank you so much. Congratulations once again. And we are now going to turn to our champion, so I'll let you go. Thank you so much, Vincent. We'll see you on the stage in a second. And I'm joined now by our back-to-back champion, Levon. Congratulations. What an incredible performance. You won in Las Vegas. Now you win here in South Africa. Before we dive into it, how do you feel right now, having just ended your match against Magnus?
Amazing. Yeah, I'm very happy that I played so well today. I'm actually, I would say, a bit proud of myself.
Yesterday I talked to you after the match and you said, I got lucky, but today it's a very different feeling.
Yes. It's more fulfilling because you know that you've been controlling the game, not blundering things, so it's a big deal.
And Levon, I remember thinking back to Weissenhaus, you didn't have the best start to the season. And then what changed in your opinion, getting these back-to-back wins, playing some incredible chess?
Hard to say. I don't know. I just kind of relaxed, and then things started working out.
And here in South Africa, you went undefeated throughout the tournament, 17 games, if I'm not mistaken. What is your secret?
Having my family with me, and they're supporting me and giving me strength, and yeah, I can highly recommend that.
We will be joined by Annie in a second, but let me just ask you, what's your highlight from this event here in Grootbosch?
Well, definitely beating Magnus in the finals. You probably know that Magnus doesn't really like losing, so to win against him, yeah, it's a great feeling.
And Annie, would you like to join us? I'll let you take the middle. You have been a huge influence on Levon. He mentioned it, when it came to picking the opponent. Let's start there. After the round robin, he said, I will ask my wife, I will ask Annie. You picked Hans. What made you make that choice? And tell us a little bit about your support role for Levon.
I think generally it was just an intuition, and he asked me. We asked Sabel, she also repeated after me, and we asked my mom. She said the same, I guess, because of me. And I don't know, just an intuition. Also, I don't know, as Hans is one of the most arrogant players, I think it feels good to show off a little bit in front of him. And then, we have been having a great time here in South Africa, and I think the whole atmosphere and our family around, we kept Levon happy and relaxed for the tournament so he can do his best and concentrate on the games.
And it sure paid off. We talk to players quite a lot about how they feel during games, during tournaments, but tell us a little bit from your perspective. When you're sitting in the playing hall, you're watching him play, what does your inner landscape look like?
I mostly feel very stressed, but also, for example, during the last round, the finals, I've been feeling very calm and very relaxed, because I think the first rounds are the most important, because you kind of build the base for the tournament. And then in the end, I just trusted Levon because I knew he can do it. And he did it again.
He did it again. Levon, let me return to you. In the final, we saw two players who have been at the top of the game for so long, yourself and Magnus. You both beat younger, hungry opponents yesterday, Javokir and Vincent. What do you think made experience here pull through against you?
I don't know. Maybe the fact that we're decent players. I mean, it's not really about experience, I think. It's just that, I mean, I've been a Blitz player since I was very little, and this is something I love doing. And I think the fact that I just enjoyed myself kind of worked in my favor.
Well, Levon, congratulations once again, Annie. Congrats to you all as a family. It's always such a pleasure having you here, and we will be seeing you on the stage very shortly. Thank you so much. And I'm now going to turn to the founder of this wonderful event, Jan-Henrik Büttner. Jan-Henrik, here we are. The year has flown by. We are in beautiful South Africa. How do you reflect on the season that's behind us?
I couldn't be more happy. It just has been an incredible journey, starting in Singapore in November, and then going through Weissenhaus and Paris and Karlsruhe, and then Las Vegas, obviously, which was huge again, and then now here. And during such tournament, it's always difficult to breathe, and I'm always trying to enjoy a little bit, the games and get into it and see the excitement and so on. And And it's like, as I said, all these 8 players are so close to my heart. For me, it's always difficult to root for somebody. And I think the outcome is really perfect. It's really great. I mean, you have Magnus. Of course, he's angry that he didn't win this one because, of course, he wants to win everything. But still, he's like had 37 points ahead of Levon in the final tour. So this is still a big statement. 121 to 84. I just looked it up, and then. So then you have like right behind you have Fabi and Vincent. So it's like they're close, and then the rest is kind of further behind. So you have like the perfect outcome. You have like Magnus has won 3 times, like including the GOAT challenge in the beginning. You have Levon winning twice. You have Vincent winning, and so it's like really, really incredible. I'm very happy about the result. I'm very happy that we got to pull it off. Like every day is a challenge to see that everything is going right. That there's a lot of things going back, even such thing as sometimes when the sun was going here, it was too hot in there, so we need to climate. Then we had a bird in the room. So there's like a lot of different things, but I couldn't be more happy.
We had so many highlights throughout the entire season. Do you have a personal favorite moment?
Oh, I didn't even have a time to think about it. I'm sure there is a favorite moment, but at this point. It's just the overall situation that we have really got it done, and there were so many obstacles along the way and also in between to get this whole tour on. We invested $25 million into this thing, right? And we created a complete new professional league in a new sports variant of the sport out of nothing, and all of this, what I had in my head, and I discussed with Holly what we brought to the market, and then Thorsten, her father, just implemented, and like the whole team. I mean, everybody, including you, around. We have like 85 people working on this in this wonderful resort of my very dear friend Michael Lutzeyer, whom I know for 20 years, and so this was the vision from the beginning. And I'm always most happy when I see like a moment of a vision coming to reality. And so there's a thing popping in my mind right now. I remember that when the Silo Hotel is kind of our favorite hotel in Cape Town, and especially even around the world, one of the most favorite hotels that we have. And when I saw this pool, and when we had this idea of the underwater chess, and I had this idea, let's do it there, and then do the outdoor auditorium in the waterfront. And that was a moment like a week ago, when this came into reality, when I was really on the roof of the silo, and you see these super grandmasters like diving in the water and doing this crazy stuff, and then in the auditorium having visited there with the 2 radio hosts from South Africa. That was, I think, the best moment that I can remember at this point.
It was an incredible event. The entire tour was just phenomenal, such a mammoth project. Where do we go from here? What's next?
Yeah, I think we first have to really go rest a little bit and have a think on it. We have so many options right now. We are talking to so many people. We have so many avenues that we can do. We could do the same again. We could do something totally different. We can actually move it to a certain place. We are approached by some very interesting hosts that would like to own the tour, and then we would do like the events more there. Maybe we do a Weissenhaus again. I'm just still not sure right now. We have to at least take a week or 2 or 3 to think about, and then we'll make an announcement before year's end.
Jan-Henrik, thank you so much. Thank you so much for creating this entire event. And now we have only one more matter to attend to, and that is, of course, the prize-giving ceremony. As we head back to the stage, let's take a look at the highlights from the South African Grand Slam.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting thoughts. Everybody's happy, a lot of things to talk about, how it's going to be continuing. I'd like to have your last thoughts, final thoughts, Peter. How was it for you this whole season?
Yeah, the whole season was amazing. Yeah, it was, first of all, a very big thank you, Judith and Nicholas, for being part of this team together. Yeah, I think we had wonderful time. Starting from the very first event, Weissenhaus, and then all the other events, it was a pleasure to be working on the tour. Had so many dramatic moments. Clearly for me, Vincent winning in Weissenhaus, and with the style how he won, this will be the absolute golden moment of the tour. But the whole series was just fantastic, with so many ups and downs, brilliant comebacks, and finally Magnus Carlsen winning the tour absolutely deservedly.
And Nicholas, how did you feel during these incredible locations, events, and actions?
It just feels incredible to look back at all the events, and it was such a joy to commentate with two legends of chess together throughout the year. And we saw such amazing chess. We really saw what freestyle chess could offer, what it could bring to the chess world. Just exciting chess, fun chess, new positions, new motives, and just so much joy to follow. So I'm really grateful to Jan-Henry Büttner and the whole freestyle team for creating all of this, and I can't wait to see what 2026 has to offer, Judith.
Yes, and it's me who is telling the final thoughts. It was amazing for me working with you guys who are already big freestyle chess experts. I came on with you for the German, and then it was France, it was US, now it's South Africa. Incredible journey with you, with the players, with our audience. It was amazing, and we are saying goodbye from South Africa with the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season 2025. Congratulations for the winner, Magnus Carlsen, for the whole season. Of course, Levon Aronian is the star here, and please join the closing ceremony just now.
2025 has been an incredible year for chess. What started as a seed of an idea from Jan-Henrik and Holly Büttner has blossomed into something spectacular. From Wiesenhouse, Paris, Grenke, Las Vegas, and now to South Africa, our final destination, freestyle chess delivered unforgettable action every step of the way. We've seen new stars rise to challenge old legends of the chess world, and it all came to a thrilling conclusion here on the African coast. We have one thing left to do, and that's to close out our year of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. And joining me to present our top three is none other than Jan-Henrik himself. Jan, before we bring those top three finishers on stage, any words from you as we conclude our season?
I'm just totally excited and glad that we have put on this incredible show together with you and your colleagues and like 85 people that are putting the show on every time, and starting in Singapore, going to Germany, France, USA, Las Vegas, and then finally here. And I'm just so relieved that everything went so well. And I mean, it couldn't be more. The result couldn't have been more spectacular, and the final couldn't have been more deserved by these two players.
Well, thank you. It's been an honor of a lifetime. But without further ado, with a slower start to his tournament here in South Africa, he once again proved why you should never pick him in the knockout stage with his quarterfinal win, falling only to Levon Aronian in a hard-fought semifinal tiebreak before locking up his top three finish. In third place, it's Vincent Keymer. Now, after a fourth-place finish in the round robin, and with no choice of who he'd face in the knockouts, he fought back in a must-win situation against Fabiano Caruana to keep his bracket run alive. From there, he was tested by the younger generation in the semifinal, but held strong to earn his spot in his third Freestyle Chess Grand Final. Finishing second, it's Magnus Carlsen. And now, only one of two players with an undefeated performance in the round robin and undefeated through the entire tournament. He proved his pick in the quarterfinals against Hans Niemann before continuing his undefeated streak in the South Africa Grand Slam and securing his spot in his second consecutive Grand Final. Defending his title, your Freestyle Chess South Africa Grand Slam champion, Levon Aronian. Now we have one piece of business left to attend to here in South Africa. But first, a little treat. Check it out.
Dear friends, FIDE welcomes an ambitious initiative of the Freestyle chess team to develop the chess format traditionally known in the global chess community as Fischer Random or Chess 960. The new brand has a potential to be a success story, and we are open to collaborate in a mutually beneficial way to that end. Congratulations to Jan-Henrik Büttner with the first season of the Freestyle Grand Slam and to its winner, 16th world champion Magnus Carlsen. FIDE recognizes him now as unambiguous #1 in the world in this exciting version of chess. See you very soon in Doha at the FIDE World Rapid Blitz Championships.
And as we just heard, there is one player who over the course of the year stood tall above the rest. The one who through 5 Grand Slams proved to build an insurmountable lead in the world of freestyle chess. Please join me in crowning your 2025 and first ever Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion, Magnus Carlsen. It's been an incredible journey this year on the freestyle chess circuit. Weisenhaus, Paris, Grenke, Las Vegas, and South Africa. 5 incredible locations playing host to even more spectacular events. While we're bringing the 2025 season to a close, we want to thank the players for delivering unforgettable action every step of the way. And of course, thank all of you for sharing every moment with us. Now, if you enjoyed it and you're hungry for more freestyle chess, keep your eyes peeled in 2026 for more freestyle chess action as the Grand Slam Tour gets back underway. Stay tuned for the post-game show, but for now, that's going to be it from South Africa. So until next time, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
Hoping that I found the words to say you mean the world to me. When it's getting dark, you make it turn to brighter days. Found a way to lift me up, even when it's getting rough. You don't ever turn your back or walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Just don't walk away. Just don't walk away. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much, my troubles they can hold me down like heavy weights. Don't let go or let me fade. Don't you walk away. When it gets too much.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a Just take me for a I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never hold out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never hold out. We just wanna try some more. things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways when you're next to me. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go. Take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take 'em tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, 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 give me that. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Freestyle Chess, where we've just seen the final day of our tour finals. It's been a lot of action here in South Africa. I'm your host, David Howell, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Judith Polgar, Peter Lecko, and the brains, the inspiration behind the whole tour, Jan-Henrik Büttner. I think first of all, we just have to breathe. What a day it's been. I'm going to start with you, Judith. What are your first takeaways? What are your first thoughts having come to the end of the tour?
Ooh, of course I have to be short because there are so many things we can talk about. I think it's something brilliant, fantastic happened in this year. For me, it was a very new journey to see freestyle excel in a luxurious way. So I'm very much looking forward to have more, to see more organizations like this.
I'm glad you enjoyed, glad you want more. Peter, how are you feeling? How did you enjoy the chess today?
Yeah, it was amazing. Well, unfortunately, actually, 11 made it look easy. Yeah, it was amazing, which already tells the whole story. Beating Magnus Carlsen in the final in a way he did was sensational. Very big congratulations. But let's also not forget that Magnus won the whole tour. So there were probably two people happy finishing the tournament with victories. Amazing series. Yeah, the whole tour started with Vincent Keymer, my student, my protege, by winning this sensational event in Weissenhaus in brilliant style. And then he rose all the way to world number 4 this year in the world ranking. Amazing journey. The whole tour had been fantastic. I'm very happy to be part of it.
Yeah, I feel the same. And Jan-Henrik, you must be so proud right now. What do you think today? It was a fitting result, right?
It was the best we could have hoped for. I mean, first of all, I'm really close to all of these 8 players, and so I have no favorite. You know, I'm always trying to live with the result and be happy about that result specifically. Of course, now in retrospect, it's the perfect result anyway, because we have, you know, Magnus as the tour winner. He has won 3 Grand Slams. We have Levon as the winner of this tournament. He has won 2 Grand Slams, and we have Vincent like as the 3rd place. He has won 1 Grand Slam. So it's really, really, really very good. And then you see like Fabiano Caruana, who has not won a Grand Slam, but he has always finished up very well. So he ended up in the 3rd place in the overall ranking. So this is the perfect result. We have like the 4 of the very, very best players in the world being like on the top 4. Then you have a little gap like in between of the next players running up, and then so all the rest are coming. But we have really established a highly professional, highly entertaining new form of sports in terms of a variation of an existing sport. Like, of course, chess is existing. But the thing that one of the many things that I got in this season was a saying from Derrick Rose, one of the greatest basketball players of all time, and he is also, of course, one of our investors and friends. And when he was in Las Vegas, and he compared the changing from traditional chess to freestyle chess to the introduction of the 3-point line in basketball, because it changed the whole dynamics of the game. Because suddenly, players are rewarded who can throw the ball from afar, very precise, and not the big machines that are under the basket. So, and I think similar things will happen to freestyle chess, and I'm very, very excited that the best players in the world also in classical chess are also the best players in freestyle chess. So that shows that it's like a little bit also in ice skating, where you have like the duty and the freestyle performance kind of also, so that we have like these variations, and maybe we can bring it all together. You saw that Arkady Djokovic from FIDE also congratulated, so we are in talks behind the scenes of maybe we can do something exciting together next season, so it's all gonna work out.
Oh, you're teasing us here. I want to know more about next season. I think we all do. But before we get to that, let's kind of zero in on what's happened this week. And I believe we have some highlights from here in South Africa throughout the last few days. And Jan-Henrik, it started with some diving chess. What were your impressions here?
Yeah, I was just asked in the interview, just on the spot by Fiona, what is like one of the most exciting moments that I had. And I said, in the first place, I couldn't even think of something because there was so much going on. As Judith said, it's like so many things that you can. But then when I think about the diving chess, because I'm always most happy when there's a vision that is in my head, that I have like this idea. And then when this comes to reality, when I see what I had in my head, and then it comes to reality. And so here, when Holly and I were like in the Silo Hotel, which is one of our favorite hotels, and we were on the rooftop and we were in the pool, well, I was looking at this pool, and then we had our friend Ethan, who had this idea with the underwater chess, and we said, well, if we do it here, that would be fantastic. And then same thing is with the auditorium in the waterfront, which is a great public place, and we thought like maybe as not the public couldn't participate here in Grootbosch, similar like in Weissenhaus, we can stream it back to Cape Town. And so we made that all happen. And when this came to reality, and when I was on the rooftop and I saw these super grandmasters like diving in underwater and playing with the pieces and being excited about that as well, and also at the same time then Vidit and the radio hosts going there on the auditorium and explaining it to the public, and all these beautiful kids that you see also here, like in this Stanford hall, like where we have played a simultaneous tournament, like to see the excitement and the fan engagement, and also with Grenke, when we have 3,000 chess players, 1,000 of them played freestyle. So this showing it that it's not only for the super grandmasters, it's a luxurious, ideal sport like for showing like exclusivity, but also it's a movement for the masses. I think that's both very important.
And Peter, we saw you in action playing against some children in the simultaneous. How did you enjoy the chess, the experience at the university, seeing the local players in action?
Yeah, that was amazing, because once we stepped into the hall, one could already see the shining eyes, that what it meant for all the players and the spectators to be part of this event, that we came. And I think that this is one of the most important things, when we feel that people appreciate what chess is about, what freestyle is about. They came, they had the chance to participate. We had wonderful experiences. Actually, some of the players played brilliant chess. Also in Stanford, we had this simul exhibition. 2 of the young players made draw against us. And it's so nice to see that there is so much talent everywhere. And I'm very much hoping forward to coming back to South Africa.
Let's all hope we're back here next year. And Judith, we also saw some fantastic outdoor activities. We saw Vidit in action in Cape Town. What's your impression been of kind of everything that Freestyle Chess have been building?
I think this is what is very interesting, what Jan is dreamed of, that he's a very creative person. I'm a very creative person myself. That's why I do my own festival. But it's very nice that someone has great ideas with a great team. That's also very important. With dreams that everybody thinks, no, this is too much, it's impossible. So actually it only fuels Jan's energy, I think, when people don't believe that it's possible. So of course, during the creative process, you're always thinking a lot of things, and some you can manage and some you can implement in a way, the way you like it. But of course, a creative process, it's like building, doing, everything is on the way, but the dreams are very big, and this is fantastic to see how to show chess in a different format that it's appealing for the whole world who are not professionals. And this is something very interesting for me and very curious to follow how and where you can bring the chess itself, freestyle itself, and many other involving other sports like basketball, also underwater chess, and making it, expanding it a bit for the outside of the chess world and more for the mainstream. So that's something very inspiring.
Yeah, and talking of creativity, I think very appropriate that a certain player won the tournament here in South Africa. We're soon going to be joined by some very special guests. But just because I was in one broadcast, I was with the community stream. Peter, Judith, you were with the pro stream. I want to ask your thoughts on this man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Levon Aronian, the winner here in South Africa. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Levon. Fantastic performance.
Okay, Levon, we've heard some thoughts initially as soon as the game's finished. Now you've had a bit of time to kind of soak it all up. How are you feeling?
This has been a dream. I mean, the whole season of freestyle has been a dream for most of the players. You know, I never ever thought that I'm going to play in my favorite game on the biggest, the most prestigious stages in the world, and so well organized. We're very grateful. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very grateful. And yes, this definitely has been the best year of my career, and the continuous giving. I feel like Santa Claus loves me.
Santa Jan. I must admit, I'm personally very inspired. I was watching Peter, you at the World Cup. I was cheering you on every step of the way, Levon, and now you're winning tournaments for people at home. I mean, timeless. Experience counts, right? And I mean, I think all three of you, Judith, Peter, Levon, you've been playing freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, for what is it, 30 years now? Is that why you love it so much?
Well, I think more the gentlemen can talk about that.
Yeah, I think
of their experience. I was not the first.
2001, I played the first match in Mainz.
Yes. So yeah, 25 years already. Yeah.
25 years. And what's the one or two things that you've learnt over the last 25 years that you think has really set you apart?
I learn every day that I don't understand this game, and and it's very enjoyable, and you know, it makes you doubt your kind of understanding, and it's actually pretty good because it really teaches you that there's so much more, you know. And imagine if you were a programmer, and one day you're given a totally different language, which has hundreds more languages in it, how happy you would be. So I'm like a kid in a candy shop. And I love fresh positions. I love discovering things. I love feeling that I don't understand chess. And it's all in here.
Well, sorry, I just want to say that I was one of the first ones who, with Fischer, I met when he said and shared with me and my family, with my sisters, that he wants to have this implementing Fischer chess where you randomly like mess it up, the position, that's how I called it. And it was very interesting. Of course, he created it because it's avoiding all the theory, and he was away from chess for 20 years. So it was something very interesting. But I think that the players love it, and the elite players, because they are researchers. And the professors are like to look new things and like to be challenged. And we have this habit that we like to think and we like to discover. And this is a place where you can do that endlessly, right? You can doubt yourself, you overcome with it, and then you win, you lose. Of course, losing it's hard to accept. But in this game, already at move 2, you can make a decisive mistake.
At move 1, you can make a decisive mistake. For example, the game between Javohir, he was white against Parham. It was c4, f5, a losing move because of queen d3. And of course, we are told from childhood, don't bring your queen too soon into the game. But the move was winning on the spot, winning a pawn and just crushing the position. And this is what we love. And this is just the feeling of freshness and the feeling of surprise. I cannot compare it to anything else.
We actually have a board, and we're showing that moment, as you said, Levon, a blunder on move 1. That is not possible, or not likely in traditional chess, but you pointed out this move, pretty much winning a pawn or forcing some big concessions.
Yeah, actually, I would like to add that during the pro stream, I think with Judith and with Nicholas, what we kind of established, the final conclusion of this beautiful stage, that Levon Aronian is the one who understands the opening part the best. This is what we got, this impression we got, also the way how you are analyzing the ideas, then also the way how you play the opening stage. You were also today against Magnus Carlsen in total control right from the start. Judith, don't you share this feeling?
Well, yeah, in opening that you understand it very well, you grasp the ideas and the harmony between pieces, how you should reorganize the pieces, that actually everybody is doing something, but also your time management was quite incredible.
Yeah, I normally play fast, so yeah, it worked out.
And Levon, maybe you can talk us through the early stages of your first game today against Magnus, because that was the clincher, that was the decider after all. And how shocked were you by what happened in the opening? Magnus spending, what was it, around 10 minutes and then sacrificing a pawn?
In fact, this position was very interesting, the starting position, because a type of a position that requires black to play really precisely. To me, it kind of reminds me of the final game between Vincent, and Vincent was black against Fabi. And this was such a brilliant game starting from the opening, where Vincent also sacrificed the pawn early on, and it was the only idea to put the knight on h4 and play g5. It was incredible. And this also feels similar, that you really have to start going for something sharp. And I felt that what Magnus did made sense. It was actually very clever. So, yeah, because knight c3 was not possible because of knight b4, yeah? Yeah.
Very sneaky.
So I had to come up.
Well, in this round, there was a game which lasted about 4 moves.
It was? I didn't see it.
Yeah, Parham won the piece on move 4.
Yes. Yeah. And yes, and then, I mean, at some point, I think Magnus just overstepped the limit that position had in it. I think here he played quite well. Yeah, this was all good. But right here, I think he had to, I mean, it was really necessary to play knight c5. Just to get rid of this knight and you know, undermine the weakness of the knight on e4, which is centralized. And I think knight c5, bishop c5, bishop e3, bishop b4, the position would remain balanced. It's surprising for me, but that's what I've learned from computers, that this is actually equal.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
Just in time, I guess, black to create some
counterplay, yeah.
So he did play brilliantly up to this point, and then I think he just blinked. As he told me, he missed the fact that bishop e3, g5 is not good because of f5. Yeah, he was intending to play g5, but then f5, knight g7, I think, yeah, bishop g5 somehow doesn't really work for black.
So how did it feel? Because the rest of the game looked very straightforward.
Yes.
And it must have been hard to kind of control your excitement. but you were able to reset very quickly and keep your focus.
Yeah, you know, it's just one game because you shouldn't waste emotional energy because the next game is coming. Yes.
That's why you didn't want to win on the spot, more or less, when he moved earlier?
I did well.
You were enjoying it, no?
Yes.
Just
Yeah.
everything under control.
Yes, like Peter style. You know,
I was enjoying.
He was so proud of you. He said, yeah, this is the way to do it.
Yeah.
Slowly, painfully.
Not like you, not like you did.
No, I was just wanted to
Yes.
play Bishop C7
I know,
and just finish
but-
off.
But no, I'm more
You
of
wanted
a-
to little massage, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
And
treasure the moment, yeah?
Yes.
And Levon, before we let you go and start the celebrations fully, what are you most looking forward to in 2026? Is there anything you want to ask of Santa Claus here?
Yes, I'm definitely. I want Santa Claus to have more tournaments.
Yeah, we're doing our very best, you know, and behind the scenes, you know, there's so much going on. I can't even start to begin. I have to first gather myself and talk to our investors, talk to other partners who are approaching us, what the direction is, what we are doing, because we have now completed what I would call a perfect season, and we don't want to just do something the same like because it was done that way. Maybe we do a different thing. Maybe we have other partners. Maybe we have other locations, and so this is all, you know, to be basically discussed in the next 2-3 weeks. And so I hope that we're going to have an announcement by the end of the year. So that's the idea.
Wonderful.
Fantastic news for all of us, both here in South Africa and hopefully at home. Levon, Aronian, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, and well, we're now missing one Grandmaster, so we're going to invite another one in to join us, Vincent Keymer, who ended in 3rd place here in South Africa. Vincent, it's been an incredible year for you, both in and outside of freestyle chess. How are you feeling? It looks like you've been playing with a smile on your face.
Yeah, today has been a good day. You know, I started the tournament feeling quite sick, and the round robin was very shaky and full of blunders, which usually shouldn't happen. And then I started to feel better, but still the match against Arjun was very shaky. And, you know, today I kind of felt like more or less at my best, and I felt that I played good chess, and that's of course a great feeling.
Yeah, and what was the one highlight today? Well, I guess in the tournament, was it just today's games against Javalkia?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, it could have been beating Levon. I was so close, you know, in that second game. But of course, you know, you're low on time. The knights are jumping, and then things get tricky. But yeah, that was kind of a golden opportunity which I missed, and then I would have been able to play the final against Magnus today.
Oh, that would have been a cool one too. But Peter, I want your brutal, honest judgment on Vincent this season. How proud are you, or how could he improve and go even further next year?
Yeah, well, it was incredible because before the whole season started, we had a very rough vacancy together, and in the very last round, Vincent had the chance to play against the future winner Pragnanda of the tournament, and he won a fantastic game. In, I don't know, 80, 90 moves. It was the last game to finish a vacancy, and we felt like this is the best preparation for Weissenhaus for the freestyle event. And then Vincent came there and then won against Ali Reza Firuza, Magnus Carlsen, and Fabiano Caruana, and in the style how he has done it. But that final game against Fabiano with black, where you also sacrificed the pawn right from the beginning, that was the reason why I jumped from my chair and I was running to the playing hall to hug Vincent. And that, okay, I just cannot believe that somebody played a game like this. So I'm extremely proud, and then the whole series was amazing. And now also culminating in the 3rd place here in South Africa, I'm super proud.
Nice, and maybe you can tell us a bit about your work together, because it seems to be paying off for both of you this year. Peter at the World Cup, and Vincent, I mean, gaining all the rating points, world number 4 now, and freestyle Grand Slam winner as well.
Yeah, of course, we work still quite a lot, but, you know, being honest, there's not that much time for actual training camps because I've been playing so much that it was mostly preparation during the tournaments. You know, I know, for example, during the Grand Swiss, you had also, you know, many short nights, and of course, we were also going through all the pain together. But yeah, I think it's very important to have someone like so experienced and so good at chess by your side that supports you and has been for so many years. Of course, he knows me also so well by now, both humanly and also from a chess perspective. So that really helps. And yeah, that's always the thing. You have to find time to actually train, simply because there are so many tournaments. So we'll see how that works out in the next years.
Nice. And Peter, I'm going to put you on the spot. We're going to bring the board up. What was your favorite game of Vincent's this week?
Well, this week, well, I think definitely today's. Yeah, because today was very smooth. Well, the opening was a little bit tricky because also Javo here sacrificed with third move e5. Let's just put this on. Vincent visited the confession booth explaining that, wait a second before e5, that I'm very happy. I have things under control, clockwise also. And then Sindarov with some 11 minutes on the clock played e5, which turns the tables in a sense that we get a completely wild game. And then I was worried, but then how Vincent was able to neutralize the pressure, get the upper hand, and then also went on to win in a very nice style. Yeah, for example, here, bishop b4, that's where my heart was happy, because we discussed instead of bishop b4, d4, knight d5, instead of bishop b4, d5, d4 for black. Yes, and after knight d5, knight d6, when black has nice compensation, black will play bishop d7, long castle, and you know, as a trainer, you start to worry when you see compensation from your opponent. But after Sindarov missed this chance, he played bishop b4, then white's play got easy, and Vincent with every single move with bishop d2 developed the pieces, and it was clear that black, yeah, bishop f5, queen e3, queen d5, mistake according to the computer, and you will see that black's king on e8 will be targeted first. Castles, yeah, the game continued, and then soon in 3-4 moves, actually, yeah, we can make those moves. I can tell you when I was super happy. The bishop is coming to c4, takes, bishop f7, the rook is coming to f1, knight e d8, and this is the moment when, if this position is not winning, then nothing, and Vincent sacrificed a piece with knight f5, went on to crush Sindarov, and after this, basically, he set the tone for the match.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful. Knight h6.
Knight h6.
Yeah, and the hard work was already done. Very nice. Vincent, you would agree?
Yeah, pretty much. I certainly believe that I played my best chess here today, and yeah, I'm very happy. You know, it's always a good feeling when you're controlling a match. Of course, at the end of the day, it matters that you win it, but there are differences to how you can win a match. For example, against Arjun, it was just extremely fighting. I could have gone either way, and today I felt much more in control.
Yeah, that's good. And I pulled up this position just because it's really picturesque as well. And we heard your confessional here. You weren't misjudging anything. You calculated this one correctly. And Vincent, I have to put you on the spot. Freestyle chess or regular chess right now? What are you enjoying more?
I really need both.
You need both?
Yes, I need both, and I will also play both next year. That I'm sure of. So if you continue with the tour, which I very much hope, will be glad to be a part of it. And as for classical chess, I will really like it. You know, also this year has gone fantastic, and I will not give up on that as well.
Will you be working with Matthias Bluebaum at all for the candidates?
I think that's not something to discuss.
Okay, no secrets here. But good to know you'll be doing both. And yeah, what specific plans do you have for next year? Do you have something lined up already? Or?
I mean, I'm going to be playing Weigandsee. That's the first thing, and always, you know, quite big tournament, also important tournament, kind of setting the tone for the whole year. And except for that, you know, I will have to see about Grand Chess Tour. I, of course, very much hope I will be able to, you know, be one of the members there. But certainly, it's just going to be a great year. I mean, we will have Olympiad coming as well, so... to be honest, my tournament calendar is not yet done. Most of it is still a bit open, but I'm expecting it to have many nice tournaments, and I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, and we've called Jan-Henrik Santa Claus here, and I asked Levon what he wants from next season. What are you looking forward to? What do you want to ask of Jan-Henrik?
I don't know. I like his surprises. You know, okay. Usually, basically, I didn't really. I mean, I played a little bit of. Back then it was still Chess 960 in Biel, but you know that you could actually make such tournament out of it. It's truly fantastic. And being honest, I wasn't always fully believing it was possible, but I'm very glad I was proven wrong. So I'm just hoping like there are new ideas coming, freestyle chess continues, and that we will have a great next season.
Perfect. Vincent, thank you so much for joining us. Many congratulations.
Before that, you know how he got actually into the tour.
Okay.
Who got him into the tour?
Ooh.
Who selected him for the first tournament? No less than Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
He saw his potential as early as when was it? Like in October, November 23.
It was during the Grand Swiss 2023. I just
when he
arrived
said,
in
you
Isle of
know,
Man.
when we did the GOAT Challenge as a first, and he was basically selecting the 7 players that he wanted to play with. He mentioned Vincent, which of course was extremely good pick, right? So
it's his own fault then, Magnus, getting you to come in and win Weissenhaus. But so nice to see a German player win in Germany. Vincent, we'll let you go and relax, recover, celebrate. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
And Jan, everyone's talking about secrets, surprises. Tell us about next season.
Yeah, really, as you know, I would like to talk, usually I talk a lot and Holly then says, oh, you talk too much and so on. So it's like, as I said, it's really true that I have so many discussions. We're going to have some visits to make. We're going to go to different places to meet different people because obviously now we have created this huge asset, and so the question is where to go with this asset, right? So and this is why I can't really say a lot about next season because we honestly really don't know. We don't know anything. Similar like with freestyle chess, you don't know anything until you start the game. So as I said, I've given us like 2 or 3 weeks until the end of the year, and then we want to know where we're going to go because there's also some certain especially of course in this game, where's the money coming from? Who pays the most money? Has the most say in what we're doing and all this kind. So this is why we are still looking for who is giving us the most support, and then we basically sing their song. Kind of sing. That's the way it goes. Yeah.
Makes sense. And what are you most proud of this season, looking back from Weissenhaus, Paris, Grenke, Vegas, and now South Africa?
I'm just extremely proud of Thorsten, Holly's father, and his team. That the professional way of how they have implemented physically, like with all of the 85 people around here every time, creating all this, which was like something in my head, and they're coming to reality. And then I have such a great relationship with Thorsten, who happens to be my father-in-law as well, but it's like that we are, we don't even have to talk a lot. I just say what's the idea, and then he comes up with these great things. So just one example, just then he invented this drawing machine, right? So he's basically saying, okay, let's do something fun. Let's not just press a button and have a number. Let's have a whole process about it. And the most proud also I am about that we did this new format. It's kind of a team effort, like it's everything, of course. Like Magnus had this idea, and then I came up with a name, freestyle, and then it was like we implemented that, and then we saw, for example, the potential, and that was something. The credit is to Magnus and Fabiano on the first GOAT Challenge in Weissenhaus in February, when they were sitting in our wine cellar for dinner, and they were saying, how great would it be if the players would form teams, like a white team for the white pieces and the black team for and then they can talk about it, and they take like 10 minutes and so this has become a very important part of our new sports, which is not possible in traditional chess, because why would you talk to other people about the openings, right? But with this, you're analyzing together, and you have the fans and the audience participate, and then you can listen into the heads of the grandmasters before the game, not analyzing thereafter, but before the game, what they are thinking about this. And I think this has become an element, and this is, I think, a thing that I'm most proud of, that we have invented this thing.
It's a very cool feature. And just final words from everyone here. Judith, I'll start with you. What's been the highlight of your freestyle season?
Well, it's very hard to pick one, but if, let's say, I pick one chess part, I think Magnus is bouncing back here against Fabiano. That was something very special for me to follow closely, live, every second of it, starting from the moment where he looked at the position, where all the other players were looking at it, okay, it's hopeless. And then he left. He was in his zone at the board. After that, after 2 moves, after c4, b5, c5, b4, the way he was spinning the pieces and sacrificed the pawn and put Fabiano, who is world class, one of the biggest experts in freestyle chess, with the black pieces. He was able to bounce back, and those magical things he did with the bishop c6, a6 stuff. I mean, that was something really where Magnus showed his skill, because it's very hard for people to tell what is the difference between Magnus and others, right? That simply he has such a love for the game, for creativity, for his imagination, that this is kind of moment which was so amazing to witness from second to second, how resilient he is. And he comes back and he fights, and when he's losing, he's just frustrating, but he comes back and he wins. So this was something, maybe the best sportive moment for me from the event.
Yeah, he's the Grand Slam champion for a reason. And Peter, how about yourself? Year highlight?
Yeah, well, the whole season was amazing, but there was also one very special event, the Grenke event, yeah, which was an open tournament with hundreds or thousands of players participating. Everybody got a chance. And then what was the final outcome? Magnus Carlsen scoring 9 out of 9, a completely historical feature. And I was doing also the double shift, yeah. 2 games per day, commentating was just amazing, being part of this history being made. And also this energy with this fully packed hall with 3,000 people looking and also rooting for Magnus Carlsen to get the 9 out of 9. At the same time, it was coming at the cost of Vincent Keymer because he had to beat Vincent in the very last round. So it was also a very emotional kind of moment. But I thought, like, if someone does 9 out of 9, then he also deserves to beat Vincent. So a very big congratulations for Magnus also for this incredible achievement there.
And then adding to that is that specific moment he had, I think, the best tournament scoring of any player in history, like 3,000 something. And he, for the first time, broke through the 2,900 ELO. I think that was a thing that also was for him very important. We have this freestyle ELO, which we have based on the traditional ELO. And so now he is, I don't know, I just saw him once at 29, 23, when I just saw like the 8 players, and you see everybody has like 2,700 something. There's nobody with 2,800, there's Magnus with 2,900 or something. And I think that was also a very important thing for him, and because that shows that this performance at the Grenke tournament in April was absolutely out of this world. This was like, I think nobody has ever done such a thing like this. And I know after talking to him like about this also, that this is what he enjoyed also most in this whole tour. Yeah.
Yeah, Peter, you mentioned the energy, the emotion. It's with a lot of emotion. I have to say goodbye to everyone at home. It's been such a great time. Judith, Peter, Jan-Henrik, thank you so much for joining me. And for everyone watching, we hope you've enjoyed the show at Freestyle throughout this season. It's been a real roller coaster. We hope to be back in 2026. But for now, it is goodbye. See you all soon.
What a final to an extraordinary freestyle chess Grand Slam Tour 2025. 3 continents, 5 stages, from Weissenhaus to Paris and Grenke to Las Vegas, and now here at Grootbos Private Nature Reserve. Freestyle chess is more than just a tournament series. What a wonderful journey. It all kicked off at Cape Town's waterfront with a splash. The South African leg began with a diving freestyle chess challenge at the rooftop of the Silo Hotel. Grootbos Private Nature Reserve proved to be a breathtaking stage for the 2025 season finals, combining wild beauty with a majestic atmosphere. In this freestyle chess Grand Slam, you showed what you are truly capable of. Every move, every battle, every moment of risk and courage has made this tour something special.
Magnus just signaled, I'm so happy.
I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level.
Because Magnus obviously finds it. And it's a brilliancy. You capture the bishop, the rook slides over, you win material. A turnaround. Magnus about to make a comeback in this match.
This just feels like Magnus on Hulk mode. And when he gets on this gear, it's just bad news for everyone.
And now we say this clearly and directly to you. Thank you, guys.
Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my trouble